Just doing a mic check. It is time to start rolling, folks rolling in. Did we have an amazing time last night or what? Haines just rolled out the red carpet there. Yes. So that was the host community reception that they put on for us. And I thought, it was just the perfect touch. Lots of good food. I got criticized because I referred to it as hors d'oeuvres, even heavy hors d'oeuvres. It's like, these are meals. So, it's like, and so that's when Haines talks about meals on wheels, you got the good stuff there, and having the fire pits there and the band, it was just the community's way of saying welcome. And I was glad to see as many people be able to hang out for that. And it was a good time. So this morning's breakfast was sponsored by the, Jason, let me get this right. It's the page 2 here. Alaskans for Better Elections. As you know, there is a fundamental huge shift in how the elections are going to be taking place this next election cycle. And there's just not a lot of good information and understanding about all those nuances. And so Jason's come down and he's going to actually come up. Why don't you come on up, and he's going to kind of just talk to us a little bit about some of the mechanics of that. Thanks to the certainties of travel, nothing is certain, which means his luggage. I'm not sure how you lose luggage between Juneau and Haines, but Haines to Juneau, Anchorage. Oh, it was Anchorage to Juneau. Okay, that's much better. Okay, but anyway, so if you would please, the breakfast this morning, the servers, the cooks, and our sponsor, would you welcome Jason and thank them all with a round of applause, please? And Jason. Welcome. Yeah, go for it.
Well, thank you so much. And yes, I'm underdressed, but I feel like I'm dressed like an Alaskan, so I'm not too worried. As a lifelong Alaskan, lifelong Anchorageite, I don't get down to Haines or Southeast as much as I would like, regrettably, but I'm always reminded by the great people of our state when I get to visit, like last night and this morning getting to chat. So thank you so much. And I know we don't like talking about politics after we just had breakfast, but if you don't mind, would like to just briefly chat about the work of Alaskans for Better Elections and what we're doing as new changes are coming to our elections in next year. And as a former state legislator myself, I can tell you that these changes definitely have the attention of your elected officials and all voters across the state. And I'm very excited to be leading this group that is working with the division elections and working with voters such as yourself to inform and get people excited about these changes, actually. So ballot measure 2 passed by voters last November, and it had several changes, and those changes are going to be implemented in our August and November elections next year. And very briefly, could go through those changes. There's 3 major ones that kind of catch everyone's attention. And there's details, and there's bad information, and there's myths, and would love to talk to you afterwards if you have questions, and talk to you about how we can get yourself and your organization involved in informing your leadership, your membership, your stakeholders and your communities to know about these changes. And so the first change is something that might not have affect you as a voter, you might not think, but it's the elimination of what is called dark money. And it's that scary word of the undisclosed campaign contributions that come into our elections and influence us as voters. In the past, people might give several $1,000s or even more to organizations that campaign here in Alaska and work in groups that have funny names like Alaskans for Apple Pie or Alaskans for Better Elections, groups that you might not have heard of or maybe have an establishment in our state. But what happens is those monies come in, we don't know who's behind that money, and no longer will that be the case here in Alaska. Anytime that an individual gives more than $2,000 to an organization that is going to be campaigning and working in Alaska, that individual and that organization has to make that contribution public within 24 hours. And we feel that that will help with transparency and help voters understand who is behind some of those organizations and influencing us as voters. The second major change is open elections, open primary elections. And in the past, for decades, Alaskans enjoyed open primaries. And since 2000, though, as a voter, you might have gone to the ballot booth in August and have to choose a ballot. Republicans had their ballot, Democrats and independents had another ballot. No longer is that the case. In August of next year, no matter your party affiliation, every Alaskan will be receiving the same ballot. And what that means is, as a Republican or a Democrat or anything in between, you can now vote for a Democrat for your state senator and a Republican for your state representative, or Republican for all or Democrat for all. But as Alaskans now, we'll be rowing in the same direction and being able to choose our leaders regardless of party affiliation. Over 60% of Alaskans choose not to be part of a major party. It's the highest in the nation. And that feeling now is that as independents, as Alaskans, we no longer have to choose our ballot and choose our leaders as wearing different jerseys, but now we can all vote together. And the third major change is what's called ranked choice voting, which will be happening in our general elections. Ranked choice voting actually happens all over the world. Countries like Australia, Ireland use it. Cities like New York City, Utah, 23 cities in Utah use it. Santa Fe, Minneapolis use it. What ranked choice voting does is empower voters to rank their candidates in a preferential order. If you like one candidate the best, you give them a 1. If you like them second, you give them 2, 3, and 4, so forth. So it'll be limited to 4 candidates, and there's always room for a write-in. But what that does for voters is there's no more spoiler effect. There's no more wasting a vote. There's no more vote splitting. And what that does as a candidate is make sure that candidates work with all voters. Instead of just talking to their base or talking to people who know will vote for them, now to earn that second or third place vote, they have to talk to everyone in their district, everyone in their neighborhood, to help ensure that they will receive a majority support from their neighborhood, from their district. And as voters, that will empower us to engage with candidates, to ask more questions, and see who we would like to place in our second and third place votes. And as I mentioned, those are 3 of the changes. There's a few other changes that are more detailed, but as voters, they don't really interact with us on a day-to-day basis. But as people who are involved with organizations, people who are involved in our community, Alaskans for Better Elections, our main mission is to make sure that voters next year feel knowledgeable, feel confident, and maybe even inspired when we go to the voting booth next year with these changes, as we lead the nation really in empowering voters first and making sure that our elections are voter focused. And so if you work with an organization or a community leader, would love to talk to you about ways we can get in front of your board, your membership, to explain some of these changes and make sure that everyone in your community knows that this is coming next year. Again, thank you for allowing me to talk a little bit of politics right after breakfast. I'll be here all day. I won't be changing clothes because I don't have any luggage, but happy to engage with you and share ways we can get this information out to all Alaskan voters. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jason. Yeah. And we will have the follow-up information that he was talking about sent out or put on our website so that you can get, it's a 1-pager information sheet. So we'll get that to you.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Southeast Conference annual meeting. Really appreciate all of the conversations, both with the presenters and the really important conversations that occur when we're not in a formal session. It's you know, in my assessment, I think that it's the conversations that occur in the hallways and out here, and the relationships that are built through that process are what gives Southeast Conference such tremendous value, and the relationships and all of the folks being able to talk to each other and see each other and have that dialogue. That's, in my opinion, that's the real value. We have a terrific slate of presenters and information today. We want to a couple of housekeeping things. One is that we have a scholarship auction and we have a scholarship raffle. You may have seen board members carrying around books like this to buy a raffle for a grand prize of 2 round-trip tickets with Alaska Airlines anywhere they go. Tickets are $20. You can get them from any board member, or better yet, you can buy them from me, and then and I'm happy to facilitate. And we do take cards, we take it, but it is for the scholarship. It is for the kids. So we encourage anybody to find a board member and buy raffle tickets. This raffle will occur tonight at the banquet, get an opportunity to do that. Also, we have some scholarship auction items. We'll have a live auction for part of it and a silent auction for another part of it. Please come over here and look at the items. If anyone has a purchase from one of the local stores that you would like to add to the auction, you're welcome to do that and encouraged to do that. That would be tremendous. Talk to the fine staff in the back and they'll get it online. And if you need advice about where to find something really cool to throw in the auction, I would encourage you to go talk to Jan Hill, and she will, I'm sure, guide you to all of the fineries that Haines has to offer. And she's in the back over there if you don't know Jan. We'll start with a couple of sessions. We've got the privilege actually, Alec's here. Is Chelsea here? You seen her? We'll get to that. Okay. All right. Very good. So are we ready to roll on the? Okay. So we have the honor of having Senator Sullivan and Congressman Young have some recorded messages for us. And so if we take a moment.
Hello, I'm Congressman Don Young. I want to thank the Southeast Conference for inviting me to speak to you today. Sorry I can't be with you. That's one thing, the bad about the job I have and job you've given me is being every place at one time is pretty difficult to do. But thank you for your conference. You always do well in a lot of discussion. I'll just go through some of the things we're working on, the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Many of you may not, recognize still the importance of Southeast and the fishing industry, although it's not as large as it was, it's still very viable, badly needed. The 200-mile limit, as we call it, the Magnuson-Stevens Act, is an act that gave us sustainable yield as a fisherman of Alaska. We are under attack right now, but I'm pretty confident we'll be able to, with the help of our team, Senator Sullivan, Senator Murkowski, make sure that nothing harmful is done. I believe the bill I wrote on last year, actually wrote the bill, is a good bill, but they don't want it because they want more power in the Secretary of Commerce. I don't want that. I went into the council to run it, the North Pacific Council to run it as they should and as the intent of the law. So we'll be watching them very closely and keep that in mind. That's part of your conference. Infrastructure bill, keep in mind that I will support the bipartisan bill that came out of the Senate. Senator Murkowski, Senator Sullivan did an excellent job. We have a lot in there for Alaska. It is about $1 trillion. Now get this, $1.2 trillion. My bill, when I passed my infrastructure bill, was $285 billion. Goes to show that 15 years ago. But the high cost of government now has gone up. But there's a lot of good things. The ferry system is crucially important. The infrastructure of the docks, broadband, it's all in that bill, and I'll support it. I will not support the big so-called stimulus package, $3.2 trillion. We got to stop thinking about just spending money to solve a problem when we're printing those dollars. Now, some people say, well, I need it now. Well, you're going to get it now, but I go back to what I said about my infrastructure bill, $285 billion, the largest bill they ever had for infrastructure. Now we're talking $1.2 trillion. Now they want to have a $3.2 trillion additional bit package. So we have to look at that real closely. I'm confident I will not vote for it, but the first one I will work very closely for. The CARES Act, it was a big thing. We passed a lot of legislative packages for the good of Alaskans. Some of it was a little for extreme. I didn't like the concept of being paid more not to work than working. We did that though in the heat of the battles, we call it, the COVID attack that we had. So what we have to do now is see if we can get monies in the CARES Act back to the state of Alaska. We got $50 million directly and more than that, but $50 million. We worked with the Supreme Court, or actually with the native corporations, to work against the outside tribes to try to take the money away from the Alaskan corporations. They won. I want to give them congratulations. When I say they, the Alaska Native corporations, it's very, very good. I've introduced very frankly, legislation with Congressman O'Halloran to extend the deadline for the tribes, and I like to extend it for the states too. We always are facing disasters. We got money in the bill for disasters. With the other legislative actions we worked on, of course, the Young Fishermen's Development Act, fish fleet is getting old. This is an act to try to get younger people involved in the fishing industry in the existing framework without taking away from anybody, but adding to the younger fish and getting them in the business. Hydro, that's the big thing. Southeast is a hydro heaven, I call it. We're using some, as you know. We could use a lot more. I'm trying to get money for the smaller hydro sites. I think they're crucially important. There's always money for big sites, but smaller ones do a better job and it's more concentrated. Southeast is full of that, and I'm really working hard to get a recognition of hydro as a renewable. A lot of my environmental community doesn't like to consider hydro as renewable. They think only wind and sun are renewable, but hydro is the most effective known concept of producing energy. So I'm working very hard on that. We will continue to work. I've introduced legislation or co-sponsored 21st Century Dams Act, which repairs a lot of older dams. Some people want to tear them down. I said, let's build some more. And that's what we got to do across the state of Alaska. We have some big projects in the state, but I'm really high on the smaller ones. Blue Lake is an example. Swan Lake is another example. We have a whole series that can work out. Of course, the big thing in the Southeast affecting you is the roadless rule. President Biden, he went out and undid what President Trump did. Sadly, I've talked to the Secretary of Agriculture. I think they're going down that path of no activity as far as resource development. It's just not for logging. I told him it's just not logging we're interested in. It's the development of access transportation to communities. So we have to continue to work with that and see if we can get it done. Maybe we'll wake up, America will wake up and, try to elect somebody who understands the importance of resources to this nation as a whole. Cruise ships, we worked on that hard. I want to congratulate the delegation. We did something said couldn't be done. I'm working on some other legislation now to make sure we're never faced with that problem again, where other country can stop our cruise industry from operating as they should by actions or arbitrary actions of their own. I was proud of the fact that I got that done on the House side after Senator Sullivan, Senator Mikowski passed it on the Senate side. It came over the House, objected to, went to the majority side, especially Steny Hoyer and the Speaker, but Steny Hoyer primarily, and said, let's do this. I went to Chairman Peter DeFazio and we got it done. Short season, next year should be great. I also will continue to work on the Canadians to make sure they don't undo that again. Again, I mentioned the ferry systems. We in this transportation bill that the delegation worked on, Senator Sullivan, Senator Mikowski has good monies for the ferry system as part of our highway problems. And I will continue to do that. Anyway, we're working to make sure things are getting done. We have a lot of operations in the Congress we're working on and continue to do. I need the information from you when you get done with your conference. If you come to any, I would say, decisions that are universal, I'd like to see them so I can help you get it done. This is Southeast is an important part of Alaska. It's sort of like the tail of the dog in a sense. If you look at the other massive part about Alaska, but you have more diverse economic well-being down there than any other part of the state. With hydro, mineral development, timber, fishing, you name it. You just have to put it together and work together to make sure that you can provide a good, sound economic jobs for the younger generations that are coming up. I encourage you to look towards that. There is nothing of value in this earth today that doesn't originate from resources. Now, some people in the tech field say, oh no, but they don't understand. Even with tech, you got to have resources to develop the tech. Rare earth, which we have down in Southeast Alaska, we ought to be working on that too and make sure it happens. So have a good conference. This was a little longer than I expected, but again, God bless you all and thank you for letting me speak to you.
Hello, Southeast Conference, and greetings from Washington, D.C. First, I want to just thank you all for the important work you do on behalf of your Southeast communities and residents. And thank you for inviting me to speak at this important gathering focused around navigating the Southeast economy. I was glad to be down in beautiful Southeast last month for a totem pole raising in Klawock and a visit to the Coast Guard Air Station in Sitka with the Commandant of the Coast Guard. Whenever I return from Southeast, I'm filled with a renewed sense of awe and optimism for our great state. Now, I know the Southeast Conference is most interested in sustaining and growing the Southeast economy. That's what I'm most interested as your senator. And we've been working hard here in Washington to help with your efforts. First, let me talk about the Coast Guard and the Commandant. You know, I chair the subcommittee in charge here in Washington. Hello, Southeast Conference, and greetings from
What? We're checking to make sure that's the right genre. Because he wasn't in Heidelberg last week, so it's like wait a minute, where was that? Where was that? So we're checking with staff to make sure that is the right one. So we will follow back up with the senators. Well, and the way we do that is because we have staff there. So, and because there's staff here, they're checking on that, but we've got one staffer here that has not been recognized. I wanted to take a moment to talk. So we saw some of Senator Murkowski's staff, and we all know Dana because she works at Northern Inn. So I want to point out Dana there, and Sherry is the Ketchikan office for the Southern delegation, and an old timer who's been around the block a time or two, and has been part of the recycling program in Alaska politics. Chad, why don't you come up and talk for a moment and tell us your path back to where you're at. It's good to have you here, and it was good to have you where you were. And tell us a little bit about your journey back to Southeast Conference. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry about the video, everybody. We're trying to figure out what happened. That's an old video, I guess. So as Robert said, I'm old, and I'm here. And I'm kind of like a bad penny on top of it. I just keep popping back up. So for those of you that don't know me, Chad Padgett, I worked for Congressman Young for a very long time. Originally started with him in 1994, again, showing my age. Left his office in 2001 to take on USDA Rural Development and Farm Service Agency. And then in 2009, went back as his state director, was there for a decade. And in 2019, went over to BLM, or the Bureau of Land Management, as their state director. Last week, I started as Senator Sullivan's state director. So I can't speak to a lot of the issues. I'm trying to get up to speed. Obviously been in resource development for a long time. So I can tell you we're working hard, obviously on transportation and infrastructure, trying to make sure that we get the ferry system solidified here in Southeast. I know that's really top priority for all of the delegation. So keeping that, jobs and economy at the forefront. So with that, I don't want to get in trouble for getting out in front of something. So we'll tell you that lots going on back east. And I think on one hand, we're playing a bit of defense on resource issues. On the other side, we're really trying to promote jobs and economy. So that's kind of where things stand at the moment. And hopefully we'll get an updated video at some point. Thanks, Robert.
Thanks, Chad. It's great to have you back, and really appreciate your public service to the region and the state. And we'll fit in, we get the right video link, we'll fit that in later on in the day. So It was really good to have the senator, because I was with him just 2 weeks ago and he wasn't in Heidelberg. He was in Ketchikan for the groundbreaking ceremony for the new NOAA facility. And he brought with him the deputy secretary for the Department of Commerce, which the senator keeps bringing folks up to the state to make sure that they engage and they understand us. So do we have the correct one right now? Let's try this again. All right, here we go.
Sorry, could not make the conference. Hello, Southeast Conference, and thank you again for all the great stuff that you're doing. Sorry, could not make the conference. I would love to be there, but I'm filming from one of the great cities in Alaska and certainly one of the great cities in Southeast, Ketchikan, and we're having a gorgeous day here. But I just want to talk about some of the things that are going on here because it's a vision that I think all of us can get behind, and I know that the Southeast Conference is so critical to making this happen. Today, we actually had a really good day in terms of a groundbreaking event for the new pier, new port facility, new office complex for the NOAA Fairweather. This is the research vessel that we believe should be home ported in Ketchikan. It's taken well over 20 years, but we're finally making that happen. We have the money, we have the authorization, and NOAA, the Deputy Secretary of Commerce, we're all here. This is part of what we see as an exciting vision for Southeast. More ships, Coast Guard vessels, research vessels, of course, tourism vessels, and even possibly Navy vessels that we talked about when we had the Secretary of the Navy here last year, icebreakers. We can do this. As a matter of fact, it's starting to happen. Then we are getting the infrastructure throughout Southeast. As a matter of fact, the new infrastructure bill that I'm going to talk briefly about here has almost $200 million for Coast Guard infrastructure for Southeast Alaska. We get all that done, more ships for our state, more ships in Southeast, and then the ship building and ship maintenance capacity to do that, whether in Ketchikan with the Vigor shipyard, the Coast Guard shipyard, in other places like in Seward, where we're seeing shipbuilding and ship maintenance capacity. This isn't a pie in the sky vision. This is happening, and we need to take advantage of it. So that's one area. Of course, tourism, where we're able to at least salvage some of our industry. So important to Alaska, critically important to Southeast. Hammered, of course, by the COVID pandemic. We're able to get the changes in the passenger vessel service to have a fighting chance for our tourism this year. All of you have worked so hard on that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Critical minerals and rare earths. Again, Alaska has these in abundance. Our nation needs it. We should be mining and processing these. We're making some progress in the Congress on these issues. There's provisions in the infrastructure bill that focus on that. Our world-class fisheries. Like I said, we had the Deputy Secretary of Commerce in Alaska the last couple days, all about fisheries, all about making sure we remain the superpower of seafood with sustainable, best-run fisheries in the country. Timber, yes, we are going to continue to fight for our timber industry. This is where, unfortunately, the federal government has not been helpful at all, but we're going to continue to fight it. And so when we look at all these things, more ships, Coast Guard, infrastructure, tourism, critical minerals, fisheries, this is a vision we think is important for a long-term, healthy, diversified economy. And I just want to thank all of you because you're the people that make that happen. We just passed an infrastructure bill. Yes, there were some things in there that I didn't like, but overall, whether it's broadband, whether it's a ferry system, whether it's ports, harbors, bridges, whether it's billions of dollars of loan guarantees for the Alaska natural gas pipeline and LNG project, whether it's critical minerals, whether it's permitting reform to get projects done more quickly. There's going to be a lot in that if it passes the House. It's really good for our economy, small businesses, and working families. I know that's what all of you stand for. I can't thank you enough for your great efforts in that regard. Know that my door is always open to continue to work together on these critical issues. Thanks a lot. Have a great conference.
Glitch is there. He's been with us each and every single one of our events, and apparently we clicked on the wrong event. So it's amazing what our entire delegation is doing on our behalf, and we certainly are appreciative of their engagement with us. And it was especially special to have Senator Murkowski here in person. That was a very rare privilege for us. So thanks to them all, and thanks for the staff for being here to continue that engagement on their behalf for us. So we'll move into the transportation section next. If I could have the AMHS report up there for just a moment, as we have the IFA and we have two folks from the Department of Transportation. You want to come on up front. We heard from the Chief of Staff yesterday quite a bit of detail on what the Marine Highway System direction is going forward. So we kind of have that covered. What Captain Falvey provided for us, because he could not be here in person, was this report, which are you using your QR codes that are, that's high tech, right? I'm at a loss what to do with all these papers to show you. So here we are. I'm not going to read this to you, but it's very detailed insights on what's going on with the entire, you can scroll right through there's six pages of, what's happening in each vessel, each terminal project, and the other items that they're facing. So do give a good read through that. And we'll discuss some of those details in future Transportation Committee meetings as well. And so moving on to staying in the marine theme for just a moment, we're going to hear from Mr. Ron Curtis, who's the general manager for the IFA. And then when he's done, we'll just kind of keep working through presentations. Lance is no stranger to the region. He's been at this for, well, we won't, after a certain number of years, we quit counting. It's just been a long time, but it's all been here in Southeast for the most part, and we really appreciate that. Clicker for your use. Maria has been in the planning section for quite a few years now and is the chief planner. And so we're just going to engage in a conversation of where the department's at, where it's going, and then we'll take some questions for them before getting into a more electrifying conversation that we'll have in the second section. So with that, Ron, good morning. And I think you have some slides, or you just
I don't.
Well, go ahead and take control here, sir.
Good morning. I got to put my eyes on. Hold on 1 second here. Well, it's nice to see you all in person again. And not have to figure out whether I'm supposed to be on Zoom, Teams, or FaceTime, right? We can be here together. So 2020, 2021, pretty challenging, I think, for all of us. As far as the IFA, man, we had to do a whole bunch of things to try and reduce our cash burn. So, we reduced sailings, and we just did whatever we could to keep going, service our customers. The reduced ridership pretty much dictated us having to do that. But the one thing we decided early on, we were going to be very committed to our employees. So we made sure our employees, they got paid. There wasn't one of them that got a short paycheck the whole entire time. It's hard enough right now. Some of the challenges we're facing, it's hard to find people that want to work. And the last thing we want to do is lose the folks that we already had. We had some service interruptions because of mechanical failures, just like many of you. And then because you have the mechanical failures, you have to rely on the supply chain to get parts. And the supply chain has been another challenge during these times. My goodness, for some of you to know what a Lovejoy is, I was down for 2 days in Ketchikan because of a broken Lovejoy that I couldn't find one. I found one in New Orleans and had to buy an airplane seat to get it back here to Southeast so that I could get the boat running again. Yeah, and so, we've kind of, with the supply chain the way it is, have kind of resorted to hey, if you need one, you better buy two. Same thing with employees. If you find one, you better get two. It's been challenging. We are very grateful though to our delegation. Last time I talked to you guys, I talked to you and said, hey, you know what? We've got a boat that's broken. We need a Buy America waiver in order to get that boat going again. And our delegation, all of them came through in a concerted way, and we got the only Buy America waiver that happened during the Trump administration. So quite an accomplishment. A really good accomplishment. So where do we sit on the refurbishment of our boats? Those Buy America waivers, they went a long way to getting us in a good place. So all our vessels are about 20 years, both our vessels are about 20 years old. And so we're about 80% through the refurbishment mechanically of our vessels in the IFA fleet. Only remaining things are, I've got a propeller and shafting project on the Stikine, and then a pitch unit redo on the Prince of Wales. And then we have generator replacements coming up on both vessels. So we believe once that's complete, we'll get another 15 to 20 years out of our boats. So that's good for Southeast and good for Ketchikan, Prince of Wales, and our economy. Yeah, and so the next 2 years, as you can imagine, the boats are about 20 years old. So passenger accommodations haven't been touched in those 20 years. So you can imagine what the seating looks like and those kind of things, carpeting. Whoever would have put carpet in the galley on a boat? I don't know who thinks of doing those things, but sorry, Elliott Bay. Anyway, so next 2 years we'll be refurbing the passenger accommodations. So, and then going back to the generator replacement, we have generators on the Prince of Wales that have been refurbished 8 times. So we have 3 generators on each one of the boats. They're slatted for summer for replacement in 2024, 2025 timeframe. The generators are quite expensive. And so the IFA has been looking at the potential of electrification, hybrid type conversion. When you have to replace the generators, it's not too much different incrementally from an expense position to convert, because generators run batteries, generators run other things, bow thrusters and house power. So just something we're looking at. You might be interested in numbers. Last time I talked to you, 2019. We are 2019 IFA by the numbers, which I presented in person back in Sitka. We had just come off a fiscal year, that's July to June, where we had 44,200 passengers, and we did a fare box recovery rate of 79%. I wish I could say I did that in fiscal year 2020 and 2021. But here's some numbers. It wasn't, I guess, that bad. Fiscal year 2020, we transported 35,909 passengers, 7,985 vehicles, and had a fare box recovery rate of just over 56%. Fiscal year 2021, that was the tough one. 27,900 passengers, just over 8,000 vehicles, and a fare box recovery rate of 52%. I will tell you, with the way Prince of Wales was this year during the summer, every lodge was completely full. All the bed and breakfasts were full. And I think Milani alluded to the fact that the optimism on Prince of Wales Island was extremely high as far as the economy coming back. And I'm very encouraged also, as the first 2.5 months of our current fiscal year, fiscal 2022, we're, as of a week ago, we're sitting at 112% fare box recovery rate. We've had about 11,000 people transported in that first 2.5 months. It's almost half of what we did all of last year in the first 2.5 months, and over 2,000 vehicles. So we're cautiously optimistic going into this coming year. And I did want to bring up a point that I think is quite exciting. So on January 13th of 2002 was the maiden voyage of the MV Prince of Wales, running the route Ketchikan to Prince of Wales. Our 20-year anniversary will be January 13th of 2022. So quite an accomplishment. We're very proud of that. It's a significant accomplishment. And we're working on some plans to commemorate the event. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention some of the folks that made the IFA possible. Southeast Conference, you're definitely part of the reason the IFA made it. From a legislative standpoint, the folks that are still around, Senator Stedman was very important in making this happen. And actually, if Lisa was here, her dad had his hands all over the IFA. So Frank was very integral in making sure the IFA happened. Then we had basically the late Kent Miller and Tom Briggs. It was basically those two guys sitting down, creating a plan, realizing there was a problem for, at the time, a location that had no airport, was only serviced by seaplanes, and every once in a while the Aurora would come into the Chilkat landing. So very underserved community, and these guys came up with a great plan that continues today. And I just pray under my leadership and the leadership of my team, and that we can continue to provide for the folks of Ketchikan and Prince of Wales Island. So thank you for your time.
Good morning, I'm Lance Mearig. I'm the Regional Director for South Coast Region DOT and PF, and thanks for letting me come and talk to you a little bit this morning. I'm going to focus on projects. Projects isn't the only thing we do, but I know they're important to communities. South Coast Region encompasses 96 communities across Southeast Alaska and then out to Kodiak and the Aleutians and some of the Alaska Peninsula. 96 communities, 60 tribes. We maintain and operate 44 airports, 17 seaplane bases, 15 harbors, and 1,500 lane miles of roadway. So my counterpart directors have many more miles of roadway, but we're much more reliant on airplanes and ferry terminals and seaplane bases in the coastal area. We have a presentation, I hope will come up here momentarily. So I just have a couple of slides. I'm not going to cover it in detail of projects, and then Marie is going to come and talk about funding opportunities and how we get money into projects. As a region, we design and construct projects. We also maintain and operate those facilities across the region. And so my first slide is projects that we have under construction across the region. Do I advance this? There we go. You can't really read that, but there are little dots in all the communities that we have projects ongoing, either starting construction in 2022 or projects that continue, like our pretty big project up the Haines Highway here. And then I've got a slide that kind of focuses on just the Southeast projects. So hopefully this presentation will be available to you and you can look at these in a little more readable format at some point. But these are all the projects that we have heading either under construction or heading into construction in Southeast Alaska for next construction season. There's been a lot of talk about the infrastructure bill, whether that comes or not. We still have a program that we expect to be delivering. And so these are projects that we have in development across our region and then focused in on Southeast Alaska. And so I think probably with the exception of Petersburg and Wrangell, I think we have projects that we're working on in every community across Southeast Alaska. And I heard one of the legislators mention that maybe Yakutat's in Southeast Alaska. It's always been in our region. So we consider Yakutat Southeast Alaska. And we do have some projects coming up there as well. So I'm happy to try to answer questions at the end of the presentation after Marie talks about any specifics on projects, but I'm going to turn it over to Marie to talk about how we get that money. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marie Heidemann, Planning Chief for South Coast Region. Let's see, make sure I know how to work this. There. So most of our funding is federally funded for our transportation program. We do it state match, but the rest of it is mostly coming through the federal aid. For the highway side, it's coming through the Federal Aid Highway Administration, and it comes to us in a lot of different programs. Each program has different eligibilities, requirements, restrictions on its use. And so we do navigate through a lot of that. And any project that's using the federal funding from federal highways needs to be in our STIP, our statewide transportation improvement program. And it is a statewide plan. So it's a federally funded statewide program. So the state determines how to select projects, nominate projects, and whatnot. And so we have regulations that funnel most of these federal programs into these 4 programs. There's a program for roads on the projects on the National Highway System, on the Alaska Highway System. The Community Transportation Program is for projects that are not on the National Highway System or the Alaska Highway System. And that's the program most of you may be familiar with when you're trying to nominate your local road projects for funding. And then there's the Trails and Recreational Access for Alaskans, which we tend to just call it the Transportation Alternatives, which is the federal funding that we use for that program. What we're seeing in the new infrastructure bill, I guess I'd say first on the previous slides, we don't anticipate most of those programs changing. So our process will be the same, hopefully with increased funding. We're looking forward to that. We haven't had a lot of new project starts in several years because we've been working through a backlog. So the first year or 2 of the new infrastructure bill, we hope we can clear the backlog while also getting some new projects going. Definitely looking forward to that. The discretionary programs, we're seeing a lot of them. We've seen that in MAP 21 and in the FAST Act, that there's been more discretionary grant programs. Some of these, the RAISE and infra, we've seen in the last transportation bills. The new transportation bill appears to have a lot more. So I would encourage communities to be watching those and see if there's opportunities where you can apply directly for funding. We're happy to help as we're able to. Senator Markowski mentioned the culvert program, and that does seem like it would be one for Southeast communities to be watching. We have an awful lot of culverts. There's another one that's called Rural Surface Transportation Program, and it's for communities under 200,000. It doesn't look to be a lot of funding because it's a nationwide program, but there's a lot of programs in there. I'm not super familiar with them yet, but I'd encourage everybody to be watching those. And if you are thinking about a discretionary grant program, consider moving forward with a cost benefit analysis for your project. Most of those programs will require that. They also sometimes require having your environmental phase completed. So you may want to start advancing your project through environmental. On the aviation side, our funding comes through the Aviation Improvement Program, and we are expecting an increase in funding there as well. We typically identify projects through Capital Inspection Maintenance Program, Capital Improvement Maintenance Program inspections. And those typically happen about every 3 years. They help us understand what the needs are at the airports, and we package them together in a project, take it to the Aviation Airports Project Evaluation Board, and the projects are ranked and evaluated and determined whether they will move forward. With an increase in funding, we're probably going to try to look at some of the previously lower scoring projects. Often our small communities, we have a harder time getting a high score. So we'll be trying to look back to those and see if we can get some of those funded in the hopes that some of the lower scoring projects start being funded. Really, in short, I can't go over each of the funding programs here. It's just too much detail. And so I encourage you, if you have a project idea, tell us about it, let us know, and we can help you work out what program would be the appropriate program, what the eligibilities are for that program, what the process is. We do have a needs list for the surface highways, active transportation side. We're trying to get that cleaned up. I have a copy of it with me if anybody wants to see what projects they have on the needs list. We recognize that some of the projects on the needs list right now have been completed or may no longer be a priority. So we've been working to get that cleaned up so it's more usable moving forward. So I'd love to chat with you guys about what your current needs are. And then I just also really want to encourage you to be thinking about justification for your project. So even before there's a funding opportunity, try to get your project called out in a plan, whether it's comprehensive or transportation, an economic plan, or all three of the plans. That is going to help you to get more points for your project. Demonstration of public support, community resolutions, letters of support, cost benefit analysis, especially if you're going for discretionary grant, and any contributions. I know that can be really hard for communities right now, but any contributions to the capital funding, if you can pay the match or if you can pay additional funding beyond the required match, it's going to help your project score better. If you can take on maintenance, we have this additional capital funding coming in, but the operations budgets have been cut over and over. And so it's very hard for DOT to take on new facilities right now. So if you have a project that is a new facility, you might want to consider also taking on management or maintenance responsibility for that. So I'm happy to talk with you guys about your project ideas and how to get them funded and which program is best. Just to reach out. I've got some contacts on here, and Paul is with me. He's our aviation planner. And we've got some more folks at the team back at the office. Oh, and the final thing I just want to say is long-range planning. The Alaska statewide long-range transportation plan is being updated right now. I know several of you here are involved with that. There's been steering advisory meetings, steering committees and advisory committees. There's been public involvement. This plan I think it's a good plan. The previous plans have been very policy-based, and this plan is going to take a more performance-based strategic approach. And so we're looking forward to that. This plan should wrap up in the summer, and then we would anticipate moving forward with a Southeast plan and hopefully take some of that strategic direction into the Southeast plan and go from there and get it adopted into the long-range plan. That's all I have. If there's questions, I'm happy to take them along with Lance.
Thank you. Can you put that back up for a minute? Thank you so much. I'll learn one of these days not to stand in front of a speaker with a live mic. No, thank you all. Great reports, but really the planning piece is something that's so important. If you go back to the last slide, I want to work backwards on a couple of things. The last slide is all the way at the bottom. Harry. No, okay, back up. Okay, so on this slide, what I want to point out to everyone is the justification for project. That's not just good guidance for transportation projects. Every project. So as we talk about the Build Back Better grants. We're talking about. I'm 10 feet away from you. You feel comfortable? Okay, now you can actually hear me. So that's just good project development guidance. So as you take a look at all your different projects that you want to promote in the community, whether it's water, sewer, trails, any of it, take a look at where that fits in. The 5-year SEDS. It's a different type of comprehensive plan than she was referring to right there, but it's also what you want to put into your white papers and your project development pages. So those are all very good pieces, and it's something that we want to take a look at. If you'd back up just another slide. One more, please. One more. There you go. Okay, so what we've talked about some in our committee meetings, and we can take a look at the resolution in a moment if there's time, is where are we at the community level. So as Marie mentioned, they're doing the long range transportation plan. It'll feed into the SATP, but where the communities are at articulating and having the pages that we just talked about a moment ago fit into what is happening both for trails and for on the community side. Getting that level of planning in queue now can help communities with direct requests for federal funding or feed up into, and that's why I'll start off with that question for Marie is, how does that work? How do communities start that process so that they're ready to give you something useful?
I wish I could give more schedule certainty, but we're still working out a lot of that. I'm hopeful that there'd be a community transportation program opportunity in 23. Right now, it's really getting the justification for your project. That's big. And on the community transportation program, there's 2 standards where that helps. So there's the public support, and that's where you want your project called out specifically is best. If you can specifically call out the project as a significant priority in any plan, that's going to get you the points on public support. There's also the economic section, which is hard for a lot of our small communities because y'all don't have a lot of economic plans. But if you do, or if Southeast Conference can help, if you can call it out on an economic plan or cost benefit analysis, that's a different standard. And so there's points there too. And those ones tend to be harder for communities to get. So if you can get it, gives you a little boost above others. And then also working with us to get your project on the needs list, and we can help you to start molding your nomination. We're not looking for this program, we're not looking for you to have a grant writer. We're looking for the project that fits the program. So for a project that can be delivered with federal funds, and so there's some restrictions there, and that meets the needs of community and the transportation. So we'll help you out with the nomination piece. You don't need to get a grant writer. For discretionary grant, you might want to look more at, trying to get some grant writing support. Even then, we had a debrief with somebody on maybe it was RAISE. I think it was the RAISE program. The Central Region submitted a project and they had a debrief. And they said, it's really just following the directions. If they say they're scoring on these 5 factors, talk about those 5 factors in the same order as they did, just match their requirements as much as you can. So I guess that's the best I can give is, first just talk to us about getting on the needs list and get your projects listed in your plans. If Southeast Conference can help with some of their plans, or, Melanie mentioned the economic plan and grant writing support, leverage that as much as you can.
Okay, so now it's your chance to ask some questions. We've got the planner, we've got the director, we've got IFA. Any questions that come to mind for project developments? Got one in the back to start off with, and I'll come right back to you.
Hi, thank you very much for being here and being willing to answer some questions. I've talked with Mr. Mearig a little bit about this, but how does a community impact the design phase of a project? Here in Haines, we've been the beneficiary of 2 fabulous projects, one in the Chilkoot corridor and one up the Haines Highway. But in both cases, the non-vehicular users of the transportation corridor have not received the same level of attention. Animals, pedestrians, that sort of thing. And we're starting to get bike paths, that's nice. But in many cases, the design is clearly for vehicular traffic, and sometimes the access to the areas apart from the corridor itself have been closed off. You can no longer access the river, for example, by just parking your car, getting out of the car and walking to the river. So how do we get deeper into the transportation issues so that the design can be influenced by the needs of people and animals? Thank you.
I'll try to answer that question, and then maybe Marie has some other comments. But all of our projects, and particularly our federally funded projects, have a public component, a public comment period in the environmental process. So that's the time, and often we don't get a lot of public input on our projects, and some of that is just our, I guess, inability to advertise, to get that information out to communities. And so It starts with the planning process and the identification of projects. So pay attention to the projects that are coming, and then as we try to get those projects out to construction, we do work with communities. We have a state statute that requires local planning concurrence, and that's not necessarily a design input function, but it is another step in the public involvement process. Since Deborah, you mentioned access to the river. I mean, that's a feature of our projects are responding to other agencies as well. And so there were some pretty strong opinions from DNR about access to the river, and asked us to limit access to the river, and we did. And so the communities, I guess, at the same time that a state agency is asking for some change, some alteration to our design, is when communities and the public should be speaking up too. But I realize it is hard to know that stuff's even happening. And so our planning side helps with that. Our PIO helps with that. And we definitely are trying to pay more attention to input from communities. And I guess that's the best answer I have.
Thank you. I'm Carol Conman. I'm from here in Haines. I really appreciate hearing that. And this morning coming in, I drove by the school area and there were children walking in the little, 5 foot or whatever, there's no sidewalk. And there were bicyclists. And I was thinking, we have 2-lane roads throughout the Hainesboro. I just wonder if there's some way that the Department of Transportation could start thinking about this in terms of all the state 2-lane roads all throughout Southeast. Actually, there's a lot of them. And it would just be so great to have that kind of separation that's in so many communities now, like up in so I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I think that's where it's really important to identify those strategic locations that you would like to see active transportation improvements, and start talking to us about, getting them on the needs list and what's the appropriate funding source. Sometimes we're restricted within a project by the funding or the scope of work that the funding limits the project to. But if you know of the need ahead of time, well, then we're looking for the funding that fits that. And sometimes there may not be space, a low trafficked road with may not need as much of a facility. It may be operating all right. But if it's not appropriate facility, then we want to identify that and try to get some project funding. And there is dedicated funding for active transportation improvements through the Transportation Alternatives Program. The tricky thing with that program is that the state cannot sponsor a project. So the community actually does need to come forward and sponsor the project. And even if it's on a state road, the community would have to sponsor the project. If it's on a state road, probably we could work out a partnership where perhaps the state could participate in the match funding, but the community would still have to sponsor the project. So it's a lot of kind of trying to navigate through the funding structure and understanding specifically what your need is. We're not going to be able to put in separated paths along every road. There's, often right-of-way issues or environmental issues, but if there's strategic locations, recognizing where those are and starting to talk to us and get that planned for. It's a place to start.
Great. You mentioned about going back and picking up some of the lower scored projects as funding comes in to put those on. Can you describe how deep that wish list goes, and do you have concerns with capacity as far as design? Because I know over years attrition and whatnot, the capacity in different regions may not be as robust as it was. Are those are kind of urban myths we hear, but how, what does capacity look like there at the region?
Certainly, we have reduced staff and over the years, but we continue to deliver our program with the help of consultants, and I expect that's what we'll rely on if the infrastructure bill passes. There's not an appetite for increasing state government employee counts, so even with this infrastructure bill coming. So we've talked some about long-term non-perm positions that could help us get through the slug of processing. There's a lot of paperwork that comes with federal money. But from a design standpoint, we'll continue to do some of that work in-house and rely heavily on consultants.
Thanks. That's something we should probably keep an eye on as community members, to maybe support that type of capacity internal, because the consultants they use will be the ones that communities are also going to be trying to compete for. And so that ecosystem is not as robust either as it could be. Ron, congratulations on being the only waiver recipients during the 4 years there. How are things looking going forward as far as fleet? You looking good, and as the COVID impacts been very disruptive for you this year?
Yeah, so going forward, things are looking pretty good. As long as we can maintain fare box, we get federal highway funds that come through the state to keep. Mainly, we use for our maintenance, and so we're looking good in that aspect. It's maintenance is a challenging aspect with older boats, but and again, for those of you that own a boat, right, it is a boat, right? Things do break when you don't expect it. So, but other than that, yeah, we're trying to, we're working on a 10-year, 20-year, and 30-year plan on top of just getting everything refurbed and hoping that the boats we have will carry us for another 20.
Great. All right. Well, a round of applause, please, for our first panel, and we'll excuse them. And oh, sure. Yeah. Wrap any final thoughts.
2 minutes. So I've had conversations since I've been here, and they've been primarily about harbors. And so there is one funding program that we have that is state funded. It's our harbor grant matching program. And I think with the exception of one really lean year, that program has received state funding from the legislature every year for many, many years. So keep that in mind. If we transfer a facility that we own to a community, it becomes a tier 1 priority for that harbor matching grant program. So we used to have money to help transfer facilities to communities. We haven't seen that. But if you do take a facility that we currently own and aren't operating very well, you go to the top of the list for the harbor matching grant program.
Thanks for mentioning that. There's a good program, the tier 1 and tier 2. Haines did a tier 1. I'm not sure if they did tier 2, but it is a good program. So thanks for mentioning that. And thank you all three for being part of the panel for the first half of our transportation section. And we're going to invite up Mayor Cremata and Adam and John Reeves. And so if you guys want to come on up, well, do our it doesn't really take much time to be safe. We want to make this event a model for other events that want to get going across the state. So thank you all for taking the extra effort to protect each other, protect Haines, mask up, and do the wipe downs and just take care of things. So we're really pleased to have there's a lot of new good stuff. It's exciting. And I know protocols say the mayor gets credit for every good thing that happens in his community. And so we won't mention Jan Rentmore. And if anybody that knows her knows the driving force that she's been in Upper Lynn Canal and for Skagway. I know you're probably going to mention her at least once in your remarks, but I couldn't let this panel go without a shout out myself, because we've been in those trenches and that small canoe for a long time. And I hope you mention the rest of your team that's here too, because they've been part of this discussion that we've had locally, statewide, regionally, and really appreciate what Skagway has brought to the marine transportation discussion. So I'm going to turn this over to Mayor Cremata. And then if you would, just go ahead and introduce your team, and we'll just have each of them that has presentations that kind of roll through here. And then we'll circle back for questions and conversations, and we'll see where it goes. So please welcome Mayor Andrew Cremata.
How's everybody doing? Good? Good. I want to thank Robert Venables and President Scheer and all of the volunteers here who have been so gracious and taking such extreme measures to make sure we're all safe. It's greatly appreciated. My name is Andrew Cremata. I'm the mayor of Skagway, Alaska. Wear multiple hats. I've been the mayor for about 2.5 years, but the driving force behind a lot of the things we've done in Skagway in regards to ferries credit should go to our ad hoc committee for the Alaska Marine Highway, which is Jan Rentmore, Mike Korsmo, and Denny Busan, who I'm sure many of you know. They do fabulous work and have for a long time. So our presentation is called Skagway's Electric Ferry Pilot Project. A few months ago, I was on a phone call with Senator Murkowski, and in that conversation, we talked about a variety of subjects. One of the things we talked about as the conversation progressed was her vision for the future of ferries in Alaska. And she mentioned Norway and electric ferries and all of these really visionary ways of approaching the future of the Alaska Marine Highway system. And I mentioned, we've been working on this in Skagway for almost 10 years. We have reports and we have studies, and we have been talking about the possibility of having an electric ferry in Skagway. And so the next day I sent her all of our materials, and that's how that conversation started. And then here we are just a few short months later, and the prospect of this infrastructure bill suddenly makes these things a potential reality. Randy Ruaro said something yesterday that really struck me. He said that Alaska should have, quote, a ferry system the nation can envy. And he is absolutely right. We rely on our ferries for just about everything. Not having the ferries traveling from Skagway to Haines this week necessitated that we get on airplanes, figure out private boats to get over here. So it's a bit of a challenge, and we've all experienced those challenges, especially here in Haines and in Skagway. I've talked to Mayor Olerud extensively about this subject, and we both have serious concerns about people leaving our communities because of the nature of the ferry service over the last few years. Budgetary constraints, cuts, making it more and more difficult to have reliable ferry service. Senator Murkowski also said, quote, we need to work together to reshape and reimagine our essential ferry systems, both regionally and statewide. So how do we, as Southeast Alaska and as a state, create a new ferry system? And where do we start? Well, I'm a bit biased, obviously, because I'm the mayor of Skagway. But Senator Murkowski did point out, quote, Skagway is leading the way on electric ferries. I was also really moved by Anthony Malot's comments yesterday. We talked about preserving our way of life here in Southeast Alaska. And of course, he was talking about traditional Tlingit culture's relationship to the land and to herring eggs. But he also said it was really necessary for us to at some point address climate change. Well, electric ferries not only address climate change, but they strike at the heart of a future where we're preserving our way of life here in Southeast Alaska, a life that we love. That culture, the native culture, lasted for 10,000 years. And I'm often asking myself the question, how are we as a culture, along with our traditional partners, going to last another 10,000 years? It's going to require balance. It's going to require sustainability. And it's going to require forward thinking in how we approach our marine highway system. So that's what Skagway's been doing for nearly a decade. What is Skagway, Alaska? It's my favorite town. I had a lovely time in Haines last year. We're dealing with the stresses of COVID, and the only community I was able to come to was Haines. And I had a marvelous visit here. I was able to hike Rapinski for the first time and unleash a lot of the dire stress that was caused by COVID. Skagway, we're neighbors, and our strategic location is the gateway to the Yukon. We're one of the top visitor destinations in Alaska, 18th most visited cruise ship port in the world. And I believe, and the data seems to back it up, that independent travel is going to skyrocket in the coming years. RV sales are through the roof. So we're going to see a lot of independent traffic coming up on ferries and also coming down off the Alcan, who are going to want to use the Golden Circle. And that Golden Circle brings in independent travelers that bring a lot of money into our communities. So it's essential that we have reliable ferry service in the summer, but it's also essential that we have it in the winter so that all of us can go and do the things in Juneau and the lower 48 that we need to do. Ferry service is obviously essential to the well-being of our communities. We know the challenges that not only Haines and Skagway have had over the last few winters, even before COVID, 2019, there were ferries that were canceled and it became difficult to travel. Other communities in Alaska rely on them for food, like Pelican. One of the more moving stories I saw back when we were struggling with ferries was local fishermen bringing in food for a community like Pelican. A reliable ferry service obviously solves a lot of those problems. I often think about you just want to go on a vacation and how necessary that is in February. I'm sure we can all agree on that. And you can't get to your flight in Juneau. What a nightmare that is. Skagway, why us? Well, Skagway can support electric ferry service. We have an abundance of hydroelectric power. And that possibility for hydroelectric power is all over Southeast Alaska. We also have high demand on our routes, relatively shorter route distances, a lack of tidal restriction, and we have 10 years worth of studies that back up the fact that Skagway could be a pilot program for modernized ferries. 2014 McDowell Group study. This study focuses on, it's a ferry service analysis. Key findings, Haines and Skagway are two of the highest volume ports in terms of passengers, vehicles, freight, and revenue. We have that study here if anybody would like to see it. Next, we have a 2016 McDowell Group study. Revenue analysis. It's pretty voluminous, but it's available if anybody would like to see it. We also have a 2019 McDowell Group study, and this study was focused on governance models and putting together potential ferry authority for the community of Skagway. Skagway is looking at some other things in regards to its port as it gains more independence here in the future. And independence and consistency is something I think we can all agree we could use in regards to our ports and our ferries. And then finally, in 2020, we have a study from Elliott Bay. And this is an analysis of existing vessels to determine suitability for ferry service in the Lynn Canal. This study seemed to indicate that the existing vessels wouldn't really be appropriate for the kind of need that we have in Skagway, regardless of the route that it is. But it does show that it would potentially be possible to build a vessel under 100 tons that would require minimal staffing that could service Skagway. And I think I got that right. And this is why I brought our ad hoc committee today, because if you have questions about any of these studies, if you have questions about some of the issues that we've been tackling for a decade in Skagway, these are the individuals that are going to be able to help you answer those questions. So there are two routes in Skagway. We have the 14.5 mile Skagway to Haines route, and we also have the potential for a 90 mile Skagway to Auk Bay route. These are essential for Skagway, they're essential for Haines. Here in Haines, you guys have your route that goes from Haines to Juneau. The different routes would require different vessels. So obviously a smaller vessel would service during the summer months, a Skagway to Haines route. It would be fine for an all-electric vessel, and it would be something that would operate during the summer months to help complete that Golden Circle and create more reliable traffic. A Skagway to Auk Bay route would undoubtedly probably be the preference of people in Skagway, and it would free up resources so that there could be more reliable travel from Haines to Juneau as well. It would be ideal for a hybrid vessel and would enable Skagway residents and visitors to travel to Juneau without dependence on the Alaska Marine Highway System. Obviously, it's a more ambitious project. And to be honest, if you'd asked me 6 months ago if it was something that we could do, it would have been difficult to figure out a way. But with the infrastructure bill and with partnerships like some of the ones that we've developed here over the past few months, I'm confident that something like this could happen for Skagway and for our entire region. So the first concept is a 15-vehicle all-electric shuttle ferry. And so you can see the attributes and considerations that a ferry like this would create for a place like Skagway and for the region. It's an ideal ferry for a Haines Skagway route, as we mentioned. It's scalable to demand, and it's under 100 gross tons, so low crewing costs. Some of the considerations were that it would be only available during the summer months, and it would be limited to use on the single route. These are the specifications for a ferry of that design. And we had a meeting a while back and with Elliott Bay Group, and we thought, okay, well, it'd be really neat to have like a little model that we could show everybody that would kind of give you a kind of a conceptual idea of what a ferry like this would look like. And then we found out what those cost. So I was able to get this little model here. Thank you, Elliott Bay, for your hard work on this. This is the MV Skagway, if you're wondering. That's my speech joke. Thank you. Continuing, concept Lynn Canal hybrid electric ferry. What a fantastic project this would be. And it really would set the stage for what the future ferry service could be in Alaska. You'd have to make it seaworthy, obviously. We all know how challenging the seas can be here in the northern Lynn Canal. But this is your dream project. This is the project that could really set the stage for decades of future Alaska Marine Highway service for the entire state of Alaska. A sustainable, balanced way to approach our transportation needs. That's my dog Rufus. We hiked Rapinski last year, like I said. He's cute. So our planning goals in Skagway: solicit expert advice on vessel design that best meet the needs of our community. One of the things we'd have to do in Skagway once we get to that phase is get community buy-in. And we'd want regional buy-in, and we'd want buy-in from the state. We'd want support from all of our partners in Southeast Alaska, in Haines, in Juneau, and everywhere else in the state, so that we have a clear vision for where we're going as a state. And that robust community participation is going to be key, because once the Skagway community decides, yes, this is the direction we want to go, then we're on the path toward making these dramatic changes. These are enhanced regional solutions through joint planning with neighboring communities and state agencies. I want to take this moment to say thank you to so many people at the Department of Transportation who have worked with us over the last 2.5 years to develop a memorandum of understanding so that we can have a little bit more control on our port. That's coming to our assembly table tomorrow night. It's exciting. Why is the time now to do this? Well, obviously we have it all listed there. You have all of these major changes and an energy bill and the opportunity to fund a project of this scope. So Skagway is working on holistic port solutions. As I mentioned, we've been working with DOT. We're reimagining our port. We're looking forward to the future of ferry service in Alaska, and we want to be a key part of that because we've done the work and we're ready to hit the ground running. And if we are going to have a ferry system that the nation can envy, we have to get started, and we're ready to get started. Thank you. You guys, if anyone has any questions, like I said, I'm probably going to direct them to our Alaska Marine Highway Ad Hoc Committee. But in the meantime, Robert, you wanted me to just introduce the, okay. Next up, we have the General Manager of Thrust Matter, Adam Jost. So as I mentioned during the presentation, we've made some partnerships and met some really quality people. Jodi DeBose has been just phenomenal in bringing attention. The real selling factor to me was, as somebody who always tries to go and put forth a little extra effort to buy things that are made in America, when they told me that everything that they do, all of the parts they put together are made in America, I was 100% on board. And so I don't want to steal Adam's thunder. So Adam, everybody.
Thank you very much, Andrew. As Andrew mentioned, my name is Adam Jost. I'm the General Manager of Sales Marketing at Thrustmaster of Texas. As you can see on this slide over here, that's our manufacturing facility over in Houston, Texas. We've got about a 300,000 square foot climate controlled, air conditioned manufacturing facility, which isn't really that important up here in Alaska on days like this, but down in Houston where it was 100 degrees last weekend, it's a very valuable aspect for manufacturing in the Houston climate. One thing I've been very impressed with over the last few days here, this is my first trip to Alaska, and I'm very impressed with all of the hospitality, but with the pride in the state of Alaska. It's something people from Texas are very proud of being Texan, and very proud of Texas being, as Jodi mentioned earlier, the largest state in the southern 48 states. But I'm very proud to see the Alaskan pride. That same pride that we have in Texas, we have in our manufacturing of our American-made products. We're very proud to say that we are an American-made manufacturer of marine propulsion systems. So what does that mean? We don't make just the propellers for the vessels. We make the complete turnkey package. We have a full on-site staff of designers, of electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, structural, fluid dynamics engineers, electronics engineers, to be able to put together a complete turnkey solution for our projects. We came into business back in 1984 with our first project was a propulsion system for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And since that time, we've grown from building little 75 horsepower propulsion systems to propulsion systems for the U.S. Navy, for offshore oil and gas, for ferries, for offshore wind turbine installation vessels as well. So we provide propulsion solutions for commercial as well as government markets all over the world. And of course, all made here in the United States. The latest continuing trend that we've been seeing as far as the products that we've been developing has been, as you guys are very cognizant and aware of, and as Andrew mentioned, is moving towards hybrid and all-electric propulsion solutions. We've been in the hybrid and all-electric propulsion solution market for about 5 years now, and we entered into this market developing several key patents for stored energy and for hybrid and all-electric power management systems for use in maritime applications. I'm sorry, got a point. So why hybrid propulsion systems now? I think Anthony, spoke to that very well yesterday, and Andrew during his presentation just now. But the technology, I guess, from our standpoint, is there. That's been, I guess, the driving factor for a lot of these projects really materializing over in Europe and starting to take place here in the United States, as well as that the technology is finally caught up with the need. We're seeing that with more efficient prime movers being able to allow us to have smaller multiple power generators with a stored energy solution to produce a hybrid system where you've got multiple diesel gensets with a hybrid electric system working with it, or strictly an all electric stored energy solution for the vessel. The power density that is being available with battery storage systems right now continues to develop and get smaller and more compact and more readily available, allowing for hybridization of automobiles and the all electrification of automobiles, as well as maritime vessels as well. We've been seeing it not only in the ferry market, but it's transposing over into the offshore oil and gas industry as well, with crew vessels and support vessels going all electric or going to a hybrid electric, as well as a lot of the crew vessels and installation vessels for offshore wind as well. So it's starting to branch out into a wide range of different applications in the maritime industry as well. The biggest thing, of course, is the beautiful environments like you guys are so proud of up here in Alaska, trying to protect those environments. The need, as we mentioned, has been there for a long time, but the technology has finally caught up to allow that need to be met. So some of the benefits, you all are probably very aware that with the hybrid and all electric systems, the biggest thing, of course, is that you reduce, your greenhouse gases, you reduce your emissions. But there are a lot of inherent benefits in hybrid and all electric systems to the vessel design, as Elliott Bay and John Reeves will mention, as well as the crew comfort and passenger comfort. It produces a much more stable, a much smoother ride, less vibration, less noise in the vessel, which results in a better improved passenger experience on the vessel, as well as those people who are not on the vessel in the surrounding communities. They are much more simplified mechanical systems, so it results in a much greater lower maintenance envelope for the product. It allows for a lot of flexibility for the naval architects to be able to place these prime movers in the vessels, to be able to balance out the load in the vessel, or to put the any noise making prime movers in different locations to be able to, again, reduce the noise inside the vessel and produce a much more quieter passenger experience. So what makes up a hybrid system or a stored energy system? So, and to begin with, there is the battery system. The makeup of the energy storage system is composed of batteries, whether they're air-cooled or water-cooled. Another key component of that is the generator systems. You'll have diesel generators, and with a hybrid system, you're able to go with multiple smaller generators versus the older days where you'd have a single propeller being driven off of a large, say 2,000 horsepower engine. With a all electric or a diesel electric system, you can go to strictly batteries, or you can go to multiple smaller generators that are on a single common bus or dual bus to produce the energy, reducing the amount of greenhouse gases by effectively going to a smaller prime mover or smaller set of prime movers, as well as quieter prime movers as well as a power management system for them. So on an all-electric system, you'll have strictly just batteries, but with a hybrid system, you have the choice of switching between batteries and the diesel generator sets. So depending on where your frame of operation is, if you're coming into port and you're wanting to go to a quiet mode operation where you switch off the generators and go strictly to the batteries, or depending upon the environmental profile of how you're actually operating the vessel, the power management system will seamlessly switch between one source of energy and another to either maximize your fuel consumption or minimize your emissions, or produce that quieter environmental requirement, quieter passenger experience on the vessel. So Thrustmaster began primarily as a thruster manufacturer. For those of you all who don't know what a thruster is, it's a steerable propeller on a vessel. So instead of the propeller just turning in one fixed location with a rudder behind it, a thruster is able to have a propeller turn 360 degrees without steering. Thrusters are commonly used on car ferries, as well as a lot of larger vessels that require key maneuvering or station keeping, or better handling and better power in the water. We make a wide range of thrusters, as well as water jets. Water jets are commonly used for a lot of the fishing vessels or the higher speed passenger vessels, the catamaran style vessels, or vessels that get up to 20 plus knots. Thrustmaster has been manufacturing those marine propulsion solutions. So not only do we provide that all electric energy storage system or the hybrid system, but we also can provide the propulsors that move the vessel in the water as well. So just in summary, what Thrustmaster can provide and what we've been talking to Andrew and Elliott Bay Design Group with about for the Skagway project is a complete turnkey solution. So instead of having to go out to 4 or 5 or 6 different suppliers and having the possibility of integration issues between all the different suppliers, we were able to help supply that complete turnkey package. We've got those patents, we've got the in-house design and project experience to be able to supply the best application for this installation. And again, it's a project, as Andrew mentioned, that we are able to supply completely made in the USA. So we've got, preferably better logistical support, as well as personnel support, as well as the pride of being made in the United States. Thank you all.
Next up, we have from Elliott Bay Design Group, the Director of Business Development, John Reeves.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you again for a few minutes of your time to listen. Thank you, Robert, for inviting me to the panel, and Andrew and Adam for leading off. It's exciting for me to be back. I was here at Southeast Conference a couple of years ago talking about the AMHS reform. And then prior to that, I actually have a little soft spot in my heart. I grew up to south of Fairbanks and lived in Ketchikan for a few years. So I love coming back here and meeting with you all and experiencing Southeast Alaska again. So thanks for that. Let's see here. Quick introduction for Elliott Bay Design Group. For those of you that I have not met yet, we're a naval architecture marine engineering firm. Our home office is in Seattle. We have a small office down in Ketchikan as well. It was formed in 1987 as an employee-owned company, but a little bit of history before that. So the prior firm, Nickerman Spalding, has been doing naval architecture for decades before that. And for those of you that came up from Juneau on Monday, the LeConte was actually a Nickerman Spalding design vessel. We did the first 8 vessels for the original AMHS fleet. So we also have a little bit of history and relationship there. We've been supporting Ron and IFA for a few years. We designed those vessels. So we are familiar with the vessels and the operating area. Having said that, every specific vessel is unique and different. Why you got carpet run, I have no idea. I've sent a question back to the office. That doesn't make sense to me, but sound, yeah. So, there's always a reason. Every vessel attribute is a reason because it's a trade-off. And I'm going to get into some of that for vessel design itself, but it's all a trade-off about what you need your vessel to do and what the competing requirements are. When they just, it's a compromise. All right, enough of that. So the thing that I want to speak to today is a little bit talk to the impacts of electrification on your vessel design. Adam went into all the benefits and the opportunities that exist with electrification and why we're all talking about doing it. But when you go to implement, whether it's an all-electric vessel or a hybrid electric vessel, that trickles down into other things that need to be considered. And the biggest thing that it comes down to really is the energy density. So when you're talking about the battery systems, which are relatively large and heavy, this is kind of the comparison. That battery bank has the same energy that 3 gallons of diesel has. So diesel, the reason it's been so successful for so long is because you've got that significant energy density, and that's why we've relied on it for a long time. But when you have alternative priorities, other reasons you want to reduce emissions, so that's why we're looking at electrification. And then the next question is, well, why isn't every vessel electric now? Why aren't we all hybrid? It's because there's impacts to that decision, and how it changes the vessel may or may not fit within your specific vessel or operational needs. And so that's kind of what I want to spend the bulk of my time talking about today is how does that impact the vessel design, and what are the things that you as an owner, as an operator, as a builder, as a community visionary, where do I want to be? What are the things that you have to think about? So the first thing I mentioned, of course, is the weight. The weight of those batteries is greater than the weight of the fuel. There is certainly some offset, as you increase your batteries, then you can reduce the fuel you carry on board, but that's also a continuum. Everything here is a continuum from all electric on one end to a traditional diesel on the other. It's infinite, and which is the beautiful part about it for us, helping you figure out what vessel you need is we can kind of balance how much battery storage versus how much diesel power, what makes the most sense for your particular vessel. But that increased weight makes the vessel bigger and also increases the horsepower required to drive it, which then means you need more energy storage. It's kind of a vicious cycle. So you have to find the right balance there. The volume, so the vessel size, so we looked at how big those battery banks were. While we certainly have flexibility to put them in different locations, you need more square footage. You need more space to put those things in. It's not like a repower where we're picking this diesel engine or that diesel engine. It really affects the whole arrangements of everything within your hull. And with that bigger volume, increasing the size of your ship, the ship gets heavier there again, and we get into that cycle. The power and speed trade-off. So as I mentioned, we get bigger, we need more power, but the speed for a given size vessel, the speed of your ship is kind of limited. There's a hull speed. So as a reference point, the hull speed for a ship, if you want to go 17 knots, the hull speed is about 161 feet. So if you want to go 17 knots, your boat really needs to be longer than that. Otherwise, the power is going to be astronomical for going the speed that you want to go. It's an exponential curve as you increase the speed of the vessel. So that has to be balanced with how much of the propulsion system you need. And of course, when we're talking about a vessel, one of our highest priorities is how fast do I need to go to get where I need to be? You know, I want to get there tomorrow or this afternoon. I've got a 12-hour limit on getting there and back for my crew requirements. So speed is typically a very high priority for any operation. The next, as you kind of go around, I'm kind of going around the circle here. You know, it's a design spiral. You can cross the circle at any point in time. They all affect each other, but I'm just kind of working my way around. So from that speed, power, I've got passenger cargo capacity listed there. And that's really talking about the trade-off with weight. So as your boat gets bigger, the purpose of your vessel is to carry people. It's to carry cargo. It's to, you know, move something. And for a given vessel size, you can increase the weight of your propulsion plant with a little bit of trade-off in how many people or how many vehicles you're willing to move. But if you're not flexible in how much dead weight cargo you want to move, well, then maybe you have to give up a little bit on the propulsion. So that's one of the trade-offs that needs to get discussed. And again, you know, passengers and cargo, that's why your vessel exists. So that's typically a high priority thing that you really don't want to back off on. Arrangements, as I mentioned, you've got a lot of flexibility with the different components of the hybrid or all electric propulsion system, but other considerations are the gross tonnage. So the vessels are regulated both for crew and from a design perspective based on the gross tonnage, which is really a measurement of the internal volume. Even though it says tonnage, it's a volume measurement. And so there are some tricks that the naval architects can use to reduce that tonnage. You know, for example, the IFA ferries, they're down at 95, but they're really not that much smaller than an Alaska class, which is over 2,000. So there's tricks that you can do, but it's a consideration that needs to be had as you move things around. The next thing I have there is the vessel charging. So, you know, hybrid gets you a lot of benefit. You can have engines that are smaller, that are optimized. They're always operating at their, you know, peak optimal performance point, which reduces your emissions, somewhat improves your fuel efficiency. But if you are all hybrid, it still takes the same amount of energy to get your boat from point A to point B. So you're still burning that much fuel. And every time you change the energy from fuel to put it in the engine to rotary power to the generator, and you transition and put it in energy storage, then you move it back to rotational energy, there's some losses that come in there. So that all has to be accounted for. The real bang for the buck comes with if you can use that shoreside energy, if you can go either all electric or at least some version of shoreside charging. You know, that's where you're taking advantage of this hydropower that we've been talking about as such a great resource. But you've got to be able to plug in. Is there power available at the pier? How much is it cost to get the power to the pier? And how much of that battery storage do you have on board? So there is an optimization. As we looked at the couple of options that Andrew put up there for Skagway. If we have a larger vessel that maybe is hybrid, but has some electric component, you could size that, for example, where the batteries on board the vessel are perfect for doing an all electric crossing Haines to Skagway for that smaller trip. And then for the trip down to Juneau, it just augments because it's such a longer run. You can't potentially have an all electric ferry. There's just the energy requirement is large. So it's all about, again, optimizing and finding your place on that continuum. The last thing there is kind of getting into the regulatory environment. Electrified ferries are pretty well understood, but the rules aren't still finalized. The OCMI and the Marine Safety Center, there's still some interpretation there. You still have to work through that. You want to get those folks involved early in the process to make sure that you fully understand the rules and how they're going to be applied to your particular application. And so there's still some room for uncertainty moving forward in the regulatory side of things. So that's kind of all the considerations from an electrification perspective that I wanted to mention. I haven't talked about alternative fuels, and I won't get into that today, but just kind of as a little placeholder in your mind as we talk about zero emission, reducing your emissions, the world of hydrogen fuel cells. LNG is pretty well understood, but methanol, there's other fuels that are coming once we get the production process where those are actually green fuels instead of hydrogen that is reformed from LNG. So it actually uses more carbon than you're saving. But those are some options down the road, and some in the not too distant future that offset the need for all this battery weight, because you've got the energy of the hydrogen, which is kind of in between the diesel and the batteries, but they can really extend the range of a vessel beyond what just a battery, all electric battery vessel would be like. So I just want to finish again with a restatement of kind of where I started, that every project, every vessel really is unique. It depends on what your operation looks like, what your priorities look like, what you can afford, and what you want to try to do. But as an engineer, I'm always an optimist. There's a place that we can get to on that continuum for what's the right balance of electrification, hybrid, and performance. It just requires dialogue, talking early, figuring out where those compromises and trade-offs might take place. So with that, thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to Robert, and thank you again.
All right. Thank you, John. So we've got a few minutes for questions. If there's a question back in the corner over here. You know what we're doing here. I wanted to mention, I don't know if you've met Tyler, but we've got a guest all the way over from Cordova with EAC. She's the capital programs personnel, and so very much interested in transportation and the agenda items. So I want to do a special welcome to her. She's here for the first time at Southeast Conference. So welcome. And Carol.
I love this idea, so I think the more ferries, the better. I do have a couple of questions. What is the infrastructure, the shoreside infrastructure necessary in Skagway and I guess maybe the Juneau end to plug it in? And then how much extra electrical capacity do we need to be generating?
We believe we already have enough electrical capacity to power the ferries. As far as the infrastructure goes, it would depend on which option we went with. If we went to the Haines ferry option, the smaller one, we would need to build infrastructure that would facilitate that ferry because it would not work with the existing infrastructure. However, that's one of the advantages of going to the larger ferry is that we have existing infrastructure where that ferry would be functional. So it just kind of depends on which option we end up going with, which option the community supported. Is that right?
So, okay, Jan, and maybe give a little more definition because there are other communities that are interested in a little definition. Is there a range? Do we know what the energy requirements are? Not yet. Okay.
So all I know is that Skagway has 8 megawatts, operates on, Skagway and Haines operate on 8 megawatts, and we would have sufficient hydropower to charge that small ferry that would run on the run between Haines and Skagway. But some of those charges would have to be timed around the peak usage, particularly on big cruise ship days. So I think they do use up all their hydro around noon and I think around 5 o'clock. But we have worked out a schedule of charging. Does that answer the question?
Good enough for today. Which really brings, you know, one of the issues, you know, the exciting thing is that this is the time. I mean, there's perfect alignment for this right now, but what's needed is more definition in the plan, you know, not just, you know, to twin with what Skagway is doing with definition, but for what other communities. It's a perfect fit for, you know, like the Ketchikan Airport, maybe the Ketchikan Metlakatla run, maybe over in other areas. So taking a look at that. And so that is, you know, an area that Southeast Conference is looking at and talking about what role can we play regionally in helping to further this, because there's going to be at least one of these ferries going to be built in Alaska. And of course, it has to be Southeast Alaska. And guess who's out in the front of the line? So anyway, so thank you. That's the question. Time of day charging, just like electric vehicles.
Robert, can I just jump in real quick on that?
Do it.
Just speaking to the, as you said, Jan, the timing part of it, the infrastructure itself also has some options and things that you can consider. You have, but aside from the grid capacity itself, there's also charges for the power based on, you know, what time of day you're using it, the peak charging time, or also how fast you're trying to charge. If you're turning the vessel quickly to get it back on the other direction and you want a higher charging rate, typically that's also going to cost you more for power. One of the options for offsetting both of those is that you can have shoreside energy storage. So at your terminal, you don't have to get all that power jammed onto your vessel from the grid directly. You can trickle charge a set of batteries that you have at the pier. So you're getting the power when it's off peak, less cost, and then, and maybe because the grid can't give you the power that fast, for example, then when the vessel plugs in, you can do high power, high speed charging, rapid charging over 10 minutes or an hour, whatever your operation requires, that then offsets some of those considerations and helps mitigate the concern with the grid power.
Jason Custer online had a clarification that wanted to let folks know AT&T would be able to serve a Skagway electric ferry load of the type described, as well as they do not have time of use rates currently.
If anybody would like information regarding Thrustmaster and our propulsion systems and those kind of things, we have a full table of information that has to do with the ferries and the company and all of the things that Adam has covered. So please feel free to pick up multiple sets, take all of them so that we can not carry them back to Texas.
All right. Well, with that, I want to do just another word of thanks to Jan and the team there. Where did Corsmo go? So Mike has been a long time Southeast Conference board member. He's a past president, so I want to welcome you home. Denny has been very much a champion, not only for his service in the Marine Highway System, but the 3+ years that we had the statewide AMHS reform project ongoing. Very knowledgeable bench that Skagway's brought here today. So engage them. Just talk about it as a conversation that we're going to keep having. Mayor Cremata, thank you for your leadership on the topic, and what great timing with what Senator Murkowski and our delegation has been able to get through Congress. And I'm really excited about that. John, you're always a wealth of information, and we so appreciate Elliott Bay, past, present, and future. So looking forward to that. And Thrustmaster, what timing? You know, you can't be good, be lucky. And if you're good and lucky, all the better. So with that, Thrustmasters also sponsored our break that we're going to launch into right now. So a round of applause, please, for our panelists and for our sponsor. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to switch over to this other mic if I. Okay, maybe I'll set this one. Okay, how's this one? I just testing you guys over there on the AV table. You guys are doing a great job, by the way. Really appreciate many hands make incredible work, especially when you have the right hands. So thanks to James and to Nathan on the AV table. This has gone seamlessly. And it's really one of my hopes was not only having the right COVID mitigation plan to make it healthy and safe, but also to have the right technology and tools in order to do a blended event that could be a model for other organizations. And I think so far, knock on wood, it's happening. So, and one of the ways it's happening is because we have sufficient broadband And at this location this week, it's due to the generosity of AT&T. So Alaska Power and Telephone has brought us in a dedicated line. But there's been some amazing improvements throughout the region that has been worth noting. And so we're going to have a couple of presenters. We'll start with the virtual, and then we'll bring it on back into the room. So online, we should have both Jason Custer, who is with Alaska Power and Telephone, and one of our sponsors and the support for our blended event. And then Chris Cropley is also here, and he is the Central Council Tribal Broadband representative, and they have been working on this with the other tribes in the region and has quite a program there. And so we're really glad to welcome him. And Central Council is just a key partner with Southeast Conference in so many ways, and we're just really appreciative. This is our first time with Chris, and I don't know, he doesn't get to see the rest of you. He just sees us up front here. But anyway, would you please give a warm welcome to Chris Cropley, and we're going to start with him with his presentation. So good morning, Chris.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining me, or thanks for having me. Let me kick my presentation off here. I'll make this quick, and there won't be a test, which I usually do, so I'll spare y'all. Hopefully you can see and hear me all right on this. Quick thumbs up or thumbs down is super helpful. I am with Clinton and Haida. I grew up in Sitka. I did go get my bachelor's degree in telecommunications management, moved back, worked for Search for a while, and then worked as a consultant for the last 10 years. Recently brought on to TNH to help with the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum, which is, you guys probably know, is LTE. You probably have it on your phones right now. In a very short amount of time, certainly with all the external pressures, things have really accelerated. I think we have a once in a generation opportunity here to bring broadband to the unserved in Southeast Alaska. And that's what we over at the broadband department have been focused on at TNH. So I'll walk through what we're doing, what we're planning to do. Hopefully next year I'll come back and tell you what we have done, which I think is a better story than what we want to do. The once in a lifetime opportunity is really the grants coming together, the political will. We've got government, healthcare, commercial, and education all coming together, realizing the power of broadband. And we all know there's some holes in Southeast Alaska, and we've been working with carriers like AT&T and the rest of those guys to help see what we can do to close those. So with that being said, I'll start stepping through. I'll try not to read from these too much, but I did condense it down. So I'll be reading it a little bit more than usual. Our vision is to remove the barriers and close the digital divide and move Southeast Alaska to the forefront of the digital age. And I'll probably hit on some points a couple times just because I like to hear myself talk. And that is, what happens when we start providing jobs in Southeast Alaska, project managers in Yakutat, which is part of Southeast Alaska. And what happens when we provide master classes in carving out of Prince of Wales or Sitka or anywhere else. So I'm super excited to facilitate all of that. And I'll get into some of the details on how we're going to be doing that. We have 7 tribes that have joined our consortium with the NTIA Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program that was also in the infrastructure bill for another 2 to 3 billion with a B. It was funded originally with 1 billion. And we do have our application in on that for $50 million to buy broadband internet from carriers and build out towers throughout Southeast Alaska, where it traditionally hasn't been economically feasible. And I think internet's becoming more of a utility every day and less of a for sale commodity. Got the 7 tribes on here. I won't read through them so I don't trip over any names. And we do have 3 organizations, and we are always looking for new members. We did get a letter of support from you guys, so thank you very much. And we did include that in our grant and feel like it made it much stronger. So thank you for that. Really down on the nitty gritty on the plan, and I'll even zoom in further than this, is to build out that infrastructure, to build towers where there are not towers, to lease towers where there are towers, and provide internet to everyone, whether they can afford it or not. And that's tricky. I equate it to opening a food bank. We're not looking to put any restaurants out of business, whether you're a Ludwig's or a McDonald's or what have you. We're just looking to, again, close that digital divide for the next 10, 15 years, where all of a sudden it makes sense for people to invest in internet, create more users with more uses for broadband, which again, I think we're seeing a huge transformational shift just in the last 2 years. We want to promote existing options like the EBB. There's already programs out there to facilitate broadband adoption. Really want to get the word out on that and help people get signed up for that. Part of the our solution is to be buying voucher internet from existing carriers, incumbent carriers. So we're not putting towers where there's already infrastructure. We're not looking to build something that's already there. We're just trying to get internet to folks and all people, not just tribal citizens. One of the misnomers that comes up. As I mentioned, we're trying to incentivize competition. What happens when everybody in town needs and wants internet and is willing to pay for it? You know, we can always find money for outboards or whatever, but maybe not always money for internet, and that will help the carriers bring in more infrastructure. Again, as I mentioned before, once in a generation opportunity. One part of that is low Earth orbit satellites, where we are able to bring in even more internet to locations that traditionally have only been served with, you get a little nerdy here, radio microwave or fiber optics, where we can lighten the load on those a little bit and share carrying some of the broadband there. Again, bringing more internet to more people. And then for me, it's personally, what's really important to me is to provide the tools, right, that really get down to the keyboard and the endpoints and provide good, good endpoints and training on those, cybersecurity on those, password management and decent microphones and decent network equipment in people's homes. So we're looking at putting local tech support into communities. We've been talking to quite a few people that are very interested in working with us on that. We're looking at leveraging existing, if there's a community that already has some IT folks in it, we're looking at leveraging that. People that don't, we're looking to build out there. So we're super excited, not just to tackle this to get ones and zeros to the door. We're looking to do full service. After I get into services, I'll try to read through this pretty quickly. I don't want to get too technical on stuff. And I think I covered a lot of it already, the local tech support and the management. Part of that is filtering and prioritization. We don't have very much internet everywhere. We do need to filter and prioritize that. And we've got some really great ways we can do that at the home where, for instance, my wife right now is on a video conference and my kid is using YouTube. This computer right now has priority over those so that we have a better experience and I don't have to worry about somebody downloading something or that have you. Doesn't make me immune if I have any glitches, so cut me some slack there. Another thing we can do is content delivery networks, typically something you'll see in much larger areas. I think somebody mentioned earlier in the conference, about, may not have a lot of room, but I sure got a lot of miles. And it's a pretty similar situation that we find ourselves in. If we can shrink the world again and bring, it turns out being a network guy, you get to see what people spend their bandwidth on. And about 30% of it's Netflix and YouTube and video and that sort of thing. So we can bring that to the community. What happens when I put a content Netflix server into Haines? All of a sudden you don't have to go to Oregon to download your movies, and everybody kind of like the old movie store there. So looking at doing that, and that does require some investment because Netflix isn't interested in doing that if there isn't money involved. And I think that's where TNH comes in. We're willing to make that bite. And then education and outreach. We have so many people right now that are able to attend these things now that haven't been able to because of broadband. We also are leaving people out that aren't making it because they aren't able to travel and they don't have broadband. So we want to close that gap. And a lot of times that's just teaching people what they have and what they can do with what they have. We don't necessarily have to build out, so dramatically. And in some cases we do. Managed services for businesses. We want to help people. My sister runs a store in Sitka, and she's able to run all of her point of sale, credit cards, everything through one iPad using the internet. How great is that? Some of you may know my parents ran a furniture store in Sitka for a long time, and the old carbon copy there. So we're able to really reduce the footprint and make it a lot easier for small businesses to run and provide internet there. I don't need to tell you guys why we need the internet. And another part is to facilitate redundant last mile connections. It's a mouthful. I did spend 6 years at Search, and and as a consultant, we spent a lot of time building redundant connections. So much more is required for healthcare now on broadband. Great, you got fiber. Backhoe hits it, wouldn't it be nice to have an alternative route? So we're looking at facilitating that where we can. This is what I call my scary slide. I like to leave this one in because it makes us look really busy. And this is all the pieces that are required to build out a WISP, a wireless internet service provider, which is what we are looking at doing. The digital literacy, I hit on a lot of that already. I'd love to get into security, but again, I'll share my time here. And we talked about tech support and the how-tos and what have you. Education, I think we've all been hit with that. And really what works for one piece of education, whether it's K through 12 or higher education, it's pretty much all the same. Same thing we need right now, right here, which is decent internet that's filtered, prioritized, monitored, managed, and decent equipment that works. This is kind of an ugly shot that I made here. So I'll take full blame on this. You guys are all familiar with the geography. We've got some fiber that we're able to use. We've got satellites that we're able to use and radio microwaves. We're going to put all those together and close the gap. Here's a list of most of our partners. We're always adding more. So that should all be pretty familiar with you guys. There's my contact information. Please feel free to reach out. If you guys have any questions, you want to partner on anything, you just want to talk nerd, always happy to pick up the phone and answer emails. Thank you.
I think it's particularly effective to see how the tribe there is taking their regional role in networking with the other 7 tribes and through organizations to address those last mile concerns. I'm really looking forward to see how that works out and how we can support making that happen. Also doing an amazing project, and we're going to see Jason's twice today because he's going to beam in this afternoon for the energy portion as well, but focusing on broadband and some of the things that AT&T is doing in the region. Good morning, Jason, and we're looking forward to your update.
Oh, thank you, Robert. Can you hear me all right?
We hear you great. Some amazing broadband capacity we have here, thanks to AT&T.
Oh, thank you. Well, I will pass that credit along to Laura Wanachek, our new Director of Broadband and Carrier Solutions. She's on the line listening today. And also a lot of credit to Jesse McGraw, the technician and the boots on the ground out there who put it all together and made it happen. So thanks to both of you for hooking up the conference. So Alaska Power and Telephone, we were founded back in 1957 before statehood. Today, we provide, as our name would suggest, power and telephone, and also broadband in 40 locations in Alaska. That includes Haines, Skagway, Gustavus, Metlakatla, and Prince of Wales Island in the southeast. We have 130 employees that cover our whole service area, which stretches up to Toke and beyond to Bettles and Alakakit. 130 employees, but what we do it with support from a wide range of contractors, and we reach as deep as we can into the local supply chain for support. So every project we undertake, there are definitely a lot of other companies involved with that, helping to make it a success. We're a private company, but about half of our shares are owned by an employee stock ownership program. About another quarter are owned by former management, and then the remaining 25% trades in the over-the-counter market. AT&T's focus is providing the best services that we can to our customers at the most affordable price and helping to promote community growth and sustainability. The health and future of our company as a private company that invests private capital is directly tied to the long-term viability of the communities that we serve. And that gives us a very strong alignment with those communities and the stakeholders there and their goals. And AT&T is highly motivated to help all of the communities we serve be successful at their priorities and what they want to do. As the utility, we are providing the foundation that the community is building economic development and sustainability on top of. So it's awesome to be able to support each community's individual vision. It's very cool how many different ideas there are out there. So in telecom, AT&T has been continuing to focus on fiber to the home build-outs in our telecom service areas. We're going to be continuing to do that in the years coming up here. We have projects we're working on. They're on the drawing board right now for Skagway, Haines, Metlakatla, Prince of Wales, Wrangell, and elsewhere. This is a time of year when AT&T figures out its budget and its projects for the coming year. How we want to space those out, what all we are able to tackle, but definitely continuing to do those build outs is going to be a priority for us in the years and months to come. Our biggest project right now is called C-Link. It's a fiber optic cable from Prince of Wales Island to Juneau via Petersburg. The cable, one end of it is over in Kaufman Cove. We have a easement there we negotiated with a private owner. The cable will travel over to South Mitkoff Island near the ferry terminal there. We'll follow the existing road prism and utility poles to Petersburg. From there, the cable will hop back in the water. Petersburg, the borough there, very appreciative of their support. They let us use an abandoned submarine cable location that AT&T had used years ago but left behind. We're going to reuse that. From there, the cable is going to go up from Petersburg to Juneau and make a landing at an existing submarine cable landing site we have at Lena Point. So that will interconnect Prince of Wales to Juneau and the internet beyond through a very substantial submarine fiber optic cable information superhighway. As part of that project, we also have committed to build out fiber to the home to all residences or all premises, not just residences, all premises in Kaufman Cove and Kasan. We are committed to build a network capable of 100 megabyte per second symmetrical service in those communities. Right now, their fastest option is satellite, and we have a historic, aging, fixed wireless service that we have in Kasan, just because some people want to still use it to download email. We realize that's way out of date, but we are going to put those communities years and years ahead in terms of their connectivity. And also the fiber optic submarine cable will support future build outs across the island later on, and will give Prince of Wales the fiber backbone that it really needs to grow into the future. It's a $28.5 million project. We received a $21.5 million grant from USDA through the Reconnect grant program. And AT&T is providing $7 million in matching funds for that project. And the way it's set up is pretty brilliant on USDA's part. You spend your matching dollars first, and then after you use all them up, they let you start using the grant money, just to make sure that you're doing a good job, et cetera. So that's what we're working on right now. We recently finished the marine survey for the project. We hired a company called Terrasond, an Alaska company. They came down with a marine survey vessel and drove, it's kind of like a lawnmower. It goes back and forth over where you think you want to put the cable, looking at the seafloor in big patches. I've learned a lot about lawnmowers lately because I moved to Juneau and, from Ketchikan, and now I have a lawn and I'm expected to mow it, which I find quite disturbing. But anyway, these guys, they went back and forth over the area where we're thinking of putting the cable. Based on the data we got, we designed a route for the cable that avoids any kind of trouble at the seafloor. So now that that design is finished, we are working through procurement processes of major elements of the project. We are also coming out of the tail end of the environmental approval process, required in advance of construction. Probably within the next month or so, we have been told we should be through that and then ready to start buying equipment, ordering things, signing contracts, et cetera. We anticipate installation of the submarine fiber cable will occur in 2023, which is ahead of schedule. Originally, we were looking at maybe 2024, but actually we are also trying to target getting the submarine cable in place in 2022, if that's possible. That will come down to permitting, particularly the timeliness of some of the processes with the state. AD&R is probably, looks like the longest, has the longest lead time for what we need from them. But yeah, we're going to try to get the submarine fiber in as soon as we can. Then we'll be working on the terrestrial build-outs as well in Kaufman Cove and Kasan. So this project will really create a foundation for economic development, economic diversification, and community sustainability for years to come. And the cool thing is the communities themselves and the tribes and the stakeholders get to be the ones to decide what that is going to look like. There's so many things that you can do with broadband. We all know that. And it truly is going to support everybody in very exciting ways. So APT is very appreciative of Central Council and Kasan, the organized village of Kasan, the city of Kaufman Cove. We're big supporters of this when we put the grant application together and have been very helpful in providing support through the processes as the agencies get you going. We really appreciate that very much. Also, huge credit to the US delegation for their support of the Reconnect program. We could not be doing a project like this, and we could not be setting the stage for Prince of Wales and their economy in this manner without that program. This project is really going to improve what's possible. And, we're hoping that this will be similar to the submarine fiber cable that we installed from Juneau to Haines and Skagway, just creating the backbone to get people faster and more affordable service. And, we'll be continuing to do build outs in those communities as well, Haines and Skagway. I have a very exciting announcement. I'm allowed to mention it at this conference. It's a surprise. Robert doesn't even know, I don't think. So APT received interest from Cake and Cake Tribal Corporation in interconnecting to the Sea-Link project. Based on the community of Cake's interest, APT agreed it is going to install a branching unit with a stubbed cable on the end, so that we will be able to connect Cake into Sea-Link. And what a branching unit is, it's kind of like almost like a triangle with a place that you can plug something in on the side. Now, when you stick that on the seafloor, it can be hard to get it up again safely. So we're running a piece of cable out of it that we'll be able to pull up later, and then Kate can just splice into it if they get project funding and are ready to make that happen. So APT is going to go ahead and install the branching unit for the future. We're going to do that at our own cost, somewhat speculative, but we have the ability to invest in business development type stuff when it makes sense and we're excited about it. So we're going to be doing that. And we're also looking at other opportunities to partner with other stakeholders throughout the region to put the cable to good use in various ways. I'm not sure what details I can and can't say about some of the other ideas we're looking at. So rather than flip through NDAs and things like that, I will just wait until more of that info becomes public. But we definitely want to make the C-Link cable from Juneau to Prince of Wales a platform that others can use to grow for the future, both on the community level, community projects, tribal projects, and also regionally, people who want to move traffic through the region. We want to support that. We want to support everybody. Getting back to supporting others, one thing we did recently, as Chris has mentioned, NTIA has had tribal broadband funds, grant funds available. One of the things you can do with those funds is apply for money to set up an affordability program to help pay for service for folks. So APT set up a program that communities that get service from us can use if they want, to tap into the affordability program aspect of NTIA, where it was like a package of info we could give people, pricing, things like that, if they wanted to use that with their grant application. Plus help to provide others with information throughout the application process to NTIA. So that's really going to shake things up in the region. There are going to be some major changes through the NTIA grants, and we're very excited about them, and we're excited about the change and being a supporter of new opportunities and people wanting to take the initiative and do things in a new way. APT really wants to support that and be involved. Finally, I'll just end my presentation. The other thing we're doing, and it dovetails into electrical, so this is like a segue into that later, we are working to develop electrical grid interties for our mountaintop telecommunication sites wherever we can. So our High Mountain Tower site in Ketchikan, we have connected that to KPU, so we can run that off hydropower instead of flying diesel up to the top of the mountain and fooling around with it. We did a project also on Kasan Mountain. Cavilco entered into an agreement with us, allowing us to run an armored transmission cable down Kasan Mountain into the grid so that we can use clean hydropower from the Healangai Hydro Project and other projects on the grid. Really appreciate Kasan's support in that. You know, we like the helicopter companies. We like the diesel fuel people. We buy a lot of diesel fuel, but if we can spend the money locally on Prince of Wales, you know, help support an economic opportunity for Cavilco and Haida Corporation, Healangai, we would love to diversify the supply chain that way. And we're still paying the fuel guys and the helicopter folks a lot of money too. Hawk Mountain and Juneau also on grid power. And we're looking at other opportunities, possibly Crystal Mountain in Petersburg. But we really owe thanks to landowners such as the Ketchikan Borough, the Forest Service, Cavilco, for helping us to work out those concepts and get the approvals to do them. If we can run our mountaintop sites off of the grid, it's a great opportunity for the communities. It also improves resiliency and protects the environment too, because it's hard to fool around with fuel on top of a mountain. And we know that stuff runs downhill, and it takes a lot of fuel to power those sites. So anyway, I'll end my comments there, and if there's time for questions, I'd be glad to address them.
All right. Well, thank you, Jason. That was, you know, you can see why he's the Vice President for Business Development. It's a very ambitious program there, and appreciate the updates on that. And we're going to follow that with interest as those projects move forward. our final update is going to come from Ketchikan, which is a nice segue, as you mentioned Ketchikan there. But I want to do just a quick shout out to the Denali Commission, because you see all this progress that is happening with the tribes and the tribal program. Denali Commission helped to facilitate kind of the kickoff of that, helped facilitate, bring all 19 tribes of the region to the Elizabeth Peradovich Hall, where Central Council hosted, and took the project from there to help the tribes in the region determine their path forward and access the resources that are available. So just kind of some of those regional partnerships that really are so vitally important, that leads to amazing progress like we just heard from. So last but certainly not least, because it's interesting, you see the last mile piece that Central Council is working on, you see the middle mile piece that that APNT is providing. We have the interim city manager for the city of Ketchikan, Lacey Simpson, who is also on our board of directors, and it's got an update from Ketchikan. So what have you done?
Well, I guess if we're going to have a conversation, I'll
Good
just
morning.
sit here. Good morning. Thank you, everybody. My name is Lacey Simpson. I'm the assistant city manager for the city of Ketchikan. The other hat I wear is the assistant general manager for Ketchikan Public Utilities. Unlike Jason and Chris over here, I have exactly 0 credentials to speak in detail or authority on broadband, but I'm going to do it anyway. So as we've talked about a lot here at the conference, the last 18 months has been extremely difficult for all of Southeast Alaska due to the pandemic. But one really bright spot, I think, for the region and certainly for Ketchikan are the different broadband initiatives. Those are extremely important and I think hold a lot of promise for the region. So I think we can all agree that sort of the trinity for basic utilities and services that towns need to offer are water, electric, and now broadband. At Ketchikan Public Utilities, we do all three. As the wettest community in Southeast Alaska, the water component and the hydroelectric component are no problem whatsoever. We have all of that in spades. We have our own telecommunications company, which is a rarity. We are one of 3 municipally owned telecommunications companies in the nation. So what we're able to achieve is an anomaly and really special for Ketchikan and certainly for the region in Alaska. I think the 2 gentlemen just said it a lot better than I could, but I'll say it again, just sort of the importance of broadband. It's no longer an option or a luxury in communities. It's absolutely critical infrastructure that we all need to offer. I think Senator Markowski said it best yesterday. It's core infrastructure. It truly is. It's on the same par as a road or a bridge or a building. It attracts and retains new businesses. It offers educational opportunities. And I think most of us can also agree it secures a certain lifestyle that we're all becoming very accustomed to. And when people look at your community and they want to move there, they want to know that, can I stream Netflix 24/7? Yes, you can, without interruption. It seems silly, but those are things that people do look at and they want to have in their community for business opportunities, for lifestyle choices. So how did KPU do this? So like I said, we are locally owned and operated. So that's a huge one. We have full control of our destiny, and we were able to kind of take control of our future by installing a subsea fiber optic cable between Ketchikan and Prince Rupert in November of 2020 is when it came online. So this was a long time in the making, a lot of regulatory issues, a lot of contracting, but a major success. But prior to that, over the last decade or so, we've invested millions in our local infrastructure. We had been previously leasing capacity through a competitor. We also have a microwave circuit that goes down to Canada to provide that broadband service. But we had been hitting our capacity, again, mostly because how they interact on the internet has changed just drastically over the last 3-ish years with different streaming services, more people working at home, more education happening at home. So we needed to find a way to stay relevant, stay competitive. And the next step for us was to install that subsea fiber optic cable. So again, we did this through issuing a bond. Any debt that the city of Ketchikan takes on, even through Ketchikan Public Utilities, has to go in front of a vote of the people. And overwhelmingly, this project was supported. I think the citizens of Ketchikan, as well as our political leaders, recognized what a unique opportunity and what a necessary opportunity this was for Ketchikan to remain relevant, to remain viable as a business hub and as a place where people want to work and live and play. So in building out our infrastructure and building out different services, we offer a whole suite of services through telecom. We offer hosted IP phones. We offer all fiber to the home and businesses. We even have our own local TV channels. So we develop our own local content featuring people in the community. We also have a partnership with Verizon for wireless 4G LTE services throughout the community. So we had built a really strong reputation as your local telecom provider, which I think is what made that bond initiative go through so successfully. So 80 miles of fiber optic cable were installed and lit up last November. And it was just a huge success for Ketchikan, if not for the entire region. We're now at a point where we're actually having conversations about leasing our own subsea fiber optic cable space to large users and other competitors. So we've gone full circle from, maybe being at a point where we might need to think, is telecom really the right thing for Ketchikan Public Utilities to keep doing, to really kind of leading the charge in Ketchikan. So if you'll provide me a little bit of patience and indulge me a bit, I have a very short clip of a video that we produced called Quest to Connect. It's hosted on Vimeo if you ever want to check it out. It's about a 10-minute long video, but we produced it after we installed our cable, and the end credits feature some interviews from people in our community that supported and recognized the importance of the project. And that's where I'll end. So go ahead.
Bandwidth, none of those things work. We were not keeping up. We were going to have to obtain additional capacity if we were going to meet the needs of our customers. My telecom manager eventually came to me and made a very strong case to say, we've got to solve this problem on a permanent basis.
The vision that the community had to put this in place is going to provide benefit for years and years to come. And as the world changes and as the world evolves, we're prepared to evolve with it.
By owning the undersea cable between Ketchikan and the mainland, we control our destiny.
What has just happened in Ketchikan in relationship to broadband access is indeed a big deal, and is indeed such a monumental change that we're only beginning to appreciate how fortunate we are.
Communities that have access to high-speed broadband have a future. They have the ability to grow and prosper.
What this says about Ketchikan is it really drives home what a remarkable place it is, and quite frankly, what a surprising place it is. A place that most people would have no earthly idea that this type of technology was available.
We have bandwidth now on par with any top tier community in the United States.
Ketchikan is an example of how well it can be done when it's owned by the people who utilize the system.
People of Ketchikan came together when they had an opportunity to vastly improve telecommunication services for the town. They saw that opportunity and they rose to the occasion.
Doing this right now, we have ensured the future of Ketchikan and our ability to grow.
This is generational benefit. 20, 30, 40 years from now, our children and our grandchildren are going to be reaping the rewards of the work that was done in the present, and they will be far better for it.
That pretty much concludes what I have to say. I definitely encourage you to check out the video if you have time. Like I said, it's about a 10-minute video, but as you can see, we have a lot of really supportive, dedicated people in our community that made our subsea fiber optic cable project a reality. And moreover, we have some very dedicated, talented, and forward-thinking staff. And those were the folks that really recognized what this project would mean for Ketchikan. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lacey. You know, fiber optic, really, the broadband, that's the superhighway of commerce. And we saw that even with the pandemic shutting things down, visitors and shoppers couldn't come into the region like they did. And this was a critical asset for delivery of commerce. And we heard yesterday from telehealth, which is so many ways. We'll hear from the university folks tonight, you know, how distance education, you know, it's all interrelated. So we really appreciate the leadership that all three of these organizations are providing, because you see these pieces coming together and filling in the gaps of the region that will help us in our quest to really have more vibrant communities and healthy, strong economies. So one more time, please, a round of applause and appreciation for Chris and Jason and Lacey and for those they represent on the broadband initiative. So thank you all. And Jason, we'll see you again at 1:30 this afternoon. And Chris, we'll look forward to the next update in the future. So thank you. All right. So we got one more panel before lunch, and I'm really excited about this one as well, because Commissioner Anderson has said so many times, I want to get down to Southeast Conference. I want to get down to Haines. And it's like, she finally made it happen. And she brought a team with her, and she'll talk to the complexities of the organization, how broad it is. But we've got the folks from ADA and Alaska Energy Authority here as well. So if you all would come on up, I'll make way for. So I'm just going to yield the floor and let the commissioner start off with her remarks, and you all can just stay right there. You've got live mics, and introduce yourselves, the teams, the initiatives, and the resources that you bring. And just really appreciate you all being here and look forward to the conversation. We'll follow up some questions after. So Commissioner,
thank you. So is this mic on? Can everyone hear me okay? Yes, okay. Could we have the presentation, I believe, that you were given for, I think starts out with my department, then ADA, then AEA. While he's pulling that up, I will go ahead and get started, though. I do want to thank Robert for inviting me to the Southeast Conference. This is my third attempt to make it to the conference, and third time's a charm, as they say. I really enjoyed Southeast. My dad was in the legislature when I was, I think I was in 4th and 5th grade down here, and spent a couple of winters down here, and just, it's a beautiful area and I absolutely love it. The Department of Commerce is very large as far as breadth. We're a small department as far as personnel, but we have a very wide breadth across the state. And I'd like to explain a little bit about what we do and who you can contact for more information. Our intent with this presentation today is to really introduce ourselves, give you a quick overview of what we do and some of the things that we're working on that we believe is very important, and to provide context. So if you have questions or problems in some of these areas, that you can reach out to us for further assistance. In addition, I would like to state that we also have members of the Alaska Development Team here. John Springsteen with the Governor's Office and Fred Villa are here. We work closely with them on economic development issues. And I would like to give a shout out to Fred Parody. He's here as well, former deputy, there you are, commissioner. And he is excellent help in helping me transition into my role. So thank you. So a little bit about the department. The next slide, please. It shows the organization of the divisions within the department and the differing directors. We have the Division of Administrative Services, Corporations, Business and Professional Licensing, the Banking and Securities, Economic Development, Insurance, and then Community and Regional Affairs. And I'm sure that you are all aware that these divisions reach into almost every part of Alaskans' life in one way or another. And they're all very committed to helping Alaskans succeed, whether it's through promoting safe communities, protecting consumers, and encouraging economic development. We have a great team, very dedicated to helping serve Alaska and make Alaska a better place. In addition to that, see if I can move the slide here forward. Very good. I'll pass this on to you next. In addition to the divisions, we also have many corporate agencies in our department for administrative purposes. We have Alaska Energy Authority that's here with us now, Alaska Industrial Development and Export Authority here as well. We have the Alaska Gas Line Development Corporation, the Railroad Corporation, Seafood Marketing Institute, and I believe Jeremy is here somewhere. I did see him earlier. We also have the Alaska Oil and Gas Conservation Commission and Alcohol and Marijuana and Control Office and the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. Quite the breadth. And I have to say, taking this job is one of the most interesting jobs I've ever had. It's fascinating, and I really enjoy working with all the different entities. One of the other things that we've been heavily involved in, which I'm sure you're quite aware, is all the grant funds. And I know that's been a large topic of discussion today. The the CARES Act that what came through last year, and then we developed the AK CARES grant program. We had community distributions. There was a variety of nonprofit distributions. There was a lot of funds coming into the state to help with the disaster that was created by the pandemic. And we stood up our department. We worked in concert with other agencies to help deploy those funds. And it was uncharted territory for us. And we did a lot of things that, in a very rushed way. There was a constantly changing landscape. But I want to give kudos to Ada, who partnered with us and helped deploy the AK CARES grant program, as well as Credit Union One and the Juneau Economic Development Council. They did a great effort in getting those funds deployed, and Alan will talk a little bit about the specific numbers. And then we also spent a lot of time working with communities to get all the community funds out. And the Community and Regional Affairs Division did that work. And just a gentle reminder to those communities that I don't know if there's any in Southeast, but there are a few communities that have not yet fully spent their CARES program monies, which expires in December. So if you know any of these communities, urge them to, if they have any questions, get a hold of my office. But my goal is to not let any of these dollars go back to the feds. So we need to take advantage of what we have. So that brings us to 2021 and the new ARPA funds, American Rescue Plan Act, and all of the money that's coming to us from that area. It's an incredible amount of money that's coming in, and it's coming in fast with deadlines that I won't go through all of them, but some of them are looming. Some of them have already passed, and we're working hard to make sure that we're working with community partners to get those funds deployed in an efficient manner as well. I think the most recent one that the legislature had appropriated funds for was the Business Relief Act. They appropriated $90 million towards helping tourism and other businesses that were significantly impacted by the COVID pandemic. And we will be implementing that program. We're having a portal working with JEDC, and they are going to administer the program for us. Just wanted to let you know that program is going live on Friday. There'll be a press release issued tomorrow about that program. And I encourage you to go online, learn, work with the businesses in your communities, and do what you can to access those funds. There's it's a tiered approach. I won't go into all the details because we have so many grant programs and there's a lot of details there. But the sooner that you can apply, the better. It is a program where we're taking applications in over a 30-day period. It's not first come, first serve like AK Cares was. We're calling this the AK ARPA Business Relief Program. We will take applications in, JEDC will, and they will evaluate them and be based on where the greatest need is. In addition to that, there was a question yesterday about the community, I think it was $50 million for the community funds that was appropriated through the legislature. They're working on those program guidelines, and we expect to have that program fully implemented by mid-October. The initial round of community funds that was designated by formula has already been dispersed through Community and Regional Affairs. And in addition to that, we have, I think, 7 EDA grants that that are either, we've applied for 2 of them, and then there's another 6 that are pending that either industry, communities, tribes, others can apply for these funds. And we are working feverishly to try and make sure that we can assist where needed. If you have any questions about that, all the information will be on our website, and we're actually actively trying to bring on 2 new hires to help manage these programs so that we can ensure that these funds get distributed quickly. And in addition, we want to make sure we're working with all the regions, all the communities to make sure we have a coordinated effort. The other big chunk of money that has been alluded to frequently is all the money that the tribes are getting. Again, that's a wonderful opportunity. And we want to be able to work together with the tribes and make sure we're not competing in projects and make sure we're leveraging our opportunities. And then lastly, which is a good segue from the previous presentation, was the governor has stood up an Alaska Broadband Task Force, of which I'm a member. And we are working hard to help guide the policy direction on how can the state work with all the communities, all the regions, and put together policies that leverage all the activity that's going on. What's happening in Southeast is very exciting. And you truly are becoming prepared to be open for business and recover from the past 2 years, which is just traumatic for Southeast. I definitely feel for everything that everyone had to go through. It's been a tough year for everyone. Southeast was particularly hit hard. I think I'll leave it at that because we have other presentations, and I'm sure you'll have questions after we go through our presentations. So
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Commissioner.
And Alan Weitzner.
My name is Alan Weitzner. I'm the Executive Director for the Alaska Industrial Development and Export Authority. I know we're limited on time, so I really want to give a little bit of brief background on ADA itself and then get into some of the programs that we're engaged in and how we're actually directly involved in all the communities within the Southeast. Before I start that, I really want to say thank you to Mayor Doug and the Haines community for hosting us and for the Southeast Conference for giving us their time. I really appreciate everyone's time within the room here and online in listening to this presentation. Please know that ADA has a broad base of subject matter experts. If you have any question on any of the programs, anything that we're engaged in, please do come talk to us. Come talk to myself. We have Morgan Neff, who's the Chief Investment Officer for our organization. But I also want to highlight, we have Sam Tappan, who's in the room here, as well as Colleen Bryant, who are also good resources for you on any of the questions and any of the interest in any of the programs that we can give more information on. So ultimately, our mission in the state of Alaska is really focusing on industrial and commercial development for job growth and economic diversity within the state. There we go. It's a little sensitive. We were established in 1967, and really with starting off with a capital base that was collectively about 309 million. We've been able to grow that to an asset base within the state that's investments on projects and our programs of 1.6 billion as of our last financial statement. And what that also reflects is that we've been able to distribute back to the state's general fund close to $440 million. So on a broad base, our investments in Alaskans has been very beneficial ultimately to ourselves to be able to as we highlight here, really contribute to the two sources that our revenues go to, which is reinvesting into Alaskans and providing dividends to the state for the general fund. And it's a good example for all private capital investors within the state of Alaska that there is growth, and I would say dynamic growth within the state, and returns that are achieved that are available for continued reinvestment, that evergreen source of capital for projects in Alaska, industrial, commercial activity. This gives you a bit of picture of all the different areas around the state that ADA is involved in. And as you see, the way I would highlight is that our investments, our loans, our development projects really are defined by your communities. And we have quite a big presence across the state, but as you see, a lot of that is within the Southeast communities. So broad impact on a daily basis, really through our loan programs and some of the other projects that we're engaged in. I'd look to get into a little detail on that. This has more or less a listing of our different broad platform that we have within the state, established by the legislature, again, initially in 1967, and then expanded through different funds and different programs, and also with the direction of our governor, Governor Dunleavy, on some of the different specific programs that we're engaged on. We have one thing I would want to highlight on here is at the bottom, we see the Business and Export Assistance Program. One of the things I would highlight is with Sam and his involvement, we're engaged with the US EXIM at this point, putting together a webinar, and also in consort with Commissioner Anderson and the DCCED team to really highlight export support that's within the programs within ADA, but also externally in our context on the federal government side with US EXIM on how that can be an increasing opportunity for Alaska's businesses, really that export support. Commissioner Anderson was talking a little bit about the AK Cares program and the impact, again, that has had ultimately within the Southeast communities. Over 1,350 businesses were benefited through that program, providing 66.7 million out of that total of 282 million that was defined by the governor and with Commissioner Anderson for specific small business relief. So a large involvement that was there. What I do want to highlight is David Simmons within the Haines community here was one of the supporters working through the Haines Economic Development Corporation, who was engaged by the Juneau Economic Development Council, one of our contractors on that, who was tragically impacted with the landslides here. But he was actively engaged, and we do want to remember his involvement, his engagement with us on that. Our loan participation program, that's another element of ADA's facilities that is daily in your communities. 41 current participants out of our total portfolio now of about 288 loans under there, amounting to 118.4 million. Again, total portfolio now is at about 460 million within that. But the broader program is our commercial finance program, which focuses really on commercial real estate development or equipment, other infrastructure components like that. So it's that broad-based continued patient capital support on property tax that benefits the local communities, creates long-term patient capital within that for owners of that commercial real estate to focus their investments and activities on employment or expansion ultimately within the communities. What we want to highlight is with it, we've invested really since the 1992 with the program about 1.2 billion into Alaska. And that's created 10,000, well, close to 10,200 construction jobs and retained an ongoing basis of 10,126 jobs within Alaska's communities. And that's an ongoing evergreen program with our capital. So we're open for business. That was highlighted by Chief of Staff Randy Roro on the focus with Alaska. We're one of those components along with the Department of Commerce and their programs being open. We only serve Alaska businesses. As we highlight here, the opportunities are for new business investment, expansion, job retention, job additions, capital projects, machinery and equipment. Again, a broad base of programs. I really urge everyone to please engage with the ADA staff that is here to be able to answer any questions that you have or identify particular programs that we can be assisting you as you're looking to advance your economic activity in the communities. We do only invest in Alaska, really highlight that. So everything has to be related to the job growth advancement within the state. We would like to be all things to everybody. Unfortunately, we are also capital constrained. So one of the big requirements that we ultimately have and really want to highlight is that by statute, ultimately, all of our investments have to be financially feasible. So we're not a granting agency from that standpoint. We really are looking at a return on our capital. We have a cost of our own capital that's attached with it. But again, from those returns, we reinvest solely into Alaskans. I do want to take a little bit of a chance, an opportunity, again, given everyone's here, to talk on the resource development side. There's been quite a bit of discussion that was brought up yesterday by Chief of Staff Randy Raro, also by Senator Murkowski. And earlier this morning, Congressman Young was getting into a Chad Paget and talking again about some of the issues that the state is facing. ADA has, in our larger projects, has gotten very involved into the access issues for Alaska's natural resources. And in this case, what was highlighted in yesterday's discussions and also earlier this morning is that Alaska is a resource state. A lot of the institutions that we have founded within the state, being like the Mental Health Trust, the University of Alaska, have land endowments that are looking at access to resources, development of those resources for their ongoing services. So ultimately, in Alaska, when we talk about, and ADA talks about tangible economic development, a lot of that is tied to responsible resource development, access to our resources. Much of our social services and the development, for funding within the general fund is coming from the royalties, coming from the opportunities that result from that resource development. And it impacts everyone within this room statewide. It's not just a Southeast issue, it's a statewide Alaska issue. And we are currently facing a situation that there are new policies that are being applied, in some cases, only to Alaska in our access to those natural resources. So at this point in time, we have undertaken several resource access development projects to continue to ensure that Alaskans, everyone in this room, everyone online, everyone across the state, has access to the economic development opportunity that was defined in our earlier agreements, the Statehood Compact, ANILCA, ANCSA, all of those underlying state agreements with Congress identify specific access, guaranteed access to resources, our general resources. And as all of us know across the state here, the social services that are predominantly have benefited the environments on the North Slope, from what ADA has seen from its own developments with the Red Dog development, the Long Mountain Transportation System that created with Tech and Nana's investment in Red Dog, the second largest zinc supplier worldwide. There's been 3 generations of local employment within the Red Dog mine, up to upwards of 600 people. That is an ongoing resource for social services within that community. It's been a key driver ultimately of that side. So as we continue to look at other opportunities that are within the state, and we have a specific focus on job growth, access to our resources is a key component of it. So some of the major programs that we've undertaken is very recently getting engaged in the Section 1002 area leases. The other element that we've gotten involved in is the Ambler Access Project and access ultimately to the Ambler Mining District. The reason why that development is important, not just for ADA on its investment side, but for the state as a whole, is that access to that area is defining not just one Red Dog mine. In this case, it's 4 to 5 Red Dog mines. In this case, you're talking about 3,000 up to 3,000 jobs based upon our early assessments, and the opportunities are within the mine operations themselves within there. And that's just not jobs, those are families that are within the state. The other element that I think is really critical that everyone identifies is there's a transition to a new economy as it's been identified. We have EVs, technology, storage, solar panels, wind turbines, aircraft engines. All of that relies upon critical and strategic minerals that are all located within the state of Alaska. So when we talk about the US and its demand, its requirements, ultimately getting into and being a leader on that new economy, it does identify Alaska as a key resource, as a key domestic resource for those strategic minerals and critical minerals. And in large cases, it's cobalt, a huge resource that could completely supply the US demand on that side and replace what's currently coming from Africa as a sole source within the Ambler Mining District. There's copper, which is an ongoing resource that's necessary in any electrical activity and advancement on that side, which was a key part of the conversations for electrification on the ferry system. And other critical minerals that are necessary in aircraft turbines, in every phone that we use that are in this room today, any solar panel that's being generated, any wind turbine, it's all coming from these mineral resources. And again, the way that Alaska addresses responsible development, we are a global leader on that side. If we're able to develop domestic resources for US demand, then we're also able to define exactly what the impact is of that development on a global basis and define responsible development for those resources. Anyway, I really think it was important that we identify why ADA's gotten involved into these particular key developments within the state. One of the other areas that we really want to highlight to everyone is we're not just focused on oil and gas, mining, resources. There's impact of energy, which is our clean energy, our non-fossil fuel related energy development. And in large part, that is what legislation that the governor had introduced this session is going to be picked up coming hopefully in January. It's sitting at the House Finance and the Senate Finance Committees, but that's House Bill 170 and Senate Bill 123, which is defining the Alaska Energy Independence Fund. And I would like to ask Morgan to speak a little bit about that particular legislation.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. First, I'd like to tell you how much I appreciate being back in Haines. I was here in May. And my father was here over 30 years ago, and the level of support and hospitality he was showed is only accelerated in my last two visits here. And I appreciate the support in the community and the hospitality that's been shown to me and the ADA team this last visit. And it's been an absolute pleasure being able to visit, some of my father's old stomping grounds where he spent, almost 8 months of his life working here. So definitely appreciate being back here. And it's my absolute pleasure to be able to talk about the Alaska Energy Independence Fund. This is a program that really embodies what ADA's role and its mission is within the state of Alaska. And as Alan was saying earlier, Governor Dunleavy introduced SB 123 back in April, and we spent hours in testimony and meetings educating both the House and the Finance committees about what this program can do for you and all of Alaska's communities. The term generally for what we're calling the Alaska Energy Independence Fund is also known as a green bank. It's a little bit misleading because it's neither a bank nor is it regulated like a bank. It really operates as a strategic and special finance entity that goes out and leverages private financial capital within the communities. And what does that mean? It's really taking a very modest amount of capital from the green bank, which would be the AKEIF, and then looking to pair it up on a leverage ratio of 6 to 8 to 1 with the private financial markets like the banks within Alaska in order to promote sustainable energy development. And I can tell you right now, I've been in Alaska now going on 7 months, and I don't think I've heard one of Alaska tell me that they pay too less for energy here. And so this is something that I think everyone can get behind and really benefit from, not only in the short term, but really over a long-term basis. Again, it's not designed as a bank. It's not designed to compete with private capital. In fact, the collaborative nature of working with the private sector community is essential for this to be successful. One of the questions has always been is, well, if this was so ready to be deployed, why are banks not stepping in today? And it's very simple. It's a very niche type product. It's something very new for the banking sector. And I always like Chris Rose's explanation for this. He said, you know, when automobiles first came out, there probably wasn't a lot of lenders lining up behind it to loan on car loans. Same thing for here with, you know, not only technology, but the innovation that has come a long way with sustainable energy type developments. We just now need to combine that with the ability for a community to access capital in order for it to be deployed within your home or business. And I will tell you that this has got massive bipartisan support, you know, at the federal level. And this is another reason why we're looking to set this up, is that this can be a vehicle that can hopefully benefit from the future appropriations that are coming, that have been supported again by, you know, the bipartisan side, really being driven by Alaska's own Don Young. And, you know, while the final dollar amount that's coming through the National Climate Act and what that amounts to in Alaska is still yet to be determined, it could be a substantial amount of capital. One estimate was that Alaska could benefit up to $130 million by the establishment of this green bank. So you take $130 million and you multiply it by 6 or 8, you're getting close to $1 billion of capital that can be deployed in a financing and loan program that can benefit all communities in order to help reduce the burden cost of energy within your community. And this, I think this just exemplifies the unique nature and landscape of Alaska's energy consumption and expense. This is 2018 numbers from the EIA. And if you look, Alaska is 4th on total consumption, but it's 3rd on expenditures. Now this is, you know, an apples to apples based comparison here, but if you look at it, it's costing the average Alaskan $8,000 a year in energy consumption. You times that by 730,000 citizens within the state, you're looking at almost $6 billion that is spent annually on energy consumption. That's 11.5% of the GDP in Alaska alone. That is a very, very large number, but it's also, in a way, it's a way to look at it that there's a meaningful amount of effort that can be deployed through this program to address that and to bring that cost down. And, you know, some of the things that, you know, we really want to build on with this Alaska Energy Independence Fund is that it will be designed to address Alaska's unique energy needs, but the aspect of a green energy bank or a green bank is not new. In fact, in 2011, Connecticut started the first green bank with a $50 million capitalization. Today, they've deployed over $1.9 billion back into the state, which has reduced CO2 emissions by 5.3 million pounds. And so that's been a massive impact. But again, it's not every green bank is designed, you know, the same. The one fundamental underlying purpose is that it does serve a public purpose, but it is a paint by numbers approach. And that's exactly what we're looking at with the AKEIF, is looking to design, the bill is designed around addressing those critical and unique needs within Alaska. You know, it's not just about solar. It's, you know, we've got a massive weatherization program that can continue. We've got the ability to address more efficient diesel generators. It is written to be very wide scope in order to address not only the rural and remote, but also urban communities within Alaska. Southeast Alaska is, you know, no stranger to this. I mean, just if you look at what its role is within Alaska itself, it's 1.5 times the residential electricity rates within Alaska and 2.5 times that of the national average. And so if you look at some of the studies that have been done specifically by the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation, in 2017, they estimated that specifically in Haines, nearly 54% of all occupied homes are considered extremely energy inefficient and drafty, and could massively benefit from weatherization programs. And so what we're looking at doing with, you know, with this program is essentially building off of what happened or what was rolled out through the grant program. Again, this is not a grant program, this is a finance program, but the grant program that helped 50,000 homes within Alaska go through weatherization that helped reduce energy expenses by almost 30%. So this is something that I think most Alaskans can raise their hand and get behind. And as Alan was saying, we're very much looking forward to bringing this back up, continuing the testimony and meetings coming up in this new calendar year. And this really sums up the environmental impact is one thing, but this also has a massive fiscal benefit, not only to you as a citizen, but also to the entire state. If you just take a simple reduction of 10 to 30%, this can absolutely drive anywhere from nearly 600 million to 1.7 billion annually in savings. And that just doesn't go, that's just not savings that stays on the sidelines. That's savings that goes back to discretionary spending and income that can be used. And in Colleen's case, as she pointed out, can be used to buy some more snow machines and put a down payment on some, additional bikes and all sorts of stuff like that. So ultimately that can drive GDP growth annually by over 1% compounded annually for Alaska. And so why we get so excited about the ability for this program to be rolled out is because there is so much meat there to be addressed. There is so much that we can do by rolling out this program effectively through ADA and through the communities to provide access. One of the last things that I'll say as we wrap up is that on this slide is that I can't tell you how much that what this program means to us, what it can do for the communities. And it's really one of the driving factors of the type of program that brought me to Alaska, brought me into my role within ADA. And I couldn't be more excited to be behind it. And hopefully going into this next calendar year, we'll be able to get it through the finish line. So I encourage you as we go into this next session, please visit with your state and local representatives, get them to support it. Call us if you have any questions. As Alan said, we are always open to address any questions, concerns, or really provide any explanations that are needed. But I think this is one of those programs that really needs to get across the finish line because it is something that we need to address and to remove that burdensome expense that Alaskans have absorbed for far too long. With that, I'd like to kick it over to Tim Sandstrom with AEA.
We just have one real quick.
Oh,
next slide.
is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Ultimately, just to wrap it up from ADA's side, I do mirror what Morgan has highlighted is if you agree with us that Alaska's Green Bank is a good idea, something that we need to advance on, has impact in your communities, please do get in touch with your legislators. Let them know that you support that. We're really looking to engage and pick that back up in January. And hopefully we'll have something put in place that we're able to then put all the regulations, get the structures to have something active for the following year. You're always able to engage with ADA on other things. Let us please keep looking at what we have on procurement. Your businesses can be directly involved with us as we're actively working on these projects. We have also quite a few employment opportunities. We're looking for that experience, again, subject matter experts coming into our organization, being able to bring across the board, give their experience to the group. So please do look at that. The other thing I want to highlight is we have a presence on LinkedIn. Colleen happens to manage that. We give information all the time on some of our activities, what's coming up with our board meetings through that venue. Please join us on our LinkedIn page and look for information there. Thank you.
And thank you, Alan and Morgan. And Tim Sandstrom is the Director of Rural Programs for the Alaska Energy Authority. He spends a lot of time working on these problems that Morgan and Alan has highlighted. So we're looking forward to your presentation, Tim.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've realized one thing. I should try not to follow really good presenters. So here we go. And I know that we're getting on towards lunch. So my name is Tim Sandstrom. I am the Director of Rural Programs for the Alaska Energy Authority. The mission of the Alaska Energy Authority is to reduce the cost of energy in Alaska. It's a public corporation of the state of Alaska governed by our board of directors, and its mission is to reduce the cost of energy. AEA does this through programs and services. Let's see. Rail belt energy, such as the Bradley Lake hydroelectric project and the Alaska Intertie, power cost equalization, PCE, which is prevalent through 197 communities in the state of Alaska, and basically seeks to equalize the cost of energy in rural Alaska to that of urban Alaska. Rural energy programs, bulk fuel upgrades and rural power system upgrades. Those are programs under my purview. Renewable energy, the Renewable Energy Fund is going to be funded this year through a PCE excess earnings mechanism, as well as through the legislature, grants and loans programs, and energy planning services. Urban Energy primarily is owned assets of AEA, considered Bradley Lake Hydro Project. Also involved in several hydro projects in Southeast, Healing, Blue Lake, and many others. The Bradley Lake Hydro Project reduced the cost of energy to 4.5 cents a kilowatt and saves over 20 million a year on the rail belt utilities. A recent project to enhance the Bradley Lake is the West Fork Battle Creek Diversion Project. This diverted water from Battle Creek into the Bradley project. It's basically a form of recharging a battery. The more water you have in the dam, the more power you can produce. The project includes 3 miles of road, a concrete diversion dam, a 5-foot diameter pipeline, and the result is more energy at lower cost to taxpayers. A recent program is the electric vehicle charging station. This was funded through the VW settlement, over $1 million. This is the first phase along the corridor from Anchorage to Fairbanks, and is the beginning parts of starting electrical vehicles charging that allow transportation throughout the state. Rural Energy, which is near and dear to my heart, starts with the power cost equalization program, serves 82,000 Alaskans in 192 communities, dispersed in 2020, $29.6 million, and is one of the most important cost reducing programs that the state has. Rural power system upgrades. Consists of building power plants, transmission, and it's becoming increasingly important. We are looking at the control systems to enable the integration of renewable energy. Renewable energy projects do their very best when they're integrated well with the existing power systems. Bulk fuel upgrades. Over 400 fuel facilities are eligible under our program. Along with the powerhouses, both of these programs suffer from ongoing operation and maintenance unmet needs. In the case of the powerhouses, it's in the order of $327 million to catch up to where we should be for operating and maintaining these power plants. Bulk fuel is an even more dire situation. It's in the order of $800 million to catch up. And what we're doing to offset the insufficient funding for doing these things is really placing an emphasis on training. So with our partners, the Denali Commission, who fund a lot of our projects, and increasingly our training efforts, we are doing both itinerant training throughout the state, bringing operators into AvTech and Seward for training. And we've recently introduced a program where we're doing 3D modeling of both the powerhouses and bulk fuel facilities, and incorporating the operations and maintenance manuals electronically in those 3D models, so that our remote assistance personnel can more efficiently help an operator by looking at their exact system. And an operator can look at any particular piece in the 3D model, click on it, and get information on how to change a filter, what operations and maintenance things are required for that. So we're trying to combat the lack of funding by really increasing training and extending the useful life of the systems. The Renewable Energy Fund, there is going to be a new round on that. Like I said, the PCE excessive earnings mechanism has kicked in. So that is one of the funding mechanisms we have. And I would really encourage you to contact us in regards to the application process coming up for that, as it's a very good program. And I'd like to see a lot of hydro applications. Power Project Fund. This is a fund that's capitalized at $31 million in outstanding loans, with 12.4 million left uncommitted to loan. I do have brochures that are on the end of that table that tell you how to take advantage of this program. It's advantageous rates, and just encourage you to take a look at that and stop and talk with me about any opportunities we could do for that. And that's it for me.
Thank you. I'd like to wrap up, and we'll open it up for questions if we have a little bit of time. But as you can see, we're heavily engaged in trying to improve the economy of Alaska and the living conditions of Alaskans. And I encourage all of you to reach out to any of us, any of our teams throughout the state. We have a tremendous opportunity here with all the federal funds and all these different programs coming to the state. And I certainly don't want to, in 10 years, look back and say, oh, we blew that. So please, I encourage you, let's work together. We want to be open for business and we have the tools to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner and team. Thank you very much. Are there any quick questions? I know, we've had a very close working relationship with all of you, but especially AEA over the years. Every one of those slides have touched communities and projects throughout. The bulk fuel tank program has gone throughout the region. The Power Project Loan Fund is what finished up the Halungai Hydro here just recently. The Renewable Energy Fund. We'll hear a little bit about some of the projects that both of those programs have touched this afternoon with some of our presenters. I am curious on the Green Bank. Have we seen much interest in applications from the business sector? Or do we need to do more outreach so that people understand those opportunities, you think?
Well, right now it's at the point of getting the legislation approved where we can really put that structure together. So it's the support that's needed is really discussing with the legislators, highlighting that this is a key benefit to the state. For ADA's perspective, we're looking at ultimately the economic development that comes, the impact to the local communities from, in each of our pockets, reduced expenses, cash coming to us basically from reducing our energy costs. But we're also thinking about the sector itself and the way that is an emerging business sector within the state, and where we have unique energy requirements, we have unique skill sets that are here. These are Alaska businesses that are going to get promoted, they're going to get advanced, become the service parties, the vendors to these particular programs. So it's a key element of legislation for this nascent business sector.
Okay, and it's Clay good here by any chance? Where's Clay? There you are. Okay, so REAP has been very, very supportive in that. So folks, if you find Clay before you find these guys as well, Carolyn, can I just hand you the microphone for yours?
Pretty loud voice.
Okay.
I think it's fantastic that this is happening. It's true. Inexpensive or lower cost energy is really important, certainly with all the initiatives with getting broadband going. Because I can tell you from my experience in Africa, the digital divide is very real. We need to do everything we can to stop that digital divide from getting bigger. So, and for that, it also requires energy. You're talking about reducing the costs for Alaskans, which is great. I'm assuming that also applies for businesses that want to come to Alaska, because I'll be speaking later this afternoon, but it's going to be very energy intensive. And one of the things that I need to go back with is a business case of what's the cost of doing business here. And energy is quite high. Is that something that will also come down to these initiatives?
Absolutely the case, because that's the key part that we're engaged in with ADA is working with the private capital, working with private investors as a partner, right, in advancing your investment ultimately and continuing expanding your investment within Alaska. That is a critical component ultimately of Alaska's competitive position, right? Being able to attract your capital, we have different resources that bring people to, or the attention of the state to them. There's these kinds of factors that ultimately leads to that final investment and that job opportunity, the economic growth as an Alaska business. So it's a critical component of it.
And just to add on to that, I think all Alaskans recognize that the high cost of energy is a huge deterrent to all industries coming in and to us being able to have a higher quality of life. So I'm looking forward to this new program.
And like I said, on one of the slides, for projects in Alaska, I think it said Southeast Alaska. So it's only Southeast Alaska, those benefits. No, I'm just kidding.
So come here, right?
So watch this last thread as we wrap up. So Carolyn gets an award for the longest traveler for attending a Southeast Conference meeting. And you'll hear more about her this afternoon. She's actually coming from Amsterdam because she's got a project, a very large project in Namibia, which is where Karen Peterson is at this moment on personal leave. Is why she's not here to talk about the biomass programs that AEA has partnered with us on for so much, which also is partnered with us by a firm called Wisewood, who Georgia Reed is where? There she is, for another first timer here at Southeast Conference. So that's how we pack things together. That's how connected we are. So a round of applause, please, for this great panel and for all they do for us here in Southeast Alaska. Thank you. Thank you. So with that, it is 12 o'clock on the button. I love that. This is what you guys are great. So we're going to break for lunch. We have an awesome speaker. And so we're going to get you through lunch line, and then we will come back in for the next session.
Test, test. Yeah, good afternoon. I hope everyone's enjoying their lunch. Terrific lunch. We have really privileged to welcome our next speaker, Angela Rodell, the CEO of the Alaska Permanent Fund Corporation. Angela serves as the CEO of the Permanent Fund Corporation, selected in 2015 by APFC's Board of Trustees. APFC is a state corporation based in Juneau that manages and invests the Alaska Permanent Fund and other funds designated by law. So we have it's a great privilege to welcome her to Southeast Conference and look forward to that discussion. Angela.
Yeah, well, kind of. You're going to make housekeeping announcements first. Oh, no, you're. Thank you for that kind introduction, and it's fantastic to be here in Haines with all of you today. It's been a while since I've gotten to be here, and not only did I get to fly up this morning, but I got to see termination dust and the sun, which I live in Juneau, and as all of you who have traveled up from that part of Southeast, you know that it's been a rare sighting indeed. I get to tell you a story today. It's part of the job that I love in this role. And the story I get to tell you is probably about one of the most success stories in Alaska, and not only just in Alaska, but in the United States. And quite honestly, maybe even in the world. And it's about how a group of people 45 years ago in November came together and on a 2-to-1 margin passed a constitutional amendment that saves 25% of all royalty revenue in perpetuity. Think about, as we've watched what's been happening in our state, think about what that means. The fact that a group as diverse as Alaskans are, and they are still just as diverse as they were 45 years ago, could figure out how to come together and how to save a portion of the state's non-renewable resource and save it into something truly extraordinary. In February of 1977, the very first deposit was made. That deposit was $734,000. Each month, the permanent fund continues to collect royalty. It's transferred over by the Department of Natural Resources, and we invest that money on behalf of the state. And I'm happy to say, I've got to find the clicker here. I can tell you where we are on this on July 31st, that $734,000 and all the deposits made since then have now reached a total fund value of $79,262,100,000 as of July 31st. It's extraordinary. So how do we do it? So in Juneau, we have the Alaska Permanent Fund Corporation. It's a group of 60 employees. We all have backgrounds in finance or in support of investing. So maybe you work in the back office, you're an accountant, you're in IT, you're in operations, but everything you do is in support of this mission, which is, as told to us 40 years ago when we were created, to manage the funds entrusted to us, and that is the permanent fund. It also includes Mental Health Trust Authority money today. We manage about $750 million on behalf of the Mental Health Trust. And then we also manage a small pool of money called the Amaretta Hess settlement. It's about $492 million. And that money spins off income into the Alaska Capital Income Fund, which is then appropriated for capital projects around the state. What we don't talk about too much, though, is how much our mission has changed, because while our mission hasn't changed a word in statute, it has fundamentally changed over the last 5 years. And we now are responsible for generating 70 cents of every unrestricted general fund dollar in revenue. And that means that for every dollar of unrestricted general fund revenue that is being used to support education, that's being used to support public safety, and many of the programs that we count on in this state, the crew of 60 in Juneau is figuring out how to make that money, make 70 cents of that dollar, to make sure that all of those services continue to be deployed. We do it through a pretty extensive asset allocation process. So when the Board of Trustees meets in May, generally, they adopt, they have in place a 5-year asset allocation plan that they might tweak year over year. In 1980, when we were created, that asset allocation was really simple. All we were in were bonds. Bonds were paying double-digit interest rates. If you think back to where inflation and interest rates were in the early 80s, we were able to be in a very safe asset and generate huge returns. Over the years, that asset allocation expanded. We were allowed to invest in stocks, we're allowed to invest in real estate, and then it expanded outside the United States, and we were allowed to invest in stocks issued in foreign countries, in bonds issued by foreign countries. And in 2005, the legislature changed our investment rules. They removed the list of allowable investments, and they told us we could invest in whatever a prudent investor would. And so today we're in 8 asset classes. Those 8 asset classes are all given an allocation based on what they think the risk and the return is going to be over that 5-year period of time and beyond. And the board has to really think about this from both a return and a risk framework. And in our legislative findings, creating the corporation, we were told that we needed to maximize principal and we needed to minimize risk. So it means we can't put 100% of the fund in Bitcoin. I'm really sorry to tell you, we can't do that. However, we can invest in some very good returning assets and manage our risk accordingly. The fund has generated, as a result of that asset allocation, a pretty healthy return. And the board measures this return in 3 different ways. They have set as a long-term in perpetuity objective that we earn 5% plus inflation. So that, think about it as the longest time horizon of return measurement. They have also created for us what we call the passive index. And this benchmark is really, if you took the fund and you put it simply in 60% of stock funds, think of your S&P 500 index fund, something a computer would generate, or a bond fund, 40% into a bond fund, what kind of return would have been generated had we put the fund in just this really simple structure? And then the performance benchmark tells us what each of our managers is measured against. If we rolled up all of those assigned benchmarks, what would have been generated in terms of their performance? And then we calculated on a 3, 5, 10, and the 37 year is really the information we have as APFC, rather than the 45 years that the fund has been in existence. So if you take a look at this, you'll see in fiscal year 2020, the fund returned 2.01%. We don't hear a lot about that because of the extraordinary year we've had in FY21. We had 29.7%. That's a huge difference. I can tell you in March of 2020, the fund was at $60 billion on one day. And what we did was we started putting a lot of cash into the stock market in hopes of catching the bottom and hopefully riding it back up over a long period of time. Little did we know that it was going to happen as quickly as it did, but this is the benefit of being able to react quickly and respond to those market conditions and make that happen. But if I don't focus on the short term, if instead I think more about the long term and the success of the fund long term, and I look at those 5 and 10 year marks, you'll see that we returned 7.43% in 5 years, versus the benchmark of 12%. I mean, I'm saying this backwards. I apologize. We returned 12% on year 5 against a benchmark of 7.43%. So in 5 years, the real return was of 5% plus inflation of 2.43% over that time period, means you needed to generate 7.43% just to meet that benchmark. And instead the fund returned 12%. So we more than exceeded that. When we look at the performance benchmark at 11.02%, the takeaway you can take from this is that all of those external managers that we hire to manage money on our behalf have been able to generate and beat their individual benchmarks. So they were able to exceed that by over 100 basis points. And then when you look at the total fund versus the passive index returned 10.3%. And so we were able to generate an extraordinary amount of value by how we pick managers, by how we manage the internal the assets that we manage internally, and creating real value. At the bottom there, we add how much in actual dollar amounts that is. And you'll see that for FY21, and this is just over that passive index, we generated in excess of $1.1 billion. APFC's operating budget for FY21 was $17 million. Over the 5-year period, we have generated in excess of $5.7 billion for the state of Alaska. So this is what I mean about an extraordinary success story, about an ability to generate real returns at a time when the mission for the corporation, while not changing, is shifting tremendously because of the reliance the state now has on us as a revenue generator. And I think that's one of the most important takeaways. The last thing I'll leave you with, because I really do want to open this up for questions because there's a lot we could talk about in all of this, is that you hear a lot of conversations about the percent of market value an endowment structure versus what we what's not in statute and in statute and all these different calculations. The Board of Trustees has been on records and advocating since 2000 for percent of market value draw on and limitation on the permanent fund. And this is for a couple of really important reasons. They have advocated a 5% market value averaged over a 5-year period. Fortunately, that's what we have in statute right now. And what this does is this allows the fund to really benefit from the growth and the fair market value of the investments, rather than relying on the legislature to appropriate money into the principal of the fund. The way the fund structure works right now today is that the principal, the corpus, the non-spendable portion cannot keep anything it gains. So to sort of try and illustrate this, if we were able to buy a mall today for $1, we would take 75 cents maybe from the principal and 25 cents from the earnings reserve account and go buy that mall. 20 years from now, maybe that mall is worth $10 and we sell it. The principal only gets back its 75 cents. The earnings reserve account gets its 25 cents plus the $9 in gain that was made over that time period. And yet, if malls are selling for $10, I only have 75 cents in the principal to put to work, which is why inflation proofing became so important so long ago, and it's been appropriated year over year until recently. What I'm really happy to say, though, is that in all of this that we've taught, in all of this debate, in fiscal year 20 and in fiscal year 22, and we've already done the math, we've saved $8 billion of this market value into the principal of the fund. So now the principal of the fund is at an all-time high of approximately $66 billion of non-spendable, which is a huge accomplishment. Again, talking about all the things that we can get done with the permanent fund, that percent of market value continues to be a priority. It is a priority to have a constitutional amendment to keep that going, because it will protect and naturally inflation-proof the fund and no longer require those appropriations. And I think the final thing it does is that it does set a spending limit against that fund to ensure that there is a fund in perpetuity for multiple generations of Alaskans. So with that, I'm going to pause, and I'd love to hear your questions, because I think it's so much easier to hear from you what you're thinking about the fund. We often get into a lot of the assets, asset allocation, favorite investments, favorite non-investments, things like that, but happy to answer anything you got, Robert.
All right, thank you so much. And you could, not only is the fund itself an amazing asset, but I didn't miss the introduction, but having someone at the helm that is recognized globally as one of the top leaders, it's an honor to have you here, and thank you for that. First question.
Hi. So in 2019, the Permanent Fund Corporation announced the Alaska Investment Program. Can you talk a little bit, or just give an overview of what that is and explain how it's gone so far?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So in 2018 is when the board started working on it. In the statutes around our investment, we do have a provision that we are allowed to invest in the state of Alaska so long as the risk and return is equivalent or better than what we could achieve outside the state of Alaska. So it has to be a real commercially driven decision-making process. And what the Board of Trustees decided was to allocate $200 million to a Invest in Alaska program through a request of interest, letters of interest. We awarded $100 million to McKinley Capital to establish their fund that they had proposed, and $100 million to Barings. McKinley is focused on a real private equity style fund, and Barings is focused more on debt and infrastructure type of investments. Both of the funds have started to make investments. They're in the early stages of investments. So for those of you who are really familiar with alternative or private asset investment, we're in the low period of the J curve. So if you think about investments and returns, there's a period of time, and it can go 3-5 years, where you're deploying capital and you're paying the expenses of building and creating a business, but it's not able to return on capital the expected numbers right away, because you have to make that initial investment or series of investments to get businesses up, running, deployed, and then you'll start to see returns on that capital. So right now, money has been deployed. There's still, I believe, money available for commitment, and it is in that J curve effect, but we fully expect it to be coming out of that. Feel really good about the investments that are being made in there and that they will prove themselves out. But unlike public equity, which stocks which get marked daily, these things take a lot more time and don't get marked as frequently.
Angela, yeah, thank you for your leadership of the Permanent Fund. Just a quick question. You mentioned each year 25% of oil royalties get deposited into the Permanent Fund. What's been the range of those annual contributions of oil royalty revenues into the fund?
It's really, as you might imagine, it varies with price and production, similar to other revenue. And right now, and we do have this in on our website. So I would encourage everybody to go to apfc.org and get this. I don't remember historically when we were at really high watermarks on oil production and price, what our royalty collection was. This year, it'll be around 300 million. So it's become a very small portion of the fund relative to the size. But I think philosophically, it's still very, very important that we continue to save that money and collect that royalty. I will tell you, John, one of the most surprising things that people don't realize about the fund is that if you look at the 81 or the 79 billion, and you think about the amount that's in the principal itself, we have, I'm going to go back to, if you can go back, I was going to say, go back to the slide I had on total fund value. 51 billion is principal, 15.2 billion is unrealized gain. So if that 51 billion, that's the cash coming in and royalty, inflation proofing, that 8 billion of special appropriations. About only 18 billion is royalty out of that 51 billion. 18 billion over 45 years is royalty. So it has I think a lot of people think it's a lot higher than that. But it's been the ability to invest it, inflation proof it, put any additional savings in there that have really created the size of the fund that we have today that we can count on.
Mayor, and then Rosemary.
Thank you. And thank you, Angela, and your division for a great job. So the third session just finished and it's 1100 PFD. How does that affect the fund?
Sure. Did I mention that we have no responsibility for the dividend whatsoever? And I'm going to prove it with my next statement, which is that the way that the bill that got drafted, that was passed by the Senate last night, that is sitting on the governor's desk for signature, the $1,100 is coming from the general fund and from the statutory budget reserve fund. it's being funded. So if you think about it this way, we're going to move over via the budget bills, the $3 billion POMV that is due in FY22. We work with Department of Revenue about how the timing of those payments come in. They like to take it over the course of the year rather than one lump sum at the beginning of the year. They deposit that into the general fund, and then they use the general fund to fund all sorts of stuff, including a portion of the dividend this year. So from our standpoint, it doesn't affect our management. We don't have to do anything different. There's nothing we have to adjust for that.
So again, thank you, Angela, for your presentation. Permanent fund is a sovereign fund, and a couple of years ago, there was the gathering in June of all the sovereign funds. Could you talk a little bit about that and your role in the organization of sovereign funds, or whatever they're called?
Sure. We were really excited. We got to host the International Forum of Sovereign Wealth Funds in 2019 in September. So I guess it was 2 years ago, right about now. And the International Forum of Sovereign Wealth Funds was created in coordination in 2009 with the United States Department of Treasury, the World Bank, and the IMF. And it really was this effort to make sure that sovereign wealth funds around the world were being transparent in their investment activities, and that they were doing things in a truly good governance type of way. If you think back historically, after 9/11 in particular, there were real concerns about where money was flowing to and from, and creating more transparency into the movement of capital around the world. But I now in November will be the chair of the IFSWF. I will be the first American and the first woman to hold that role. I know. Setting all kinds of new things. And then I'm also I currently serve as the chair of the Pacific Pension and Investment Institute, which is a coalition of asset owners and asset managers in the Pacific Rim. So think Alaska, California, Washington, Oregon, go down the coast, and then go around and go through New Zealand, Australia, Japan, China, Korea. So that's a really interesting group as well. And what it highlights is 35% of the fund is invested outside the United States. What we have here is an ability to build our economy off of what the global economy is doing. We are so unique in that way. No other state can do that. And so when we talk about economic activity and everything that you guys are working on, what we're able to do is provide stability in state government, because we're not going to be reliant on what's happening in the Alaska economy to deliver on those liabilities, on those demands, but rather we're working around the world to bring that economic activity right back here to Alaska to support it through state government. So thank you, Rosemary, for that.
So there's often talk about the right size government and, agencies that have, just gobs of employees, way too many, I'm sure. But your performance is stellar. Everybody loves it. Are you having staffing issues, or how can we support making sure that you have the resources that you need to continue this stellar performance?
It's an interesting tightrope that we walk, quite honestly, because we recognize the difficulty the state has in terms of number of employees, cuts, things like that. We're subject to all the same requirements that Department of Revenue, for example, are subject to. When we ran up June 28th, we were all set to shut down management of the fund. So to the extent that we recognize just how important this is to maintaining some stability in the state, I think all of you can help with that in terms of recognizing how really challenging things would get if we were unable to manage the fund for a week or 2 weeks, and trying to recruit and retain talent. I think the whole state is facing that issue right now. We want to be lean, but not so lean that we're emaciated. We don't want to get fat. We want to continue to do a really great job. And it takes time to recruit. It also takes time to bring programs in-house and see resulting fee decrements. And unfortunately, the budget process doesn't allow you to highlight that very well. Because if the fund is growing, your assets under management are growing, and so your budget by definition has to grow. So, but I appreciate the support and continuing to recognize the role that the fund has in basic state government now, I think is key to all of this.
Well, and for the record, I don't know of any agency that has just gobs and gobs of extra employees just sitting around, but just for the example, but to highlight the fact that is there a statutory change that would have to happen to give you that certainty? Because I mean, if you're running a dairy and all of a sudden you're running low, you got to keep feeding the cow. So I mean, we don't want to block the doors.
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting because if you look at the statutes creating the corporation, we were given a lot of independence in the statutes, right? So there's a statute that says the executive director can hire staff as needed. But you have to have money to pay staff. And to get money to pay staff, you have to get a budget. And to get a budget, you have to get it through the governor's office and the legislature. So that's sort of like the challenge we have. So it's both the good and the bad in that. So sometimes we talk about statutory fixes, or we talk about, you know, are there budget mechanics of some kind? Could the state pay us just basis points, pay us a management fee like you would an external manager, and we'll make it work within that. But every year it's just 20, for example, 20 basis points against assets under management, and you just figure it out, staff up, staff down as you need. But yeah, thank you.
Well, it's there's a few cynics amongst us that think that the next year or two might be just as challenging as the one that's producing the 4th special session. So, you know, if there's things that we can do to be supportive, we certainly. Oh, hey, Greg.
Thank you, Angela. I wanted to ask or have you speak a little bit about, so the fund had a stellar year of performance this year, and some have said, oh, can we take a little more from the fund than the POMV? Could you speak to why it's so important to stay within a rules-based kind of structure or in an endowment type of situation?
Sure. It's really interesting because when you look at other endowments, they will have provisions to sometimes take more and also take less. And one of the things that we're not talking too much about on this POMV structure is that there's no requirement to take all of it, right? So if you get 5% and it's $5 billion, and you know, and it happens to be an extraordinary year where revenue is coming from all different places, you don't have to take the entire POMV. And so what's really important though is the discipline that gets imposed on endowments and how they are drafted, how they work. They can have these minimums, like you shall take at least 3%. They might have a max like we do, which is you will take 5%. There will be years like right now when you have these high earning years where effective rate. So like you do this calculation, you average the market value of 5 of the previous 6 years and you apply 5% to it. And if you took 5% against $80 billion, it would be a much higher number, right? Closer, it'd be like $4 billion rather than the 3.1 billion. What's happening there? Well, it's averaging down because it's taking in those lower market value years. So if I take the 3 billion against the 80 billion, I'm going to have an effective rate closer to 3.5% rather than 5%. So why don't I take more? Well, there's going to be years when the market is down, when the market is negative. I know it's been a long time since we've seen that, but I promise you it will happen. March 2020, we were down 20% at one point. And if we end a year where markets are down like that, this calculation can swing the other way because now you'll have this 80 billion that'll ride forward over the next 5 years of calculation. And if the subsequent years are lower, 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 so that when you do your average 5% against that amount, the effective rate might actually be like 5.1, 5.2. But over the lifetime of this, it smooths out and it's manageable. And so it's creating that discipline around that and making sure that you stay within those boundaries. When we add the ad hoc discussions and the lack, it creates uncertainty in terms of both future payouts and the ability to make up that amount. It also makes it hard for us to invest. Because if I don't know every year what my liability is, I have to pull back on the asset allocation. I have to rein it in. I have to have many more investments in the stocks and bonds bucket than I do in the private asset bucket. Because think about this. Liquidity comes from being able to sell stocks and bonds. So I have an extra draw. I sell stocks and bonds to make that. That's not the problem. I may even make money on that. But now my total bucket has shrunk. So I have too much money in the private assets. But these are malls, multifamily housing units, private equity investments. These things take easily a year to 2 years to unwind. And to get rebalanced and unwind that doesn't happen overnight. And if we don't know year over year over year what our liability is, we're going to put less and less in that private market bucket. That private market bucket returns 69% in FY21. It's really driving the returns that everyone is expecting us to make. It's also less volatile, so it's helping to manage some of the risk. Real estate is a wonderful investment to be in a high inflation environment. And yet we may not be able to have as many assets over there if there's uncertainty around what's happening on the public side. So that's why it's so important to stay within a rules framework, really stay disciplined about the draws on the permanent fund. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it was 40 or $50 billion ago where Fed Chair Greenspan had issued the famous words, irrational exuberance, right? And, so it's like, it's a mystery to many of us. So thankfully you guys have the straight and narrow. It's been amazing. Thank you so very much for making the trip up to spend time with us today and to address us. If there's nothing else, then we're going to take about 10 minutes to clear the tables, wipe down, and get ready for an action-packed afternoon of a conditional information. But thank you again. Let's give our speaker another round of applause. Thank you.
I forgot to.
Oh.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, just a couple of housekeeping things for you folks while you're moving out there. One is a reminder that we are having an election for trustees, and there are ballots at the back table. Those ballots have to be turned in by 3 o'clock today, so please go back and get your ballots. Jan Hill is back there with the ballots, so please remember to vote. We have 2 candidates that are running for renewal of their terms, Alec Mesdag and Chelsea Goucher. So that's one. Number 2, there's Chelsea back there. Number 2 is we still are selling raffle tickets, and if you can buy them from any board member, or you can buy them from Jan Hill back in the back. She has she takes cards, and this is for the scholarship fund for the kids, and you get 2 you could win 2 Alaska Airlines tickets.
Oh, hey, you're anticipating me this time. Okay, testing, 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 testing. Ah, I am being heard, but ignored. So I'm gonna go outside and heckle folks to come on in. We're gonna get ready to launch into the energy and then mariculture and fisheries. So if you want to go ahead and get a snack, and that way you have something in your mouth so you're not talking. So, hey, it's worth a try. It's worth a try. I used to tell my kids that. Said, don't talk with your mouth full. My mouth's not full. Put something in there. Okay, so 2 minutes and we're gonna get going with, so if you are, let's see, the panelists, we're gonna have a couple beaming in. And then Jodi, Mitchell, and Alec. So Alec's is going to run this next session, so you'll see him next, and Jodi be on deck. And we're expecting Jason Custer and Michael Rovito online. So go ahead and bring them up whenever they're ready.
Hello, everybody. As you guys are getting back into your seats, I'm going to go ahead and just introduce our next panel here quickly. My name is Alec Mesdag. I am with AEL&P in Juneau. I'm also on the Southeast Conference Board and chair of the Energy Committee. And it's my pleasure to introduce this panel, and then I'll also be presenting a little bit. So today we're going to get a couple of updates, a couple of project updates. We have Jason Custer, who we saw earlier this morning. He's going to talk a little bit about the power side of Alaska Power and Telephone. We have Jodi Mitchell, the CEO of Inside Passage Electric Co-op, who's going to be talking a little bit about giving us some updates on what they're doing. And then we also have Michael Rovito with the Alaska Power Association, who's going to be giving us some updates on policy at the state and federal level. So to get us started, though, we're going to go to Jason to hear a little bit about what AT&T is doing.
Thank you, Alec. Am I coming through loud and clear? Can y'all hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, awesome. All right. Well, thank you. AT&T, again, we serve 40 communities across Alaska. The P part of us in Southeast Power, we are present providing regulated electrical service in Skagway, Haines, Gustavus, and the communities on Prince of Wales Island. Depending on seasonal factors, we are 90 to 100% hydropower based, and sometimes we are more than 100% hydropower based, which I will explain shortly. And we supplement our hydropower with diesel-based generation as necessary, but that's become less and less necessary. Right now, we have a couple of beneficial electrification initiatives. We have heat pump incentive payments. Any of our customers in our service areas who install an air source heat pump or even a ground source heat pump are eligible to receive a $500 cash incentive from AT&T. That's paid out of the bottom line of the parent company from non-regulated telecom profits. So that's how we do that. We've paid a number of these incentives. We have had a couple of commercial and nonprofit users apply for heat pump incentives and receive them. It's really easy to use. There's a form on our website. You fill it out. You send proof that you actually paid for it, and then an AT&T employee goes out, takes a look, and you get your payment usually within a week or two. The challenges we've seen recently have been limited qualified installers in rural communities, and the folks who are there have a significant backlog. Otherwise, you might be bringing somebody in from Juneau or a place like that to do the install. That's made it more difficult to get heat pumps going than in other locations. And also lately, some of the installers have reported really long lead times and difficulty ordering equipment due to the supply chain being gummed up. But we have that program available, and we also have electric vehicle incentives available. Those are $1,000 cash payments to customers who purchase an EV for use in our service areas. It can be used. Used vehicles are totally cool. Gustavus and Haines are leading the way in EV adoption and utilizing this program in a major way. It's a race. They keep going back and forth. I think today they're tied neck and neck, but it's getting more and more difficult to buy a used car lately. That being said, we did lower the minimum battery size so that now the new electric Harley Davidson will qualify. And other motorcycles as well. And we also expanded on this program by offering the $1,000 incentives to any municipalities, tribes, or ANCSA corporations that want to install public chargers. Nobody has taken us up on that yet, but we're going to keep that available. We have said we'll do $2,000 incentives per community to see if and how it gets used. Thus far, we have seen $380,000 in consumer investment in beneficial electrification technology in our service areas in association with these incentive programs. That sounds pretty good, but it could be a whole lot better. And the upfront capital costs are definitely the biggest drawback for consumers. It's more expensive to get equipment and installers out into the more rural communities that we serve. But that being said, something we are going to be exploring is looking for partners out there, maybe municipal partners or corporate partners interested in matching our incentives. So we will be exploring opportunities to try to juice the program to provide an even better incentive. And if you have a business that wants to offset your carbon footprint, or a municipality that wants to invest in clean energy and leverage a lot of consumer investment, give me a holler after the presentation. You know, it's challenging for consumers because the best choice for you as an individual is not always the best choice for the utility system or for the planet. And individuals tend to focus on the most economic solutions. Not everybody can afford the cost premium to be a climate change activist, and that's especially true in rural, remote Alaska, where you have higher costs of living and you may have fewer economic opportunities. But incentives like these can definitely influence consumer behavior, encourage holistic thinking, reward the consumers who do want to invest in decarbonization and clean technology in their communities. Moving along here, you know, renewable energy is kind of like Mark Twain's view of whiskey. He said, too much of anything is bad, but too much good whiskey is barely enough. Well, that's the same with hydropower in Southeast. And on that note, back in January, APT finished commissioning the Heidemann hydropower project. It is a joint venture between APT and Haida Corporation on Prince of Wales Island. So far, it's avoided about 100,000 gallons of diesel fuel, about 2.2 million pounds of carbon avoided. But we only can use about 25% of the output of the project currently. So that means the project is supporting 100% of the debt with 25% of the theoretical sales, which makes the energy out of the project more expensive. It also means we have 15 million kilowatt hours of spare renewable energy sitting around waiting for the Mark Twains of the world and consumers to put it to good use. So we, you know, that's one reason why we have these incentive programs, although they haven't, the electric vehicle program hasn't really caught on too well on Prince of Wales Island yet. That may change when the trucks come out and are more widely available. But definitely have been exploring opportunities, engaging with businesses, trying to find folks who may want to put that energy to good use and create additional jobs on the island. So if you have any ideas about that, please let me know. Let's talk about what might be possible. I was very excited to hear the IFA is considering a electric ferry concept because we have the spare hydropower sitting around there waiting for somebody to use it. And the more that we can sell, because the fixed costs of debt are passed through to the consumers under the modeled economic regulation we follow, you know, the more energy we sell, the more downward pressure that puts on the rates. We have been looking for other ways to use spare hydropower. We completed an intertie last year from our Kasan Mountain telecommunication site down to the grid. So that project is now using energy produced by Heidemann and other hydro projects on Prince of Wales. Ketchikan, we interconnected our High Mountain telecommunication site with their grid to use hydro. Also using clean energy up on Auk Mountain here. And looking for other opportunities to connect our mountaintop sites to the grid so we don't have to fly diesel up to the top. Already talked about that a little bit earlier too. We are currently wrapping up the Gustavus Intertie project. We anticipate that that will come online in October. What that is, for those of you who are not familiar, the Park Service has facilities in Glacier Bay National Park, that run off of a mini diesel microgrid out there. And the Falls Creek Hydro Project in Gustavus has spare energy. The project was sized for the park, but a number of years have gone by and the intertie between the community and the park has not been completed until very soon here. So we anticipate in October, all of the construction will be done. We'll be doing commissioning. And the way things are set up is that the addition of the Park Service as a customer will cause residential rates to decrease by an estimated 11 to 12 cents per kilowatt hour. So that is a significant decrease for the community, and hopefully that will help improve the economics of heat pumps, EVs, other technologies that I know that folks in Gustavus are very excited and eager to see take off there. The other project we're working on is replacement of the Skagway and Casadega power cable segment. There's a submarine power cable between Skagway and Haines, and that lets the two communities share the hydro resources that are available. Having that intertie helps utility service be more affordable for both communities. We became aware that the cable was about to fail and have been working to get a replacement into place. The section that's possibly going to fail is between Skagway and the Casadega Hydro Project. The segment from Casadega to Haines still seems good. So if that cable segment failed, well then you'd have Haines on Casadega and Skagway on Goat Lake and Dewey Lakes. So we had to kind of prepare for that contingency in case that happens. We added more diesel capacity in Haines, and we are right now going through procurement, hoping to replace that cable section either in 2023 or in 2022, depending on the permitting timeline. So that will make sure that we can continue to use the clean energy resources in the Upper Lynn Canal area economically between the two communities for years to come. And that's what APT has going on with beneficial electrification.
Jason? Oh, there's the mic. Yeah, thanks, Jason, and appreciate the updates. So now we're going to go to Jodi Mitchell, who's going to talk a little bit about what is going on with Inside Passage Electric Co-op.
Is this on? Oh, sounds like it. I didn't prepare any slides or anything because I thought Robert was joking when he said he was going to put me on a panel. But when I got here and saw my name on the agenda, I thought, uh-oh. That's okay, though. I can wing it. You guys probably remember last year we talked about beneficial electrification. It was kind of a new buzzword back then. I wasn't even sure what it was, to be honest, until a little over a year ago. But I'm happy to tell you that we did implement a special rate for our customers in the communities of Angoon, Hoona, Cake, Cluckwan, and the Chilkat Valley. For anybody who has a heat pump, we will allow them 29.5 cents per kilowatt hour above 500. So that way it leverages the PCE program, which is at 500 kilowatt hours per month. And then after that, they pay 29.5 cents. And of course, we have to have them apply for it so that we can verify that they actually do have a heat pump, so that we don't just overload our system with people who actually don't have heat pumps. But the fact is, though, IPEC is still primarily diesel, and we're working on that. Also, last year, you might remember I talked to you about the Cake project. We finished it about a year ago, and it's been online now since the end of October of 2020, and it's doing fabulous. There are times when the diesels are actually off in Cake, so it's probably a lot quieter and cleaner there because of that. So we're real excited about that. During heavy rain, we can actually turn the diesels off. Let's see. So now we have 3 hydros. We have the 10-mile hydro here. It's actually at 10 mile. We call it 10 mile just because we haven't come up with anything that's better than 10 mile, I guess. And We purchased that with a grant. Gosh, I think that was around 2008 or so. And then we built the Gartina Falls project in Hoona. And then, of course, I just talked about the Gunnet Creek project in Cake. And we're working on 2 more projects. One of them we're working on is the Thayer Creek Hydro Project. We have an MOA with Kootznoowoo to build that project. And then we have the Water Supply Creek project, which will be a sister project to the Gartina Falls project in Hoona. It'll be able to use the same distribution line, taking power from there to town. It's really close by. We'll probably only have to build less than a mile of additional distribution line to get that one put online. Both of those projects are in final design stage. And after that, we need to pursue grants to get them built. If we have to borrow all the money, then rates go up, and I just simply cannot do that. I can't build a project that makes rates go up. I think the people in my communities would be very disappointed if I did that. And so far, we've been able to leverage grant funding that the rates are going in the opposite direction. But one thing I've heard people complain several times, or I've heard of people complaining, they don't always do it to me, but they tell other people who tell me that there is when they get hydro in their community, they expect their rates to go down. But the problem is when our rates go down, so does the PCE credit on their bills. And the opposite is also true. If rates go up, then the PCE goes up. So a residential consumer would not necessarily notice a difference. And so that's, a hard thing to explain to people, but the businesses do. The businesses and anyone who doesn't get power cost equalization is very happy. Whenever I go to Hoona to the Icy Strait Lodge there, Ed Phillips treats me like a princess because he's so happy that his rates are lower. So I know for a fact it's working. Because we don't have 100% hydro on our system and we're still using diesels, we have to limit the number of heat pumps on our system so that we don't overload our system, especially during peak demand periods when it's super cold out. Because of the defrost cycle on those new widgets, that's what happens is it uses a lot of power all at once and it could cause our system to go down. So we can't have too many of them on at one time. So we have to limit them, and thus, again, the reason for the application process. Most of the ones, we already have about 25 of them on our system. I didn't know that a year ago. I just thought nobody was doing it because no one could afford it. But lo and behold, when we started talking about it, people were really excited because their bills were going to go down. So most of those have been installed by Plinkett and Haida Housing Authority. But one thing that we learned is some of them were really disappointed about that because they needed to have a secondary heat source and they didn't. They only had the heat pump. And then when we had that really bad cold snap in February, those of you from the Southeast probably remember that real cold snap. It was a couple-week long where it was very, very cold. They had pretty much no heat. And so we got a lot of calls and complaints that came to us, even though it wasn't us that took away their other source. So anyway, that's one thing I learned this year, that you don't do that. But I'm excited. I'm getting a new heat pump. I mean, I've never had one before, so I'm excited about getting one soon through Alaska Heat Smart in Juneau. We're hoping to add electric vehicles in the future. And I know that there's at least one member here in Chilkat Valley where I think it would work really well, who wants to have an electric vehicle charging station at his home. So that's more to come, I guess is what I'm saying. I think that'll happen as well. Again, though, the biggest thing is we need more grant dollars, which is really hard because we're trying to convince that I guess mostly the environmental community that hydro can be a good thing. Small run of river, salmon friendly, hydro is actually a good thing. And I don't know if I've already said this, I've said this to some of you, but both of the projects that we put online, the one in Hoona and the one in Cake, both of them actually are very salmon friendly, and there are more salmon in the creek now than there were before we built the projects. So if you could help me spread that word so that maybe we can get some grant funding to, make more salmon and more clean power, that would be a great thing. And of course, more beneficial electrification. So with that, I will pass it back to my colleague, Alec, and thank you.
Thanks, Jodi. So I did bring a few slides, and I was going to just talk a little bit more about electric vehicles. And Robert named my presentation for me when he put me on the agenda. He said electric vehicles, not just in Juneau. And the idea here is, I've given a couple presentations to this group about what we've been doing in Juneau, and I thought, it's time to spend a little more time, or it's probably a good idea to spend a little more time talking about why that's not the only place that makes sense. So could we go ahead and do the next slide? So first of all, a lot of things have changed with the technology over time. So back in 2012, if you got a Nissan Leaf, there were 16 kilowatt hours of battery storage, and that has increased dramatically. So now, a Chevy Bolt or a Nissan Leaf, if you purchase a brand new one, is going to have more like 60 kilowatt hours of battery storage, which is a pretty incredible amount of energy to be in a vehicle. And if you look at that little orange line I have there, that's actually for a vehicle in Juneau that's driving 10,000 miles a year. That's about how much energy they use per day on average. So you can see that with these newer vehicles, you're really only touching a small percentage of the total battery energy storage every day that you're driving. Next slide. There's also finally, early a number of years back when I talked to anybody who was thinking about electric vehicles, they said, well, when are they going to have one that can pull my boat? And it looks like that's finally happened, or at least some boats. I think the towing capacity on this is expected to be about 10,000 pounds, which is pretty good. And so we are starting to see that some of the technology gaps that have been around for a lot of years are closing, and we're going to have more vehicles available, more types of vehicles available, and their capabilities are starting to match or exceed what we expect out of the vehicles that we use on a daily basis. Next slide. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about facilities, and I think this is one of the things that is probably really important. We've all been talking a lot about the infrastructure funds that may be coming to the region and the different types of projects we want to do. And that means that we need to really start thinking about not only what we want to have built right now, but what are the things that we want those facilities to do in the future. And I use this photo of the Safeway because when we start talking about where should we put charging stations, a lot of people think, well, we should put it at the grocery store. It's a place where you go and you stop and you stay for a little while. But look out at the front of this store. So this is looking from the parking lot at the Safeway, at the front of the Safeway in Juneau. And if you notice, there's a whole lot of concrete and asphalt between the store and the parking lot. And in most grocery stores that are of this size, all of their electrical panels are going to be in the far back of the store. So it turns out that this is actually a really difficult place to get any type of public charging installed for at a reasonable price. And so when you're thinking about what you're going to do with your facilities, have it in mind ahead of time. Where's your parking going to be? What's going to be between your electric panel and where you park those vehicles? And how hard is it going to be to dig that up later to put in a circuit to power a charging station? Because it is awfully cheap to run a little pipe of PVC out to a parking area when you got when you got everything dug up already. It is very, very difficult to do that after the fact. And, there are a lot of things, especially, ports are one of those things. I remember talking to the Docks and Harbors Board in Juneau a number of years back, and I said, it would be a good idea to install some charging stations for the liveaboards. And I was told, well, we don't have anybody who has an EV that lives in the harbors. And I said, yes, because you don't have any way to charge their vehicles. And I said, but they don't have any vehicles to charge. And so it's kind of one of those things. But if you're building ports and you're thinking that, people might be people are living aboard their vessels and they might want to move around cheaply in the community, then they're going to need to have the ability to charge on a regular basis. That's one of the major obstacles for anyone who's thinking about purchasing an electric vehicle is, do they have the ability to charge where they park at their home or wherever they live? Next slide. I think electric vehicles provide a lot of opportunities for utilities who are wanting to integrate more renewables into small systems. So what I'm showing here is these are average hourly loads by month. This is for AEL&P, but the shape is what's important here. You can see in the morning, you see loads come up a little bit, people wake up, they start making coffee, that sort of thing. And then that goes into the evenings. It peaks again a little bit in the evenings because you start using hot water in your stove and people come home from work. And then it drops off as the evening rolls on. So most are a really large portion of the cost in any electric system is the infrastructure that is required to deliver the energy when it's required by the user. And that is an obligation for electric utilities to provide the energy that's required by the customer when they need it. So we build our systems for that really cold week in February where everybody needs to turn on their heat or use their stuff, right? And in the early evenings, in Juneau, it's day 3 of a cold snap. That's when we set our peak, right? So we build for that peak, but over the course of the year, we're only operating on average at about 40% of that peak load, but we pay for it all year long. So if you think about your vehicle, it probably spends about 95% of the hours in a day sitting, not driving. And that means that you have the opportunity to charge it at many times throughout the day. It can move around and it can do that in a way that a heating system can't. Most of us go to sleep at night, our temperature drops overnight, and in the morning when we wake up, temperature comes back up. We don't move that around by time of day, and we don't move that around seasonally. And we have a much more intense heating season in the winter than we do in the summertime, where electric vehicle use is much more consistent throughout the year typically. Or it might peak a little bit in the summertime because we have increased economic activity, and that also kind of corresponds with when we have the most water available to generate electricity. So it's a great tool for ensuring that we can get a little bit more value out of some of the infrastructure that we already pay for today. Next slide. So, and then here's a look at, I actually pulled the rate sheet off of IPEC's website to show you what does it cost to drive a gas vehicle at 25 miles per gallon. And I put $3.75 per gallon there. And that's too low. And it's kind of intentionally too low because I didn't want to guess too high and then everybody just say, oh, well, that's too high. But this is what it would look like against $3.75 per gallon gas. So you can see that it's not a dramatic savings compared to, say, for instance, you go above your 500 kilowatt hour budget in a PCE community. The cost to drive an electric vehicle is not a dramatic savings over a gas powered vehicle. But if you are, like I was talking to Jodi earlier, and she said that the average residential customer in her service territory is only using 350 kilowatt hours a month, and driving, say, 500 miles a month is probably only requires about 150 kilowatt hours. So it would fit within that PCE budget. So the more likely cost for an average residential customer in a PCE community is that rate, that bar on the left. So there are savings there, they're available now. And if electric vehicles can be implemented in a PCE community in a way that doesn't cause an increased need for infrastructure, which is likely the case by charging overnight, then there's some real opportunity not only to save money now, but to spread some of the costs that you're already paying over a greater number of kilowatt hours, bringing rates down. And that's all my slides. So I'm going to go ahead and at this point pass it on to Mike Rovito, who's going to talk a little bit about some of the policy things that are happening in the electric utility industry.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for having me, I should say. I'm coming to you from APA's headquarters in Anchorage here. Thanks to Robert for inviting APA to speak. And it's always a good time to visit with our folks down there at Southeast Conference, whether in person or virtually. So I'm going to, just for the folks who aren't aware of APA, we're the statewide trade association for electric utilities in the state. And we have members from Utqiagvik in the north, down to Unalaska, in the interior, down here in South Central, and all throughout the Inside Passage down there. In fact, many of our members are potentially members of Southeast Conference, Alaska Village Electric Cooperative, Metlakatla Power and Light, Alaska Electric Light and Power, Inside Passage Electric Cooperative. Jodi is our treasurer, actually, on our board. Alaska Power and Telephone and Southeast Alaska Power Agency, where their CEO, Trey Actison, is APA's board president. And so you are well represented. Southeast is in APA's membership here at the statewide. Just real quick before we get into just a few policy things, and I won't take too much time up here on this virtual platform, but I wanted to give a quick update from the industry. Alaska's electric utilities responded real quick to the pandemic when it set in 2020 there in the spring. And a lot of that had to do with, we provide an essential service to the state, so you can't neglect the power generation and distribution out to people because of the pandemic. You had to find a way to operate within the constraints that it presented. And so our members, various parts of the state were affected differently by the pandemic at different times, depending on where they were located. But there was definitely a closing of a lot of offices, but they still needed to be able to be responsive to the public and to their members and customers. And so there's a lot of really innovative, spur of the moment approaches to this, where it was drive-up windows, where there might have been a drive-up window already available, but it was more utilized by the consumers, or perhaps the drive-up windows were implemented on the fly to allow the interaction between customers and the utilities. A lot of significant ramping up of online resources and social media resources to get word out to customers and also be able to interact with them and make transactions and things along those lines. There was also a lot of, and APA worked on this with our managers group. There's a lot of challenges because summer, of course, is construction time. And so our members on the rail belt and in rural Alaska, they have folks come in from out of state. They're building projects, they're doing maintenance activities that are really, really crucial to get done during the summer construction period, especially as winter's approaching. And so there had to be a lot of innovative and kind of necessary approaches to bringing in folks from outside the state safely to communities, some communities of which, as I know you all know down there in Southeast, are very small with not a lot of healthcare infrastructure like some of the larger hospitals here in the railbed area of the state. And so there was a lot of interesting approaches in terms of quarantines of workers. Some of our utilities would go do the shopping for their out-of-state contractors in terms of groceries and then drop them at the door because the out-of-state contractors were confined to either the project they were working on or wherever they were staying. They weren't able to go out in the community because our members were trying to limit the spread of COVID-19 and do what they can. So it definitely presented some challenges. Interestingly enough, some of these approaches have been adopted as some of our members to go on in perpetuity, because they found that some of the kind of more modern or innovative ways to reach out to their customer base really worked well and their customers liked it. In fact, a lot of our members, all our co-op members, they have annual meetings with their membership. And for the last 2 years, those have mostly been online. And our members have found that there's a big part of their membership that really likes that online aspect to it. So we know many of APA's electric utility members plan in the future to hold a hybrid event similar to the one Southeast Conference is having this week, where there's an in-person component and there's a remote component. And APA ourselves, we're adopting a similar thing. We have a lot of conferences this fall, safety conferences, accounting conferences, legal workshops, and we're going to hybrid those. So if you're comfortable coming to our meetings in person, it's available. We're being very safe, of course, as Robert I see is doing there with masking and cleaning. But if you're not comfortable, we're using the technology that I'm on right now to be able to speak with you to make sure that we can still operate the business of our association and keep keep things flowing under the current circumstances. Hopefully, in the short term, we can get off all these platforms and start traveling around again. But that's where it is. And of course, our utilities, you've heard some of it from some of APA's members this week. They're still looking at the modernization of all things electric utilities. I mean, there's a lot of exciting things happening with renewables, with battery storage. I won't get deep into that because it's real technical, but just on the high level, APA's members from the smallest rural utility to the largest urban utility are all really deep into how to continue modernizing their electric infrastructure and utilizing these technologies to not only lower the cost of energy, keep it reliable, but also to kind of integrate these new processes and these new technologies to really take the industry forward. So let me talk about just a couple of state and then federal issues, and then I'm happy to take questions or however you want to do after that. You did see with the state, power cost equalization has been mentioned a couple times. That was, as I'm sure the folks at the conference know, just from reading the news, that was pretty touch and go for a while there. It was, the 3/4 reverse sweep vote failed during the regular session and then another special session. And so that essentially at the time swept the PC endowment, which is worth about $1.1 billion today, thereby removing the funding source for the PCE program. And so that, similar to 2019, when the same thing happened, was extremely concerning. Our PCE members, APA's PCE utility members, they sprung into action along with the APA to really get the message to the legislature about why PCE is so important, why the endowment is so important, and why we advocate maintaining that endowment and the earnings that spin off of it to fund the PCE program in hopefully perpetuity, because it's not general fund money that's going to this program. It's a stable source of funding for the PCE program, which power, us Alaskans are the same kind of as a business. We like certainty and we like to know that program is going to be there. And just the significant cost increases that can be incurred in those 180, I think it's 184 communities now, it might be slightly off if PC goes away. So for the month of July, PC was unfunded, and utilities handle this in various ways. Some were able to kind of still offer the PC rate, and they looked at their own internal processes and figured out they could make that work. Others weren't able to. There was a court case you saw, and it went to the Superior Court, where the Alaska Federation of Natives and some municipalities and some of APA's utility members sued the state, and the court, of course, ruled that the PC endowment is not a sweepable fund, and so it was returned per the court order, and the PC program is now funded. That's one piece of the puzzle, and that was really good. That was really, really exciting news. From APA standpoint, our vigilance still stands that $1.1 billion PC endowment is still there and still potentially a target for some that may have other ideas of what to do with it. And so there's been numerous kind of plans or policy ideas about what to do with the PC program, where to put it, or where to put the endowment. APA doesn't have a position on any of those plans at this moment, and we're certainly listening to lawmakers and others with whatever ideas they have. But I think the key message, as I know the folks down there in Southeast will agree, is the certainty and stability of having that endowment there to fund this program. Because we know from our interactions with our members who are PC utilities, they are working very hard every day to bring down the cost of electricity. And there's a lot of significant challenges in PC communities that are not faced in other parts of Alaska, or especially the lower 48 states that they're contending with. And so this program is a really crucial part to a stable economy and stable Alaska lives. And so we're happy to see where that result was right now, but we're definitely being very vigilant on how that goes forward. One other state issue, which is a good development, and it kind of goes back to the impact on electric utilities from COVID-19. There was a significant amount of delinquent payments or non-payments during COVID-19 related to electric consumers in the state losing their jobs or having their jobs cut back because of the impacts of the pandemic. And the legislature in 2020 passed a bill that it basically put a moratorium on utility shutoffs, and the utilities were, of course, willing to work with customers who are in horrible financial circumstances because of the pandemic to keep their electricity on. But it came at a significant cost to many utilities in the state with the arrearages that they incurred. And so in House Bill 69, which was the budget bill that passed during the regular session, there was a $7 million grant to electric utilities to address delinquent payments due to COVID-19 included in that bill. And that money is going to be, it goes to the Department of Commerce, which will run the application program and run the grant program. And Commissioner Anderson was very kind to meet with APA's executive director, Chris Langfus, a couple of weeks ago to talk about the forthcoming grant program, the application, and just to get some information from us about what our utility members are seeing out there. So we're very happy with this. Senator Machicki was a big driver behind getting that money included in the budget. And so that's going to be a very positive development for the electric utilities in Alaska who suffered some monetary impacts because there were a number of people through, oftentimes no fault of their own who may have lost their job or had their employment impacted because of COVID-19. So that's really good. And then the final issue, and Jodi talked about her projects, and I'm happy to see that Water Supply Creek Hydro was among the 11 projects, or was it 13? I think it was 11 projects included in the Renewable Energy Fund, which the folks from ADA talked about earlier as well. We're excited to see that that's funded. That was something APA and a number of our members really pushed for in the budget. We're happy that that's in there, and we're really excited that that money, it did not need to be reappropriated. That list of projects essentially needed to be approved by the legislature per the Renewable Energy Fund process. And so that money can get out onto the street and get to the folks it needs to, because every year that funding is delayed, it's another project year lost, another year of construction loss, prices go up. And so it really sets back the progress of these. And these projects, you can look around the state, and AEA has a lot of information on their website about the various rounds. They really make an impact. They really help, especially in utilities that have a small ratepayer base where it's very difficult to spread out the sometimes immense cost of these projects that are worthwhile projects that serve to hold electric rates steady or lower them, or decarbonize the electric generation process. So this fund is crucially important to a number of electric utilities in the state, and we're really happy to see that it got there. In the federal space, I'll just take a few minutes on this. There's, hydropower, of course, is a big electric piece down there in Southeast, and we're really impressed by what goes on down there. It's a great resource. There's been some action. There's been a lot of action on various pieces of legislation and other activity in Congress. Something recently that APA has been working on with a few of our members. We recently filed comments with the Department of Energy. Just last week, we filed comments, APA did, with the Department of Energy's Water Power Technologies Office. And what the purpose of the comments were for is, in the Energy Act of 2020, the qualified electric facilities to get an incentive payment program was expanded. And I have the definition up here so I don't get it wrong. They expanded the incentive program to project constructed in an area in which there's an inadequate electric service. And so the question from WPTO, the Water Power Technologies Office, was, how should we define inadequate electric service? And they came up with kind of 4 main criteria, which was lack of access to an interconnected grid, or, and the or is important here, no reasonable access to electric services, or subject to frequent outages, or the cost is significantly above typical residential costs. And so this is a very positive development for Alaska's electric utilities, because they don't say you have to not meet all those 4 requirements, but just one or others, but at least one, which is where the word or comes in. So we commented and we said, looking at these 4 kind of requirements to be determined as a area with inadequate electric service, we believe the entire state of Alaska should be fall in that category, and thereby qualify under this incentive program. We say that because we know that our members in electric utilities in Alaska are doing great with providing electric service, but we are disconnected from a national grid. We do have costs that are higher than the national typical residential cost. And so APA is trying to really position the WPTO so that their definition can significantly benefit projects in Alaska, so they can hopefully take advantage of these sorts of funds. And we had support from a number of our hydro members that also wrote in letters to the Water Power Technologies Office to support our endeavor. I'll hit just real quick before I wrap up on the federal infrastructure bill. And I caveat all this because although the bill did pass the Senate, it's not passed the House of Representatives yet. And there's a lot of, as you can imagine, there's a lot of talk and a lot of negotiations and a lot of change that could come out. So some of what was in the Senate bill could change. But we're very enthusiastic about the $73 billion for electric grid updates that's included in the bill. We've been speaking with our federal delegation, and I really want to take a second to give a shout out to Senator Murkowski, Senator Sullivan, and Congressman Young for the terrific work they do on behalf of Alaska and Alaska's electric utilities. I mean, having our federal delegation in Congress to advocate for what really goes on the ground here in Alaska which is so, as we know, so foreign to so many people in the lower 48, especially in Washington, D.C., is really powerful. So there's some great items in this bill that hopefully are maintained through the House process. You know, there's another larger infrastructure bill that is kind of going in tandem. So these things could change, but we're excited about some of the competitive grant programs that will come out of this money, the $73 billion that Alaska could take advantage of. And APA has been working closely with our delegation staff so we can position our members in a good spot to take advantage of these programs when they come, when things are hopefully passed and put into the fore. And, you know, kind of dovetailing on the EV discussion, there is currently in that Senate passed bill, $7.5 billion for an EV charging system and EV charging network. I'm sorry. In some information from the White House, Alaska under that $7.5 billion would get $52 million over 5 years under the formula. And so that could significantly impact the availability of funding for charging network. Many of our members are invested in this and are recognizing the growth in electric vehicles. We have, you know, up and down the rail belt, there's new EV chargers coming in. I drive in from Palmer to Anchorage every day. I live in Palmer, and just visually, the number of EVs I see on the Glen Highway now has grown over the years. You know, recently, Kotzebue Electric Association up in the Arctic has purchased an EV demonstration vehicle for the utility there that runs around the community. And so it's definitely something that's catching on, and we hope that this funding goes forward. And so, of course, there's a lot of other bills. Congressman Young has also sponsored a what's it called? It's the 21st Century Dams Act, along with other hydro legislation, and we really appreciate all that he's doing. And Senator Murkowski and Senator Sullivan have been on the case on hydro and trying to, you know, help Alaska when it comes to the amount of regulations that we have to deal with and our members have to deal with, which can be significantly costly. So thanks to them, and thanks to everybody, you know, all these Alaskans who get involved in the process and you know, go to Congress or go to Juneau and talk about what's really going on in the communities and what the needs are, because that's extremely powerful. Alec, I think I'll stop there. I think that's a good place to end the update from the electric utility industry, and thanks a lot for having me.
Great, thank you, Michael. And yeah, so it's really great to hear about the different projects that are going on in the region. You know, everything with energy, it seems like, is a lot more complicated than it ought to be. And so every little bit of progress seems to come with a whole lot of work. And so I really appreciate what Jodi and Jason and Michael do on behalf of their utilities and the industry. And if you have any questions, I know that we are running a couple minutes behind, and we've got a big panel coming up next, and something I think is really exciting for a lot of us to hear about. So please try to find us if you have questions about it, and chances are there's a much longer and more complicated answer than you want to hear anyway. So just come find us afterward. And I guess right now, I think I'll call up Markos Scheer to come and introduce the next panel. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alec, and great presentation, and thank you for the introduction. And we're moving into a section that's kind of near and dear to my heart. You know, and I'd like to come up with a funny mariculture joke, but I'm all out of power here. So it's really predictable. My 9-year-old to be gone, Dad, that is so not funny. And then I'd have to explain to him why it was funny, because I think when I explain it to him, it's twice as funny. So, you know, we are moving into a section to talk about mariculture and fisheries. And I also chair the Maritime and Seafood Committee for the Southeast Conference. And, you know, as you may recall from Meilani's terrific presentation yesterday, one of the priorities for Southeast Conference is mariculture and mariculture development, because for Southeast, which is primarily, is pretty much all coastal communities, it represents a really terrific economic development opportunity to utilize existing resources, infrastructure, personnel, vessels, and the thousands of miles of beautiful, pristine water to sustainably grow things that we can sell to customers both in the United States and around the world. We have some really terrific guests here today. Each one has a little bit different vision of where their place in the prospect of this industry. So we're going to break this into really two sections. One is we'll talk about mariculture specifically. We have Caroline Slootweg from the co-founder and COO of Kelp Blue. And then we'll bring up Chelsea Goucher with Forged and Found, and Julie Decker from AFDF and to bring a report on where we are. And then after that, we'll bring up Sam Rabung, the director of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Division of Commercial Fisheries, and Jeremy Woodrow, the executive director of ASME, they'll provide us some insight into how the last year went and what our prospects are in the future. But one thing I want to make sure that I do before we get started here is I want to recognize some individuals. Is Fred Villa, are you, oh, there you are in the back room. I just wanted to make a comment to you. I noticed that on the final report to Governor Dunleavy, it says on the cover, "Make Alaska the miracle catcher capital of the world," Governor Mike Dunleavy. And I think that I want to recognize you, and I want to recognize your office's efforts to help that process along. I know you've had an active dialogue with us and others in the industry, and I just wanted to voice our appreciation for that effort and that time and that dedication to the development of mariculture as a new industry in Alaska. So thank you. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Caroline up to the stage, and she promised not to make any dad jokes.
I've been learning from you though. I quite like it. I'm going to try. I think I will try it behind the podium. Okay. I was going to walk around, but thank you everyone. Hello, my name is Caroline. I'm coming to you, at least I've been here now for I think 3.5 weeks in the United States. I live in Amsterdam. My mother's American, my father's Dutch. I was born in South Africa. I've been in Holland for 3.5 years. And if someone said to me 5 years ago, or even 3 years ago, I'd be doing something in seaweed, I would have called them crazy. But I've been doing this now for 2 years and I absolutely love it. And I think everyone's road to sustainability is a bit different. Mine comes from a corporate side. I used to work in marketing technology. I was at Unilever for a very long time working on foods. So I have a very wide and varied background. But thank you for welcoming me here. And just wanted to say a quick thank you to some people who have done an excellent job at receiving me and giving me a very warm welcome. So Markos, thank you. Julie, absolutely fantastic. The governor's office with Matt and with Fred and John, thank you very much. Robert and Juliana for Southeast Conference, amazing. And of course, the commissioners, Feige and Anderson, who are supportive of what Kelp Blue is doing. But without further ado, I'm just gonna get on and tell you about what we're doing. So I've got Kelp Blue 49 because Alaska is the 49th state. This is the project term that we use back at the ranch. But basically, you always start with your elevator pitch and what you're doing. We've got two sides of our business. One is our forestry business. And basically what we do is we grow giant kelp. And the reason why we're doing that is because we really want to support the health of the oceans. Alaska still has some of the most pristine waters, but that is unfortunately not the case in a lot of oceans around the world. And kelp is a really great way of helping restore ocean health. And also to lock away a lot of CO2. There's been a lot of research on how terrestrial forests are fantastic at sucking down CO2. Well, kelp and seaweed is even better. That's the forestry side of our business. Then we have the processing side of our business because we have to also be profitable. And what we're going to be doing is we're only going to be harvesting the top of the kelp. I'll get to a little bit more on this later, but we're going to be processing it into plant fertilizers and agri-feed. This is the star of our show. It's macrocystis. How many know what macrocystis is? We've got a couple. Okay, well, that's really good. That's more. And I'm really impressed about how many people actually are studying macrocystis in Alaska because it is much more than other countries that have a kelp. But what I always say is for the people who aren't so familiar with seaweeds, there are three colors of seaweed. There's the red, the browns, and the green. And that they both, or they all three of them grow in the ocean. That's about pretty much where the similarity stops. So when you're hearing about seaweed and seaweed mariculture, just always remember that the difference between a brown seaweed and a red seaweed is about as big as the difference between a mushroom and an elephant. So not all seaweeds are the same. So when, if you want to sound really smart, just say, well, if someone says I grow seaweed, say, what color? Are you doing the mushrooms or are you doing the elephants? But that's just to really, yeah, that's just to show that there are a lot of different applications for seaweeds based on what it is. So a lot of what's done in Alaska is for human and consumption. This stuff, even though she's incredibly beautiful, and I love this photo, it doesn't really taste very good. I tried to make brownies for my team and they really didn't like it. And what we do for our new employees is I make them drink a cup of kelp tea when I reconstitute some of the dried kelp, and it's really not good. So this kelp isn't good for food. It's really great for farm and animals though. Quick photo of what a kelp forest looks like in a giant kelp. The kelp macrocystis, it grows up. So you can see right here, all the bushy forests. We also call it a kelp cathedral. Scuba divers love diving through these forests because it is an enormous place for life and fish to take refuge. It's just amazing. So you can see that. Here's another picture of, you can see it's called a canopy forming seaweed. So right here, you see the canopy of the kelp, and this is in California. You see that a mother and her cubs swimming through the kelp forest. The reason why we have chosen macrocystis and what makes it so special and the star of a show is because it can get up to 160 feet tall. The tallest kelp forests are in Tristan da Cunha, which is a really small, tiny island I'm still trying to get to. It's off the coast. It's actually between here and between Africa and South America. Really remote, but they're amazing forests. It grows incredibly quickly. Now, this growth speed makes it also very valuable for plants, and I'll get to that a bit later. It has no known diseases, and it supports an enormous amount of biodiversity. We're currently starting our first forest in Namibia, and Namibia, the coastal ecosystem is called a collapsed ecosystem because the biodiversity has just dwindled so much. And we're hoping to restore it by planting our forest. So that's really great. Wherever there's kelp, there's life. I don't know if you've seen My Octopus Teacher won the Oscar for the best documentary this year. If you haven't seen it, watch it. Yeah, I see you've seen it. It's just phenomenal how much life there is in these kelp forests. So yeah, watch it. It's great. What makes us different? So traditional kelp farming, and Markos, you are quite familiar with this. You grow it on lines, it grows down. When you harvest it, you'll pull the line up, you can cut it off. We are doing something completely different because our species is different. And I'll just show you quickly what makes us different and what we are doing in Namibia right now. So our farms for our forests can be in exposed waters. When I say exposed, purposely not offshore, because offshore is very much an oil and gas and a finance term. So it's very much exposed waters. In fact, our seaweed likes having a bit of rough water. The rougher it is, the stronger it gets, which means it's going to be more valuable. We can't be in incredibly rough water, otherwise it makes it difficult to harvest. But we are going to take advantage of the fact that we don't need to be in sheltered bays. We don't need to be in small areas. We can move out, and we can move out to the wider open areas in the water. We are having, what we're doing is we are creating an array that is anchored to the bottom of the sea floor, either through screw anchors or regular concrete anchors. And that will sit up to 400 feet under the surface, or at least on the sea bottom. We don't want to go any deeper than that because then it gets too expensive. And from that, we are going to be floating a grid structure. So you can see a little bit on there. Of course, it's not drawn to scale because that whale is really small and our structure is not that big. But it says grid structure, and on that grid structure, that is where we are going to be having the seaweed. Seaweeds have this claw called a hold fast. It needs to hold on to something, and that's what we're creating, that artificial structure for that hold fast to hold on to so it can grow up. Another interesting thing that makes us quite different is the species that we're choosing, and it grows here in the region. It's a perennial species, which means it can live up to 7 to 20 years. So we don't have to reseed, which brings down the capital costs enormously. And that will also allow us to harvest multiple times per year. So 80% of the biomass we're leaving in the water, and we're only harvesting the top 4.5 feet. And think of it like we're going to be, we're going to be mowing the lawn. So you saw the picture of the whale and you had the canopy there. We're just going to be going over it with a lawnmower. And you're wondering, well, what does this lawnmower look like? And another thing I like to say is everything that I'm talking about here has already been tested and tried somewhere else on the planet. What we're doing is we're bringing it all together in one place. So here is a picture of a kelp cutter from 1915. So technology, this is from California. This technology is already in existence. I don't know if you know, but macrocystis helped us win World War I. There was an embargo on the ingredients for gunpowder, and the smart scientists figured out, well, we can harvest macrocystis and use that as input material for gunpowder, and that helped us win World War I. But these are, this is technology that's been in use since 1915. What we're going to be doing is just dusting it off and giving it a bit of a 21st century refresh. What's in our kelp? I said that we're not going to be, it doesn't taste very good, but what can it be used for all the chemists around or the scientists? Here's a brief breakdown of what's in there. The most important and also valuable components are the sugars. Here's a breakdown of what they are: the mannitols, the alginates, the fucoidins. But just to show that these seem like really relatively simple terms, and they are. This is what's known about seaweed. The industry is still quite young, and there is still so much more that needs to be discovered about what is actually in the seaweed and how we can extract those valuable molecules. And this is just the beginning of it, but it shows a little bit of what's in it. What we are going to be doing with it, we are primarily focusing on the two on the left. First of all is the biostimulant, and a biostimulant is basically like candy for plants. So because it grows so quickly, it's got an enormous amount of growth hormones in it. And there are also vitamins and minerals. By mashing up the seaweed and bursting the cells, we release everything on the inside and we make an extraction. So we get the liquid and then we get the pulp. The liquid is for biostimulant. So for plants, row crops, increases their resilience, less reliance on chemical fertilizers. There is the marketplace is showing an enormous amount of growth, about 13% CAGR. So for everyone out there who is business minded, that's a dream growth market. The pulp we plan on processing and creating agri-feed out of that. So feeding seaweed to livestock, to poultry, to even fish is incredibly beneficial and just helps with their overall well-being. And then what we have is we also have R&D going into extracting the alginates. And alginate is a term that is used for a really great molecule that's only found in brown seaweeds. And there's alginates in your beer. So, when you have the foam, that's alginate that helps keep it together and keeps that foam on the top. I know that everyone complains when they come to Holland that there's too much foam. We obviously have too much alginate in our beer, but that's how the Dutch like it. Alginates are also what's used for textiles. So there's R&D going into how you can take those molecules and those the alginates and create fibers for that. So there's a huge market in textiles and also the biomedical molecules. Those two take a bit more R&D, and we don't have the specialty just yet. So we're partnering with universities to undertake that research. Alaska, why I'm here. It's been an amazing 3.5 weeks. And I have to say, it's so refreshing to be in a place where you guys are a lot like the Dutch, really no nonsense. Let's just get on with it and, attack things with a healthy dose of pragmatism. And I think you have to do that because of the, just that you're in Alaska. We're a lot like this. You guys are also ambitious. So are we. This is our timeline right now. Obviously, we're at the pre-license. Everything that we've done so far has been desk research, which is one of the reasons why I'm here, is to validate some of the assumptions we're making, but also to meet you guys, to talk to people, also so you can meet us, see if we're nice enough people for you to say, yeah, let's start exploring this. I'm going to go back to Holland and create the business case for an operations here in Alaska. And if it's a green light, which I pretty much think it is, then we're going to have to start working on the social license to operate. For us, it's very important that we come in and we are very respectful of what has already been happening. And I like to say, standing on the shoulders of giants, and I think you already have some giants here in Alaska, not only with Seagrove, but also with what's been done and the task force that has just completed the mariculture development plan, which is great. Any new entrepreneur that is looking for support will rely heavily on that and take a lot of inspiration from it. So that's really great. Hopefully we'll then put in for our lease application in the next window, which is from January to April. Once it gets approved, we'd like to, and we have the funding secured, get our first array in the water at the end of the year. And if all goes well, scale up for growth 2025 onwards. Really briefly, what our vision is, like I say, we've already started in Namibia. We have a license for an 800 hectare farm, which is 2,400 acres. Briefly, in Alaska, and some people think, oh, wow, that's really big. And I already asked the energy panel before, does that mean, all of the work that's being done, does that mean the cost of energy goes down? It is more expensive to do business here in Alaska, but to overcome those higher costs, we do have to think at a bigger scale. So we are thinking at a big scale. If we don't, then it's really difficult to make the economics work. I have up there a 3,000 acre forest because you always got to ask for a bit more. But we definitely plan on generating a lot of jobs. To create a forest of that's that big, we're going to need an enormous amount of welding work done for the structures. We will have to have a hatchery. We do want to create a state-of-the-art lab, and we want to create a center of excellence. So in that sense, it's really important for us that we work on that local job generation. Everyone that comes over from Holland, and it's exactly what we're doing in Namibia, if there are foreigners, or for here, it would be non-Alaskans employed, we have understudies. So the point is that then we train those understudies up so that we can move on to the next location. So that's something that is very important to us. It's just me that you're seeing here. I just wanted to show you what the rest of the team looks like. We're spread between South Africa, Namibia, and Holland. The gentleman on the left, he's the founder. He just moved down to Namibia with his family a couple of weeks ago to get our farms in the water there. And the point is that we sort of have a traveling SWAT team of a team who knows how to get this done. We set up in the next countries, we train up, and then we move on to the next. But that's us, and there's a question mark there for Alaska, just in case anyone might want to move to job. When I come my final slides, it's really important for us that we generate a revenue, but certainly not at the expense of people and planet. We're doing this to save the planet. There is no planet B, I like to say. So we're very much focused on biodiversity, drawing down the CO2. The commissioner mentioned yesterday about blue carbon credits. It's also something that we're working on that will take probably another 3 years to validate the science, that then will go into a validated blue carbon bond for seaweed. There's a group working right now called Oceans 2050 that have started the process. We hope to build on that and increase the value of a bond that can be issued by a seaweed farm. And that we are doing through our foundation. So we set up a kelp forest foundation where we are going to be funding all of the PhDs and master's students, because there's a lot more work that needs to be done when it comes to seaweed. We put it in a foundation because we feel that all knowledge needs to be open and shared, and we don't believe in any IP. In that sense, rising tide floats all boats. There is plenty of opportunity. So if we all help each other, then the whole industry collectively is lifted, and that is going to be better for everyone. Founding partners, we have, and I'm glad of the universities here, so I'm really hoping to catch up with you so we can maybe put some program in place now already in Alaska. But we are working with the University of Namibia, also the Cambridge Center for Climate Repair, And of course, we are there. Just some pictures of what we're doing. This is our spore and our seed collection trips. We've been to South Africa, we've been to Falklands. By the way, everything, if we come here, operate in Alaska, it's obviously going to be from Alaskan stock. But the great thing is you guys have really healthy and amazing macrocystis. But this is just a picture of what we've done so far. People say, why Alaska? Well, you guys have amazing water. It is cold, nutritious, and clear. Macrocystis absolutely loves that. The people, capabilities, spirit, and expertise is here in spades, I have to say. What we really like, as well as the responsible consideration of natural resources. Like I say, we have no planet B. If we don't responsibly deal and have a relationship with our natural resources, there aren't going to be any. The approach that you have is absolutely spot on, and we completely share. There's a really good knowledge base. A lot of research has already been done into macrocystis, even though it might be 20 years old. Let's make sure that it doesn't stay on the shelf, and let's dust it off and get those smarts to work. There's an enormous support for industry growth, which is very encouraging and very positive. Always not paint too rosy of a picture, but what I found is some of the challenges that we're going to need to overcome as Kelp Blue is cost of doing business. I mean, energy and fresh water, and also shipping and logistics. But these are things that have been highlighted in the report from the governor. Again, this is one of the reasons why we do have to go at scale, so we can make it profitable to be able to reinvest and to, make it worthwhile setting up a business. And then I also think a social license. What we're doing and what the plan is this is our first recce. We are narrowing down the locations, and we'll be coming back again to engage more publicly with everyone and interested parties before we submit our application. So we just want to make sure that we're taking everyone along, hearing all the concerns, maybe taking that into our plans for when we submit for those licenses. And I just say, it sounds like a great story, but one of the reasons why we're in Alaska is I just wanted to come back. So this is a picture of me when I was 13, I think 35 years ago, on a trip to Alaska. Left is climbing on near Kennecott, and the other one I think is wistfully looking over at Denali or something. But I had a great time when I was here then, and I'm having a great time now. If you guys are interested in seaweed, two things I will leave you with. One is a really good newsletter to sign up for, which is phyconomy.net. You sign up for the newsletter, and it's really great, just enough information that makes it interesting, not too much and not too often, but it's just the highlights of what's going on in the global seaweed world. And then a really good book. I learned a lot from it. It's for children. I like learning the way children learn because it's nice and simple, and I don't feel bad if I ask dumb questions. So with a little kelp from our friends is a really, really great book that talks about the benefits of seaweed and what it can do for the planet. So with that, I will thank you very much. That's my email. If you have any questions, I'm available, and I'm going to be here later as well. So thank you very much.
Caroline, thank you so much for traveling and taking the time to talk to us about what your plans are. Please, it's good. Please stay here with us, but we will hopefully have some time for questions at the end of it. But we've got some other really terrific people we want to hear from. So Julie Decker, if you would come up. Yeah, and Chelsea, if you would come up and join us on the panel here. So Julie Decker wears many hats. She's the executive co-chair of the Alaska Mariculture Task Force, and is a fishing family from Wrangell. And I don't know, if we go down the list of things that she's done over the last 25 years. We wouldn't have time for the rest of the materials. And Chelsea Goucher, who's done many things as well, but most recently she's one of the women that own Foraged and Found, which is a seaweed or not a seaweed based entirely, but it's a locally sourced value added production company out of Ketchikan. So I would like to have each of them have an opportunity to tell us a little bit about what's going on. And maybe Julie, do you want to start first and just kind of give us a quick summary of what we're doing in Alaska and what has happened in mariculture in the last year?
Sure. Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, I need that. Okay.
Somebody else?
Yeah, no, that sounds good. Nice to be back at Southeast Conference. I'm Julie Decker, the Executive Director of Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation. I want to recognize, first of all, two of the AFDF board members that are in the room, Mr. Mark Scheer and Tommy Sheridan there in the back. We have a board of 13 people, and they represent the harvesting, processing, and support sector businesses in the seafood industry in Alaska. When I was putting together this presentation, I actually looked back on my various mariculture presentations, back to the very first mariculture presentation I put together, which was Southeast Conference, Sitka, September 2013, if you can believe it. So we've been at this a little while, and I just wanted to say, give you that date, that's 8 years ago, because it takes a while to build a statewide initiative and momentum around that, around something new and developing something new. So we're going to talk a little bit about, and of course, this is not working. Do I have it backwards? Oh, there we go. So I always start out, what is mariculture? Just to be clear, so we all know what we're talking about. In Alaska, mariculture is not finfish farming. That's prohibited by state law. But what is allowed is enhancement, restoration, and farming of shellfish and seaweeds. So that's what we're talking about in general. There's a few species up here that in particular have had some either R&D work or actual commercial work, including oysters, king crabs, sea cucumbers, blue mussels, geoduck, and then several species of seaweed. And why mariculture? Why are we looking at this as a new developing industry? It's basically because it represents opportunities and benefits for Alaskans. There's many different ways that these opportunities and benefits can appear. It is complementary for two of our big industries in the state already, our seafood industry and our tourism industry, which may not be intuitive, the tourism part, but this is an oyster and seaweed farm in Ketchikan who is actually running tours to his farm as an adjunct to his farm business. And he's working with cruise ship companies and he sells products to them. They bring tourists to him. He then built a little oyster bar, floating oyster bar at his farm. So it's a really great synergistic relationship. And then those tourists go back home and they go, oh, I just had the best Alaska seafood and it's sustainably managed and it's in this beautiful, pristine area. We need more of that. Where can I buy it? And the word travels. So it's wonderful. Environmental benefits, you heard a little bit about that from Caroline. These are real, and there's more and more research coming out every day about the true environmental benefits of growing seaweed and shellfish in our waters. So in 2016, the Alaska Mariculture Task Force was created by administrative order, and it was extended by another administrative order in 2018. We created a statewide strategic plan, and I have copies of that. I don't have printed copies. They're on the AFDF website, and I can get you a flash drive with that information as well. And then we narrowed it down to more of a 5-year action plan to really focus on the near-term priorities. We started kind of going through that action plan and trying to implement things that were of most importance. And in June of 30th of 2021, the task force sunsetted, which was by design. That was the idea. And the entity to take the place of the task force is now a nonprofit called the Alaska Mariculture Alliance. But I wanted to show, kind of touch ground on some of the progress and indicators of progress that we have here that represent the work that we've done over the last 5 years. So we recently launched the Mariculture Map, which is a GIS system, which it basically tries to layer all the publicly accessible data sets that are relevant to citing a new mariculture lease in one spot. It's a little bit complicated, so it takes a little bit of using to get used to, unless you're a GIS expert. But that's the web link right there. And we are hopeful it'll be really useful to folks and help reduce conflicts when looking at new lease applications. The Mariculture Revolving Loan Fund, which is within Department of Commerce, has increased the number of loans it has out, active loans for mariculture, which is good. And we received really from guidance from the Alaska Development Team, the first mariculture loan out of the Agricultural Revolving Loan Fund, which is housed in DNR. So that's really cool. And so I've got a few slides here with some stats that get me excited, and hopefully I can translate that excitement to you guys. But and I want to again give a shout out to the Dunleavy administration and his development team, because they have really been supportive. They've really dug in and helped us work with agencies in a very proactive, positive way to find solutions. And it's just a really nice, it's a nice approach to making progress together. So here this shows basically that we're getting new lease applications submitted, and it's not only translating into more farms over time, but more acreage under development. Now, not all of these are approved yet, so keep that in mind. However, if they are, you can see that those bars represent the number of acreage under development. That's a huge increase from where it was in 2016. This is like 10-fold increase. So this is really important. Not all of these are approved, not all of them are developed, not all of them are farming yet, but this is in the pipeline. So this is exciting. Another really interesting part of these new applications that are coming forward is they're relatively spread out between Southeast, South Central, and Southwest. Southwest, 5 years ago, had 0 mariculture farms. And now there are 19, at least in the application phase. So if not farming already. So that's super exciting. 30 are in Southeast, so the majority are still in Southeast, but it's still a nice split. So we're seeing that the development in this industry can apply more broadly to the state than really was seen before. And then this one, it really, again, is another shout out to the administration. They, over the last 3 years, have decreased the time that it takes to process a new lease application, about in half, roughly. Now this, at the same time that they made a decrease, most of the other places around the US are seeing increases in the amount of time it takes to process an application. So we are hopeful to tell this story to other states as well, maybe attract others that are interested. And then folks that are here, it's just going to be, we're going to continue to streamline it even more than this, but this is really a good sign. And when you look at it relative to other states, we're doing really well here. And then this is another sign that there's a really kind of a growing demand for this new industry. We, over the last 2 years, AFDF worked with other partners to put on some farm training workshops, and we received hundreds of applications, and we trained over 200 in a 3-day workshop and another 100 approximately in a 2-hour webinar. Now, these are still sort of introductory, trainings, but this is a really good sign. These are all Alaskans, and in only 2 years. So we're going to try to continue with additional trainings. We're also going to try to add processor trainings to the picture. And we're working really closely with the Alaska Sea Grant to do this. So this is all good stuff. And then this is just another slide to roughly show the trajectory of kelp production in Alaska. So previous to 2017, it was 0. So we went from 0 to not quite, I don't think we quite hit that bar of 450,000 this year, but it's, we're seeing a nice increase every year. I think that this is going to grow in the next 10 years exponentially. And so what are some of the next steps for the Alaska Mariculture Alliance? We're going to hold our first meeting in October and November. We haven't set the date yet. And we're also open for new members. There have been, I think it's just over 90 applications for new members. About a third of them are associate members and 2/3 are full voting members. So again, another sign of like tremendous interest here. University of Alaska, thank you very much, is hosting a mariculture conference in February of next year. We're super excited about this. Thank you, President Pitney. We're just thrilled. We're going to bring in some excellent speakers from around the world, around the United States and around Alaska. So if folks are interested in attending this, please stay tuned and there'll be more information. Southeast Conference and JEDC are helping to logistically pull it all together. And we're working with, the university is working with AMA folks and the Mariculture Research and Training Center. This is a new piece, sort of a sister or a side arm of the AMA. We're going to work closely together in the future. The Mariculture Research and Training Center is going to be hosted by Alaska Sea Grant. It's not a bricks and mortar thing. It's just a virtual sort of coordinating function. But it's going to be good for making sure that we're continuing to make forward progress on the research priorities that are important to the industry. We're working to expand seaweed processing in Alaska. This is sort of the next bottleneck since we've seen so much interest in farming. So the last week of October, AFDF is going to facilitate a meeting, kind of a meet and greet or dating service maybe, between some of the companies like Kelp Blue and some others from outside of Alaska that are showing interest in Alaska, that they have some experience, some expertise, and some background in seaweed processing. So we're going to bring them together with some of our seafood processors and some of our producers like Seagrove already that are producing inside Alaska. And so we're going to have a meet and greet. We're going to get some results from the McKinley Research Group. They did an Alaska seaweed market assessment for us. By the way, there's copies over here on this table, just to the right of you guys. Just a couple of weeks. And so this is the first group I've been able to like distribute copies to. So McKinley will present those results to that group. It's kind of like a business to business kind of connection. And we're also hired them, McKinley Research, to do an analysis of sort of regional seaweed processing hubs in Alaska. So they'll be able to present at least draft results on that. As well, then we're going to help facilitate meetings throughout some of those regional hubs in the state with some of the folks and the companies from outside Alaska. So hopefully, there may be some partnerships that develop out of that. There may be some new companies that come to Alaska that develop out of that. Hopefully, in my mind, the goal is just to increase seaweed processing capacity one way or another. And then we're going to continue work with the legislature. Representative Ortiz and Senator Stevens have both put in versions of bills that would allow for shellfish enhancement. That's something we haven't talked about a lot, but right now in the Bering Sea, king crab and snow crab stocks are crashing. It's going to take right away over $100 million out of their economy in 1 year. This bill would allow for large scale shellfish enhancement and restoration projects. And so it's something we've been working on for 6 years, if you can believe it or not. And so we're hoping January 2022 will be the time to get it over the finish line. I think it's almost there. And then we're hoping to look at a gap analysis towards hatchery solutions for Alaska. So hatcheries are something that are needed to produce the little sort of seed stock or baby shellfish for these farms. And how do we do that? Is it a network? Is it a centralized facility? I don't know that the answer is known yet. So we're going to do a little analysis of that, see if we can come up with some solutions. I think that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Yeah, wonderful information, and we continue to make progress. And it is challenging to create a new industry statewide, but we have some really energetic people that are helping drive this. And but I think it's also really important to recognize that while so much of mariculture opportunity is about the production of raw materials, it does many other things. And one of the things that I think helps us recognize and realize the maximum value of that to our communities is when we take that raw material and turn it into a value-added product. So much of the economic engine in Alaska for the last 150 years has been driven by materials being harvested in basic form and shipped to another place for value-added production. There's a real opportunity here for other enterprises and entrepreneurial folks to make remarkable products and things like that locally, which just takes that economic opportunity, and you get that expansion locally, the local employment, the local products, and the local recognition. And one of those companies is Foraged and Found out of Ketchikan. And so Chelsea, if you want to, so Chelsea Goucher, she's talk a little bit about what they're doing.
All right, which button is it? Where do I aim it? This way? Okay, perfect. All right, my name is Chelsea Goucher. There's quite a few faces I don't recognize, but I have actually, this is my 8th Southeast Conference annual meeting. I think my first one was in Sitka when I first heard the word mariculture come out of your mouth. So it's kind of fun. I worked for the Ketchikan Chamber for 2.5 years and then for Alaska Marine Lines for 5 years. And so I'd kind of built up this career of like listening to business owners talk to me about their problems and trying to help them find solutions. And so I figured the smart thing to do was just throw all caution to the wind and take on all those problems myself. So that's what I've done. I have been doing Foraged and Found full-time since January 1st of this year. So who is Foraged and Found? So it was founded in Ketchikan in 2017 by Jen Brown. She is someone that has about a 10-year career in corporate marketing, and she's from Orange County, California. She was tired of her corporate career and quit and got a job cooking on some yachts that came up to Alaska. So she fell in love with Ketchikan, fell in with a really great group of seasonal workers up here doing tourism. And they started experimenting with pickling and canning and fermenting all kinds of different products that you can forage and harvest around Southeast Alaska. And they did a bunch of stuff. They sold it at our Blueberry Festival, which is a big local arts festival in Ketchikan, and they had a really good reception from the community. And so Jen, who just has like a great mind for marketing and numbers and spreadsheets and all the stuff that I don't like, she also has a really good financial planning and corporate planning background. So she started to put stuff on paper and was like, maybe this could be a viable business. Of course, it takes a lot of effort because right away, scalability was something that she's like, this is going to be the big thing to overcome. So her and I kind of got to know each other casually. I actually started taking her to lunch as an AML customer and just kind of helping her with shipping problems and shipping issues she had and kind of helping her navigate the system. And we became good friends. And I'd been looking for something to kind of invest some passion and energy into. And she started talking to me about her business. And I was like, oh, she has no idea about all of this and all of the mariculture and everything that's going on in Southeast with Southeast Conference. So it was really exciting for us to come together. It's kind of one of those things where I think we both knew we were going to become business partners before we actually talked about it. So it was kind of fun and kind of special. And here we are. So like I said, she does a lot of like the long-term planning and keeping us on track financially. And I do a lot of the networking and sales and now a lot more operation stuff too. So it's fun and it's challenging. So we take wild harvested Alaskan plants and seaweeds, and we turn them into consumer packaged goods, shelf stable products. We have 9 SKUs currently that we're really focusing on. We have a ton of other ideas, but when you scale, you really have to narrow it down and focus. We have 4 flavors of salsa, 3 flavors of kelp pickles, and we also are making a sea asparagus pesto out of Salicornia, which is super delicious. So yeah, I won't go into too much detail on this because you guys have probably heard a lot of this already, but currently we're using wild harvested bullwhip kelp in our salsas and pickles. And then the salicornia, like I said, we are using in the sea asparagus pesto. And those are really abundant all over Southeast Alaska. With our wild harvesting, well, here, I'll get to that in a minute. So where is Foraged and Found today? So currently we're in about 10 to 15 different shops in Ketchikan. We've also gotten several big orders from tour operators, which is really exciting for next year. And our sales are going really well throughout Alaska. We're in a bunch of different communities in Southeast, several in the Matsu Valley, Anchorage, Fairbanks, some really random places like Talkeetna and just spots that I wasn't even sure about. I actually got a random email from someone on the city council in Valdez saying they like presented our products and talked about mariculture at one of their city council meetings. So that was nice. But again, part of our goal is to expand and become a national brand. That's part of our business plan. And so we're partnered currently with a specialty food broker based in St. Louis, Missouri, which is a nice central location. And he is helping us with warehousing, distribution, and also sales because the grocery industry is pretty structured and can be extremely challenging to get into if you don't have the right connections. So investing in that partnership is something that we're hoping will continue to turn out to be a good thing. It's all trial and error and a lot of learning. So it's fun. We also we have our own direct-to-consumer website. We are on Amazon and we're on a couple of different wholesale platforms like Fair, Tundra, and Bulletin. They all kind of serve different purposes. Like Tundra, for example, is 0% commission and they don't promote our products, but it's been a great workaround for our Alaskan customers because they have such low negotiated UPS rates that we can send them through that portal and it saves us a bunch of time and money. Fair takes a 25% commission, but they also promote it. So we're getting orders like out of the blue from all over the country from different stores. So that's been fun. So where do we fit into the Alaskan economy? So we started off harvesting the raw materials ourselves. And now we work with local fishermen and commercial operators to harvest using ADF&G permits, their commissioners permits. They tell us, what districts we can harvest in, what areas are off limits. And then they set certain quotas for specific areas. Obviously, we harvest. It's really important to us to do it in a sustainable fashion. So we only harvest a certain percentage of each kelp bed that we approach. And the same thing applies to the sea asparagus. We work with some seine boats and some also dive fish boats that aren't working in the summertime. And they've really enjoyed the extra opportunity for income. So that's something that I'm very passionate about, is seeing like those connections happen and the value chains kind of start to emerge where multiple people besides just us are benefiting from what we're doing. And that has been something kind of speaking to like what Julie was talking about. We have partnered with our local seafood processors, and EC Phillips has been really great because they are willing to kind of experiment and do crazy things where we're like, can you figure out how to help us clean sea asparagus faster? Things like that. So there's a lot of research and development that still needs to go into things, but it's been good to leverage those partnerships. So why seaweed? So yes, this has been talked about quite a lot, but seaweed is pretty amazing. Not only is it great for the environment, and so we really want to raise awareness of seaweed and why it's important, but it's also really good for us. So the bullwhip kelp that we use is high in protein. There's also trace nutrients like iodine, magnesium, other things that can be hard to find in traditionally farmed foods, especially with like degrading soil quality and things like that. So yes, that is something we're super excited about. We're super excited to see all of the activity around kelp farming too, because again, as we scale, we want to be at a point where at some point we're like, okay, we need to start buying kelp from people instead of wild harvesting. For now, wild harvesting works and it makes sense, and that'll always be part of it because that's kind of where the company came from. But that isn't something we can rely on completely. So we're interested to see kelp farmers continue to become more and more successful, and who knows where our business will go. For example, we got some sugar kelp from Markos earlier this year and tried it in some of our recipes, and it was really good. So we'll see what happens. What is next for Foraged and Found? So we are going to be launching very soon a line of 2 pasta sauces. We have a marinara sauce and a spicy arrabbiata sauce. Again, we rolled them out for the first time at the Blueberry Festival in Ketchikan, and people really seem to like them. So we're going to be pushing that soon, and those should be available nationally on our website as well. And we have some other kind of just fun things going on that we're working on. So the harvesting of the bullwhip kelp is actually very efficient. The fishermen have figured out how to do it. You can harvest quite a bit pretty quickly. The sea asparagus, not so much. It's literally like on your hands and knees with scissors. Like that's what we've come up with so far. So we we like hijacked a couple of Markos's employees, and I think they have they're like experimenting with growing sea asparagus on the back deck of his barge, because there are sea asparagus farms. I think in Florida, Hawaii, maybe some other places. So it's definitely possible. So we're very interested, both my business partner and I, on like making a little like agriculture, but using the stuff that's kind of naturally around Southeast Alaska. And so with that inspiration, my business partner also had the idea to start a nonprofit. So our other founding charter board member, AJ Pierce, the vice mayor of Ketchikan, she's right there. We started CAPA, Ketchikan Agricultural Producers Association. And that was another thing that like the light bulbs went off in my head, because I've been hearing about all these amazing like closed loop food system things that people in Juneau are working on. And I'm like, okay, well, we have to do that in Ketchikan too. If Juneau can do it, Ketchikan can do it. So we are excited about that. We have applied for a USDA grant to do some feasibility studies around what creating like a food hub and some closed loop systems would look like in Ketchikan. And so we're hoping we'll hear some positive news on that soon. And maybe that will be a presentation for another year at Southeast Conference. So we just have a lot of exciting things that we're working on. And it has been so great to like, I don't think I would ever be part of this business if it hadn't been for Southeast Conference, and hearing everyone talk about mariculture for the last 8 years. It really was activating and interesting, and the connections have just been great. There's a lot of people to thank. Shelly Hill over here, that's a great partnership that the Ketchikan Chamber formed with Alaska SBDC and Spruce Root to actually have a business advisor in Ketchikan. She helped my partner, Jen, navigate some of the stuff. We applied for a USDA value-added producers grant last year, and we were awarded that, which was amazing. So, you know, we have a lot of appreciation for the USDA. We 100% used Southeast by the numbers in our grant application. I used it in sales projections on the tourism side, and Jen used it on the mariculture side. And some of the other cool things. We were at a chamber after hours in Ketchikan at Ward Cove, out of the Spokeley's new facility. Sherry Klein connected us with Senator Sullivan. He ended up serving our pickles to all of the other senators at a lunch. That was great. Sherry also connected us with Jamie O'Connor from Senator Murkowski's office. And she was like, oh, have you heard of the Alaska Ocean Cluster? Which no one's mentioned. And I had no idea about the Alaska Ocean Cluster, but he's like, yeah, Garrett Everidge. And I was like, Garrett, I remember him from Southeast Conference. He was like McDowell Group guy. So I've connected with them, and the Alaska Ocean Cluster, that's definitely something we'll have to hear about at some point, but they have some great resources around different opportunities for innovation in this sector. So yeah, it's great looking to make more connections here. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you very much, Chelsea. And very exciting stuff. And thanks to all of our panelists. We're running a little behind here. So we'll, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to make one plug. Our organization also hosts an annual contest called the Alaska Symphony of Seafoods. And our illustrious panelist here has been an entrant. We're trying to get Seago to be an entrant this year. Barnacle Foods was the grand prize winner in 2020. But it's a wonderful event for new value-added products made out of Alaska seafood, and seaweed qualifies as well. The deadline is October 4th, very low entry fee, $150. You get booth space in Boston at the, what's it called?
North
Seafood Expo North America.
Right.
It used to be
The
called the
Boston
Boston
Seafood Show.
Seafood Show, but
That's
they
what
had to
everyone-
change the name. Anyway, you get wonderful benefits for not very much entry fee. And so just wanted to put it out there if there's anyone out there making products out of Alaska seafood. And it can also be non-food products, like non-edible products. So we have a category for that. We also have more information about the call for products over here on this table. Thank you.
Yeah, and there's actually a whole body of different information over here, including market assessments. There's a edible seaweed market analysis there. So, please, when you get a chance, come over here and take a look at this. We won't do, because we're running late, we don't have time for Q&A, but but all of us, I'm sure, welcome the opportunity to talk to anybody. Please feel free to do that. We still have two more really interesting panelists to come up and talk about Alaska seafood. So I want to give a big hand to all of our panelists and say thank you very much for coming and presenting to us. And I would also say that, we have snacks in the back, and feel free to do that while we have these last couple of panelists. And I think Robert's got something coming up here too. Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right, thanks, everybody. And next on the agenda, Jeremy and Sam. Yeah, very good. Yeah, go ahead and go ahead and have a seat. So let's see, let's start. You want to start, Sam? All right. So Sam is the Director of Commercial Fish for Fish and Game, and will give us an update on Southeast fisheries, commercial fisheries.
Raise that up. Thanks, Markos. Here's what I brought to talk about, but I've got some crib notes to shorten it up a little bit in the interest of time. Sorry. But I will need my glasses. So I'm Sam Rabung. I'm with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm the Director of the Division of Commercial Fisheries. And following that group is going to be tough, but I've been a member of the Mariculture Task Force also. I've worked on kelp mariculture for parts of my life anyway, mostly involved in salmon aquaculture before this position though. So I started every presentation or discussion with our mission statement. Alaska Department of Game's mission statement is to protect, maintain, and improve the fish, game, and aquatic plant resources of the state and manage their use and development in the best interest of the economy and the well-being of the people of the state, consistent with the sustained yield principle. I also remind my staff of that quite frequently too. So Division of Commercial Fishery manages commercial fisheries, subsistence fisheries, and many of the personal use fisheries in Alaska, and we manage for sustained yield. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. We also permit aquatic farms or mariculture farms, salmon hatcheries. We operate the gene conservation lab and pathology labs, etc. So it's a pretty diverse group. We have about 675 employees in the division. I'm going to talk briefly about our budget because that's been a big issue for us in the past several years. It's been lean times. But I always start off by reminding people that the commercial fishing industry pays much more in taxes, fees, and assessments into the state and local governments than our division receives in general fund support. And that's always an eye opener for people, especially from the rail belt. They don't seem to realize that commercial fishing more than pays its way. But sustainable fisheries management, we do that based on assessments of harvestable surplus. So we want to make sure that we're not over harvesting anything. It's pretty simple. So we are a project-based budget, and we've been trimmed down basically to just assessment projects. That's about all we have left to do now. We used to submit budget requests for increased project funding for new ideas, and people would want us to do new work. But for about the last 8 years,
always submit is lists of projects to cut. And over the last 8 years, we've pretty much removed all the fat and maybe some of the meat of our division, and we're right down to the bone now. We've been pretty good at pointing out to the legislature and to the governor that any further cuts result in reduced fisheries economic activity. If we can't say that we're managing sustainably, if we don't have a good assessment of what the harvestable surplus is, then we can't do our jobs. And so we'll have to be much more conservative, close fisheries, restrict fisheries. And I think that message has gotten across because our FY22 budget was the first time in about 8 years that we haven't been cut. We're flat funded, so we're pretty happy about that. I manage the division for the entire state, but I'm going to focus mostly just on Southeast right now. And the Southeast portion of our budget it's only $13.8 million. And then I'm going to hit now on a little bit of the 2021 regional fisheries. And I've got, in the interest of time, I've made some handouts that will give a little more detail on these things, so I don't have to go into too much detail. So if you're interested, I can pass those around. Markos can pass them around. Or you could contact me and I could email them to you electronically. So in short, 2021 has not been great, but it's certainly better than 2020 was. Herring was one of our bright spots. We have two major herring fisheries in Southeast. We have the Craig spawn and kelp, which Markos knows really well because he got to know those herring last year on his farm. And the other one is the Sickasacro herring. Both were near record spawn, the highest spawn in over 40 years, and the second highest revenue ever. So the outlook is excellent. We've got great recruitment into those stocks. So the herring fisheries are looking good. Salmon has been mixed. Chinook remain poor, but have improved. 7 of our 11 stocks that we monitor for escapement achieved their escapement goals this year, which is an improvement. But the outlook is still pretty poor for Chinook. We're going to keep an eye on those, and about all we can do is continue to be restrictive. Our sockeye runs this year were pretty average. We met most of our goals. The pinks were a nice surprise. They nearly doubled the forecast of the run, and so we're happy about that. Coho are a little bit below average to date, but they're still going. The chum were lower than our 10-year average, but better than 2020. And here's my favorite part of this, of the salmon anyway. The current ex-vessel value to date for salmon fisheries in Southeast Alaska is about $78 million, which is 60% higher than the total in 2020. And we're still going. So that's pretty encouraging. And that's just salmon. And if I remind you earlier, I said the entire budget for the Southeast region is 13.8 million. So just the ex-vessel value of salmon was 78 so far. Some of the other exciting fisheries or bigger fisheries, sable fish. We've got increasing harvests in both the southern Southeast, the Clarence stock, and also in the Chatham stock. Increasing harvests, and the prices are much better in 21 than they were in 20, and our outlook is good on those ones. Dungeness crab was pretty exciting this year. It was all-time high price, ex-vessel value so far, and we haven't started the winter season yet, but so far $11 million ex-vessel. And for those that don't know what ex-vessel is, that's just the price, the dollars paid to the fishermen. So the first exchange of money for harvesting the resource is the ex-vessel price, and the value only goes up from there. Dive fisheries, sea cucumbers they're above average guideline harvest levels, so their population's doing well. Gooey duck has been stable and remains valuable. Red sea urchin are down a little bit, but we still have a harvestable surplus, so those fisheries are ongoing or starting up soon. Some of the sad things are our king crab are still doing poorly in Southeast, and it seems to be more than just Southeast, but I'm going to focus here. So we've had that fishery closed for many years. The personal use fishery is still open, or has been open in 21, so it wasn't totally tanked. Pot shrimp, we've got the lowest guideline harvest level ever for that population. It's a declining population, so we're concerned about that. We've also got a little bit of beam troll shrimp, some scallop fisheries and hagfish and a few other small ones. So I won't go into detail on those. Something Robert asked me to speak to, and we get a lot of questions about, is the 2020 Southeast salmon fishery disaster request. I've got a handout in that pile about that too, with much more detail, but the short answer is the Governor Dunleavy sent a letter to the Secretary of Commerce on March 8th, 2021, requesting that disaster declaration. It hasn't been approved yet. Our experience with fisheries disasters in the past couple of, well, since about 2016, they're taking a good couple of years to work through the process. It's a slow process. I know that people get frustrated waiting on that, but our hands are tied. It's dictated to us by the federal process. So the declaration has to be made, then Congress has to appropriate funds, and then it gets funneled through NOAA, and then we come up with a spend plan, and we publicly vet that, and so on and so forth. So it takes quite a bit of time. And let's see, the last thing, and my favorite thing to talk about, is aquatic farming or mariculture. And as the previous panelist stated, our governor is really supportive of mariculture and growing the industry in Alaska, which is really gratifying. Because I did some work trying to figure out how to grow Macrocystis in Sitka in 1985, I think, or 86. And so maybe I was just a little early on it, but I thought it was going to take off then. But anyway, so we've got currently statewide, there's 80 permitted farms and 5 hatcheries statewide, which is a pretty good number. 42 of those farms and 2 of the hatcheries are in Southeast Alaska. Total statewide operating about 1,000 acres, about half of that in Southeast, so 500 acres. And when we talk about the acreage of a farm site, we talked about this earlier, people don't really, 100 acres sounds like kind of a big footprint, but when the DNR leases the farm site, it's the bottom of the ocean. That's your footprint. So if you have your anchoring, it's got scope on it. And so your surface acreage is considerably less than what you're leasing. And it's typically about 30% of what you're leasing is on the surface. So we've had people that just envision, a football field or a aircraft carrier floating out there, taking up all that space. And that's really not what they look like. Let's see, we have 31 more permits in progress that if approved, they'll total at about another 1,700 acres, or 1,700 acres. So significantly increase the acreage potentially under cultivation. So we're excited about that. In 2020, there was over 3 million shellfish sold from aquatic farms, and over 260,000 pounds of kelp sold from aquatic farms. It averaged about $1.1 million in value. So that's a pretty stable number. We haven't actually seen the uptick that we're expecting to start real soon, but right around $1 million for the last 5 or 6 or 7 years. But we expect to see that start climbing real quick, thanks to people like Markos and Caroline and others that are getting after it. So I'll stop there in the interest of time and pass it on to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sam. I appreciate your time and input and all your work. And there's still time for you to help on the farm. Yeah, Jeremy Woodrow is the executive director of the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, which promotes Alaska seafood both domestically and around the world, and is the ASME is largely, I would say, has had a significant role in increasing the value of Alaska seafood to all of the participants in Alaska, which, and I believe the seafood industry still remains the largest employer in Alaska. So
that's right.
Jeremy.
Thanks for the introduction. I do have a presentation. I don't know if it's up, or if not, I'll just wing it because I know we're in the, have some time constraints here. I see the guy walking up right now. What's that? Yes, you did. It's on the front. I loaded it yesterday. You helped me. That's okay. But anyways, My name is Jeremy Woodrow. I'm the Executive Director for the Alaska Seafood Market Institute, and I'll just go through the first couple slides because that's just really is introducing who ASME is for those that don't know or need a reminder. ASME is a state agency. We're a public-private partnership between the state of Alaska and the Alaska seafood industry. The numbers I'll go through today, when I talk about seafood, I'm talking about the fish that are commercially harvested in Alaska and the shellfish. We aren't talking about mariculture yet, and the reason that is that ASME is actually prohibited in statute from marketing mariculture products. It's a very outdated piece of statute that probably has to do back with salmon farming, back when that was starting up in the world and Alaska was doing its best to combat salmon farms and making sure that didn't exist in Alaska. As Sam pointed out, as well as Markos, Alaska seafood is still the cornerstone of Alaska's economy. It is the largest private direct employer here in the state of Alaska. It's about 60,000 people a year are directly employed in the Alaska seafood industry. These stats are a couple of years old. We're actually working with McKinley Research. We do a biannual economic impact report. So the next one's coming out here in a couple months. But really, Sam touched on this when he talked about sustainable management, and that is just the founding of everything we do from marketing perspective, and that's what really sets Alaska apart across the world. And so our numbers really haven't changed a whole lot when we talk about how much seafood we harvest. The best part is that our numbers have changed about the value of our seafood. That continues to trend up. But when I talk about the numbers haven't changed a whole lot, that is really the definition of sustainability. We harvest pretty much the same amount of fish year in, year out. We have a little bit of ups and downs depending on the fisheries, but for the most part, we're putting out about 5.4 to 6 billion pounds of fish a year is what our commercial fishermen harvest across the state. And that's worth about $2 billion to those fishermen. The processors take that, turn it into about $4.4 billion of wholesale value. And that's about 2.6 billion pounds that are then sold across the world. I like to call out this on this slide when we talk about pounds harvested versus pounds sold. Not everything is being turned into products that can be sold across the world. So there's still opportunity to take more of that fish and turn it into more value. And that's something that our industry is working, whether that's through value-added products or turning that into fish feed, fish meal, and other opportunities across the world. So that there is still room to grow. Let's talk about Southeast. That's where we are today. It's also a cornerstone of the Southeast economy. I think that's no surprise to everyone in this room. We are a very coastal region of the states. Some unique attributes to Southeast are maybe a little bit different than the rest of the state. I realize that the distance here, this might be a little bit of an eye burner, but we do have 5 of the top largest ports in terms of resident fishermen revenue here in the state. So in other words, more fishermen really by region, resident fishermen live in Southeast compared to some of our other parts of the state, especially in terms of revenue. So that just shows how strong Southeast is for fishing. We talked about the size and the poundage in that first slide there, about 5.4 billion pounds. Well, Southeast harvests about 162 million pounds of that. So you're like, well, that's not very much. But some of the species that you catch here in Southeast are really important. I think we all know that. Salmon is very key to Southeast. It represents the majority of the value of the species that are caught here, and especially the salmon that are caught here in Southeast are high value fish. As well as our ground fish. A lot of sablefish and halibut are caught here in Southeast, and those are very high value fish as well. And so when we talk about the largest volume of our species, a lot of those, the larger volume, the lower the value those fish are worth typically. It's just, supply and demand. So our largest fishery, which is actually one of the largest commercial fisheries in the world, is our pollock industry, and that exists in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. Oh, there we go. Where does all of our fish go? As Markos talked about, ASME is a global marketing organization. We market in countries, really, over 100 countries across the world. You can find Alaska seafood products. These big blue dots are areas where ASME has active marketing programs. Red dots are where ASME does not have active marketing programs. Where our fish goes, China, you can see, is a big blue dot. China is still one of our largest export regions. Most of the fish that goes to China is high volume, lower value. So pollock, pink salmon, chum salmon, a lot of our ground fish species like sole, flounder, Pacific Ocean perch. Those tend to go to China for reprocessing and then re-exportation to other countries across the world. China has had a growing domestic markets, they'll talk a little bit about some of the challenges there in another slide. Europe obviously is a large region, so is Japan, but our single largest region in the world is the United States. And we, in terms of value, about a third of the value of our fisheries do end up in the United States and stay there. And a lot of our higher value fish, such as cod, black cod, halibut, king salmon, coho salmon, those higher value salmon species end up in the US in restaurants and grocery stores. We talked about some difficulties in some markets, especially China. While we are a global brand and and about 75% of our volume is exported globally, we do have some headwinds in some of our key markets. If you all remember that we still are in the middle of a trade war with China. When we talk about China, our tariff rates there are anywhere from 37 to 42% just to get our product into the country. That in the last 4 years has reduced the value of our exports by almost $500 million. That's in the last 4 years that we've had to find other areas to send our product. That's really impacted the value of Alaska's seafood species. That's just one impact right there. Another issue we're dealing with is Russia. If you remember back in 2014 with the Ukraine crisis, there were sanctions that the US put on Russia, where Russia said, well, we're retaliating. So they put an embargo on all Western products going to Russia. Well, that included Alaska seafood products, primarily roe from pink salmon. Well, we still can't send our seafood to Russia, but Russia has been sending their seafood to the US and pretty much growing year over year. And since 2013, exports or imports from Russia to the US have increased 173%. The products often undercut Alaska seafood products in the US. It's harvested with lower labor standards, so it's cheaper to harvest from their side, and then they send it over and undercut our species. So we have our own challenges with our own products here in our own country. It's unfortunate. Japan, it's probably one of the most important seafood eating nations in the world, and we don't necessarily have fair trade balance between the US and Japan. We wish those are some things we could change. And of course, the European Union and dealing with Brexit right now. Brexit has some unknowns. There's a lot of opportunity with getting seafood into the UK, and we would like to have some fair trade with those countries as well. So those are all some headwinds that we're dealing with just in the trade issue, and it is important that we have those worked on. I will say that our delegation to DC is very well aware of this. Robert will point to this when we were in Ketchikan a couple of weeks ago with Secretary Graves, or Deputy Secretary Graves, Department of Commerce. He said he would do what he can to make sure that these imbalances in trade are fixed, and so we're going to hold them to that. It's impossible to talk about seafood without talking about the impacts that the pandemic has brought upon our industry. As Sam pointed out, last year was really rough. Probably the top bullet there is probably one of the most important reasons why last year was such a tough year on the seafood industry. If you're going to take anything away from my presentation today, here's a stat for you. Prior to the pandemic, 70% of all seafood that was consumed in the US was consumed at restaurants. So imagine what happened in March of 2020. Lost our biggest buyer. And so what happened was ex-vessel values just plummeted. And on average, about 20 to 25% of the ex-vessel values disappeared last year. Some species even greater. I think halibut was about 40% of their value was lost. There were some fishermen who just couldn't leave the dock because it wouldn't even pay for the price of gas last year. So that was pretty rough. ASME alone were paid by the industry. We saw about a third of our revenues decrease as just a marketing agency. Fortunately, thank you to Governor Dunleavy and the legislature, we were able to get some relief funds so we can continue to market seafood on behalf of Alaska. So that was the immediate challenges we saw here in the States. But how did consumers respond? And so this is actually where the good news starts. While consumers couldn't find their favorite seafood in restaurants, they still wanted seafood. And for the first time ever, we saw seafood sales increase dramatically in the retail sector, as well as in the e-commerce sectors. And we're seeing those increases stay up. They didn't quite make up for seafood sales at restaurants. However, we have more people cooking seafood at home than ever before. And that's just an incredible opportunity for keeping seafood as part of those menu plans and families and homes. And so that's something that Alaska Seafood continues to capitalize on. We're going to capitalize on moving forward into the future. Some other trends we saw, everybody's incredibly health conscious right now. Everybody wants to eat those immune boosting foods. Thankfully, Alaska Seafood checks that box. An area where we've had some challenge though is, I don't know about all of you out here, but does anyone's life gotten easier in the last year or two? No, not at all. If anything, it's gotten more difficult. I don't know how I'm even busier than I was prior to 2019, but convenience foods is a huge trend right now. And to be honest with you, that's something where seafood in general has kind of struggled. Sure, there's takeout sushi and maybe you can get some fish tacos at one of your local, restaurants. But other than that, when we think of takeout, it's chicken wings and burgers and fries. And so that's an area where seafood needs to grow, and an area that ASME is trying to work with a lot of corporate chefs and seeing how we can grow in that segment as far as these trends emerge. So some opportunities, I just can't hammer it home enough. We need the food service sector to rebound. We've seen some resurgence. We saw, especially beginning of summer when COVID rates were lower across the country and the world, people were going back out. They were feeling great. They're eating at restaurants, but then Delta came and just, bulldozed that right back down, and people started eating at home again. But we really do need the food service sector to rebound. We know that's there's going to be a large portion of restaurants across the country that just aren't going to reopen. They're closed for good, but we need them to come back. And so any type of relief that can help, whether it's local or national, to get restaurants back up and going so people can eat out again and eat their favorite seafoods in restaurants again, is only going to help the Alaska seafood industry. We also believe that consumers can continue to look for nutrient forward foods. These health trends that we've picked up throughout the last year and a half are going to continue, and that's all good for Alaska seafood, because obviously eating seafood is very healthy for you. But we still have challenges. I talked about the trade barriers. Those are ongoing, and we need those to be fixed. And then everything I talked about, the challenges that Alaska seafood's gone through and the opportunities for Alaska seafood, well, those are the exact same thing that all of our competitors across the world are dealing with too. When you talk about farmed salmon, farmed cod, farmed halibuts, or any other competitors, whether they be from Russia or Southeast Asia, they're dealing with the same challenges we are. And so we're all fighting for the same, smaller market space moving forward. And it's going to be extra effort for us to, continue to keep Alaska seafood at the top of mind of consumers worldwide. And then, one thing that Sam kind of touched on a little bit is we have volatile harvests year over year. While we have been consistent, some harvests, I've talked about, you've heard it, snippets of it throughout this conference, that there's not going to be a red king crab fishery this year in the Bering Sea. Some of this volatility in the market to our fisheries creates uncertainty in the marketplace. And if you lose out on buyers from 1 year, sometimes they don't come back the next year when you do have a fishery, and that creates challenges for ASME. It creates challenges for our fishermen when they're trying to find, rebuild those markets that they may have lost from year to year. One thing that ASME started doing at the very beginning of the pandemic is we worked with McKinley Research. Well, they were McDowell then, but McKinley Research to track the COVID-19 impacts of the seafood industry. We have these papers on our website at alaskaseafood.org. We've scaled back. We were doing them monthly. We've now turned them into quarterly papers as things have leveled out some. So if you want to read more about the impacts of the seafood industry, if you just need this information to provide reasoning to support your local seafood industry at home, these papers are an incredibly great resource, and you can be found on alaskaseafood.org. And I guess we're still behind, but I did my best to catch us up there, Robert, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. And thank you, Sam, for your summary. And I think I got all of your pamphlets were handed out, so people were interested in it and can take that home. We sure appreciate your time and apologize for the panel running over, but there's still time to catch up, and there's still time to buy raffle tickets. Thank you.
Indeed there is. Indeed there is. Well, we don't disappoint when it comes to content and valuable information, and that is what we're here for. And we have an opportunity to continue that quest for knowledge with having Larry Persily come and discuss stairs, or only on this side over here. So that and the pole vault. But Larry is a very known quantity to us all, having spent 20, 30 years in journalism at every level of municipal, state, and federal employment and issues. And without any further ado, I'll just kind of cut to the chase. Larry, if you take into account the time the ad hoc committee met between special session 2 and 3, we're now looking at special session 4 that'll go to November. This is an extraordinary year. What's going on?
I don't know, extraordinary is a nice way of putting it. I'd say it was a pretty crappy year. So I'm supposed to talk about redistricting and give a report on the legislature. So before I get into that, I thought for people who don't know me, I will warn you in advance. This is like the label on a movie or a DVD. For people who remember DVDs, I'm very cynical, very skeptical, very sarcastic. Several years ago, I was working for the Kenai Peninsula Borough Mayor's Office in charge of the borough response if a North Slope natural gas pipeline was ever built from the North Slope down to Nikiski. And I was presenting in Kenai, and someone asked me, are we going to get the gas line? I mean, this is billions of dollars for the Kenai. So we're going to get a gas line. I said, everybody gets one miracle in their life. The Cubs won the World Series. That's it. You're not getting a miracle. You're not getting a gas line. So a city council member is in the meeting. He texts the mayor and says, why's Persily got to be so sarcastic? And the mayor wrote back and said, because he is. So keep that in mind as I talk. I guess redistricting first. Look, we can talk about Juneau in the Iceworm District in Ketchikan, Metlakatla, but the thing that really is going to make a difference for the state, nothing against Representative Ortiz or Sarah Hannon or Andy Story, the difference with reapportionment after the 2020 census is the Mat-Su is picking up another seat. And you look at House votes, 21-19, 19-21, 2020, Senate votes, 11-8, 11-9, 10-10. That one change is going to have a lasting impact on Alaska politics. And I think, speaking of Southeast, someone who has lived most of his 45 years here in Southeast, that one little foray into the Kenai Peninsula Borough, I'm sorry, it was a mistake. It'll never happen again. I say that here to Southeast. That's one House district they're going to pick up that'll be carved out of the whole rest of the state, is going to have a lasting impact and influence votes. So I think that's what you got to take away. As the population shifts, that's what's going to happen. So redistricting, look, it's dominoes. Census says 732,000 Alaskans. According to the Constitution, they all got to be as near as practicable the same. So that's 1/40 of 732,000. So the target is 18,335 residents per House district. You're not going to get exact, but you got to come close. So for example, yes, the district that is proposed, Ketchikan, Wrangell, Petersburg, is about 1,000 people over that. That's the one they pulled out. Metlakatla pulled out Heidelberg, pulled out Hyder. If you put Hyder, Heidelberg, and Metlakatla back in with Ketchikan, Wrangell, it's overpopulation. You got to push Petersburg out. Okay, Petersburg goes into that district that runs all the way up to Yakutat. That probably puts that overpopulation because Petersburg's 3,400 people. It is dominoes, and it's not a game, and it's not fun. So as Southeast tries to figure out where you're going to end up, you push, it comes out somewhere else. Maybe Yakutat gets pushed into Kodiak. I don't know if they're going to like that. So the schedule is 2 draft maps were released by the redistricting board last week. The deadline is this week for third parties, labor unions, Native corporations, political parties to propose their draft maps. The board will then choose which draft maps to take out for public hearings around the state, end of September, October. By law, November 10th, they have to pick one, which means you'll probably have litigation starting November 11th. These always go to court, people always fighting. If they can settle the litigation in time, the new maps would take effect in 2022 election. No guarantee the litigation gets resolved. I will say the gerrymandering in Juneau, where they carve out the little stub on the end of a jigsaw piece to grab Representative Story and throw her in with Representative Hannon. It's not unusual to redistrict two incumbents to fight each other. This one is particularly egregious because it's so obscene looking when you look at it on the map. But I guess I'd say attend the public hearings when they have them, send in your comments. They do have to consider them, and we'll see what they come out with November 10th. But it's, again, the lasting impact is going to be the Matsu picking another one up. Okay, the legislature, my mom actually passed away in February, but being a mother, she always said, say something nice. So I'll start with, I got 3 little notes here, something nice about the legislative session. They did protect the permanent fund. They did not overdraw the 5% statutory limit on withdrawals from the permanent fund. That was good. There weren't any big budget battles on spending. They did take advantage of federal money and fund the ferry system for 18 months. So those were the good things. That's kind of all I could think of. Now, in terms of where we are, they adjourned last night. Well, yesterday afternoon, 2:30, 3 hours later, the governor calls him back again. October 1st, 10 a.m., Juneau. The Senate passed an $1,100 dividend, a 12-7 vote. And it's interesting as you look at the Senate, there's the old style fiscal conservatives that want the 1,100, no more. Then there's the new style liberal conservatives who like government spending on dividends. Well, they lost, so stated $1,100. Like I say, another session, the governor wants them to come back and do a second. He said, okay, I'm going to sign the 1,100, but that's just a down payment. I want you back here in October to give more money to Alaskans. There's no other place to take it except from the permanent fund earnings, which I don't think is going to happen. He also wants the legislature, when they come back in October, to finish the job on a long-term fiscal plan. Well, that's not going to happen either. Emotionally, those legislators, pick your cliche, they're burned out, they're melted down, they're toast. They just need a timeout. Bringing them back isn't going to form alliances or get unreasonable people to start thinking reasonable just because they're in Juneau for Halloween. It's not going to happen. So I expect nothing will happen then. The governor wants constitutional amendments for spending limits, for dividends, for all this other. That takes a supermajority, a 2/3 vote of the House and Senate to put a constitutional amendment on the ballot. These guys couldn't even come up with a 51% for much of anything. And the governor thinks they're going to get 2/3. The only thing they'd vote for 2/3 would be a non-binding resolution. They're tired of him. Even Republicans are tired of him. They don't want to come back to Juneau. Remember, these Republicans who'd rather move the capital anyhow. So I don't think you're going to see constitutional amendments. I don't think you're going to see anything. You're not going to see a second dividend. And these are certainly just predictions. One thing to keep in mind, the House and Senate organized under majorities. They elected a Senate president, House Speaker. These are not binding, solid, effective majorities. These are kind of ad hoc, I don't know how they're going to go today kind of majorities. The House, in the bureaucratic terms, 40 members, you want 21 at least for majority. The House has 17 full-time equivalents and 4 or 5 part-timers. That's their majority. You never know which part-timers are going to show up for work at any one day, or if they're going to have a sit-down strike or call in sick. The Senate majority organized, but the Senate's kind of this weird thing now. It's a little fudging on the math, kind of a third Democrat, a third I want big dividend Republicans, and a third, oh, hell, that's stupid. We're not going to overspend the permanent fund Republicans. So getting 11 there is tough. And now, who knows if Senator Reinbold doesn't decide to come back on the highway in October to Juneau because she's banned from Alaska Airlines, you won't have her vote. But since she's going to vote for the big dividend, I guess it's not going to matter. But not having a majority that can hold things or deliver makes it really tough. Forget the 2/3. So what happens going ahead if they do nothing? Well, they'll roll it into 2022. Yeah, an election year. Who wants to vote for a fiscal plan on a tax on an election year? kind of hard to see that. You know, I guess a couple very short stories to explain that. 20 years ago, the legislature was working on a fiscal plan, right? One of the many deja vus in my 40 years here. And I was with the Department of Revenue, working with a couple dozen legislators who are really trying to solve this. And that day they were debating income tax versus sales tax. And an Anchorage Republican House member, who I will not name, said, I favor a sales tax. And people said, why, Representative? Said, because I want everyone to pay. Everyone will pay a sales tax. Even drug pushers will pay sales tax. To which another colleague said, well, actually, drug pushers steal everything, so there's not going to be any tax. It's that kind of emotion that's driving this. I think, look, I favor an income tax. I think a lot of legislators, most legislators, if it were a vote today, it'd be a sales tax. I think the eventual outcome is going to be a sales tax. Most know they need a general tax of some kind. Most favor a sales tax. Partially, they don't understand the complexity. They don't understand the impact to municipalities, and they live in places that don't have a sales tax. So what the hell do they care? Piling it on to a 6 or 7% local taxes is not their problem. But eventually, I think that's the way they're going to go. I know the Alaska Municipal League is working in that and is aware of it. If it's going to happen, you want to make it as, when it happens, as useful for municipalities, at least damaging for municipalities. But I can tell you from talking to lawmakers, a lot of them don't understand how it works. The fact that you've got 102, 104 municipalities, different code books, different caps, different exemptions, different limitations. In their mind, we just nationalized the whole thing under one set of state rules, but then they get pressure. Well, we'll start doing carve outs. Now you make it complex. They really just don't know. So let's say you go to 2022 session. Will we get a fiscal plan? Will we get taxes? Will they solve the great dividend dilemma? I think it depends on a lot of things. One, we know Dunleavy's running for re-election. Who else runs? If several legislators start running, that sort of takes them out of the game as a peacemaker, a deal maker, because they're running for governor. They're not going to be the one who's going to lay their neck out for a compromise on fiscal. So what happens in 2022 will depend how many and who's running for governor, depend on oil prices. Look, if oil's in the 70s, take some of the financial pressure off. If COVID really reemerges in China and around the world, demand plummets, oil prices drop back in the 50s, and the budget deficit goes to the ceiling again, that will put more pressure on them to do something. And I think if there was a lot of pushback from constituents over the $1,100 dividend this year not being bigger, I think that would affect next year's action. I don't think they're going to get it. I think most of the public, when I speak to groups, they say $1,100, fine. I got other problems in life. I never expected the 3,000 or 4,000 that Dunleavy had promised. Brings us to the closing, I guess, 2022 election. This is really important. Governor, legislators, as you think, if nothing gets done in October or next year in the legislature, we got to do something fiscally for the state, or all these dreams go away because no one can afford anything. Even if you get federal funds for the Capitol, there's no operations and maintenance help coming from the state. So the 2022 election is key. And for that, I would like to thank Jason Gren and others for ranked choice voting. That's our only salvation, people. You know, we will not win another World Series in Chicago in my lifetime, but maybe ranked choice voting will get us some better elected officials. Now, I try to talk as quick as I could. I don't know if you want me to take questions or.
Yeah, we want to take a couple questions for sure, because we've got you on fire, and we're gonna get that unfiltered answer. For starters, someone asked me, where's that seat coming out of? Whose Hyde is losing?
Pardon?
Matt Sue's getting an extra seat. We only get 40. So who's losing? Who's losing ground?
Well,
can we tell?
I guess I would describe, so if you give one to the Matsu, you limit it to 40, where everyone gets cut out a little bit. You're seeing the problem in Southeast, right? Now, how do you do Wrangell, Petersburg, Ketchikan, Heidelberg? So that's going to push that line up into Cordova or Prince William Sound. Certainly the interior, you know, those big districts around the state. But as far as which incumbent is going to lose, that I don't know. But everyone they'll take a bite out of everyone's rear end.
Mr. Persily, I just want to say thank you for purchasing the Wrangle Sentinel because it's much more entertaining these days.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah,
That was a softball.
After losing money on the Skagway paper, I decided I'd double down and I bought the Wrangle paper. Much to my accountant's chagrin, who
So-
then says, what the hell are you giving people fiscal advice for?
Exactly, exactly.
For which he bills me $175 an hour.
Nice, nice. So
I tried.
Oh.
They said no.
the bait to have a constitutional convention by enshrining the dividend.
Yeah. So every 10 years, according to the state constitution, voters a question has to go to voters every 10 years saying, do you want a constitutional convention? So voters looked at that in 72, 82, 92, 2002, 2012, overwhelmingly 2-1 on average said, no, we don't want a constitutional convention. This is the dream of the conservative lobbies. A constitutional convention in Alaska, you can deal with right to privacy, which is the code word for so many things. You can deal with the dividend. You can deal with Medicaid fund. So Alaskans on the ballot, in addition to governor, U.S. Senator, Lisa Murkowski's seat, all the legislature will be this very ominous. Do you want a constitutional convention amid the divisive destruction, Facebook-driven crap politics now, and risk rewriting your constitution? And that's sort of my summary of it. Hopefully it fails.
All right, well, thank you so very much. Always appreciate your insights and your presentation, so. And may the Cubs win again. And now we're back on schedule. Thank you. Thanks, Larry. So next, we're very pleased to have all the books that you left behind. I'm not sure, maybe this is Markos's. So next we have a report from the university. So if President Pitney and Chancellor Carey want to come up, I just want to say what a joy it is to continue this partnership that we have. There's so many ways in which our missions intertwine and complement each other. Really appreciate Chancellor Carey's continued participation and advocacy. She's on the radio every week, and she often mentions the partnership that we have. And every opportunity we get, we try to collaborate and stay in communication. President Pitney is just on fire, and it's not just that 1984 gold medal on rifle shooting that has kept that laser view. I don't know if you want to take the lectern first or which order you want to go in, but we're just excited to have you, and we invite you to either take those mics, the lectern, or it's all yours. So would you please? Okay, you just got to introduce her. Okay, well, we'll get a proper introduction. So Chancellor, the lectern is yours.
The University of Alaska Southeast. And I am very pleased to introduce Karen Pat Pitney. Her first name is Karen, although she's never really gone by Karen. She goes by Pat. And as you know, she is an Olympic gold medalist. But I will tell you where her gold medal really stands out is her being the president of the University of Alaska, the interim president, unfortunately, right now. I would love to see her be the president of the university. She has made a tremendous difference in how people view the university, how people at the university feel about the university. And she is a great proponent for all things at the university. We could not be doing the hard work through COVID that we have been doing without Pat. She has just been amazing. And I know you want to hear from her, so I'm going to turn it over to her. And she's wonderful. So give her a big round of applause before she even starts.
So thank you for that nice introduction, Karen. You know, if anybody needs to stand up, I welcome you to stand up. I know I wasn't a great sitter through these presentations. So absolutely feel free. I go without it. Anyway, thanks for having us here, and thank you for the event that we're having this evening in support of scholarships for the University of Alaska Southeast. I talk about the University of Alaska is not a university. The University of Alaska is Alaska's public higher education system. We stretch from workforce development through associate degrees, baccalaureate degrees, masters, and PhDs. We have 3 distinct universities. We have our research university at UAF. We have an open access urban comprehensive at UAA. And we have our regional university down here at University of Alaska Southeast. Each of them have associated community colleges, community campuses. The most important thing for the leaders of our universities, our chancellors, and our community campus directors is to be the advocates for their communities and the economies of their communities. They bring and can leverage not only the programs that they offer at their campus or university, they bring and leverage the programs across the system as a whole. And we challenge them to be those advocates. We have been challenged, there is no doubt. Major reductions, 7 out of the last 8 years, over $100 million, that's 1/3 of our state funding has been gone. We have resized, we have monetized some of our assets, we have demolished facilities, we've reduced our administration, we've reduced 50 academic programs, but we're turning the corner. This year, for the first time in several years, the number of applications for first-time students was up across the system. Those applications turned into a higher first-time enrollment at one of our universities. This is the first good news in a long time. The partnership and the philanthropy across the state have changed. People are trusting us that we're here, we're resized, we're building that path to stability. The other thing we've been able to do is move the attention away from structural and, what are you going to do and what's coming next. We've changed our attention to the programs that are directly supporting the workforce needs and the economic needs of our communities, our regions, and our state. And today I'm just going to go into three different areas. 1, strategic minerals and rare earth mining. 2, the maritime workforce training and education that's important here in Southeast. And 3, increasing the presence of fisheries, ocean sciences, and mariculture, education, and service to Southeast Alaska. So with that, I'm going to turn it over, and we have a 10-minute video, so it might be lighten everybody up a little bit on our strategic minerals and rare earth mining.
What do electric cars, precision-guided missiles, and the electronic screen you're watching right now have in common? They all depend on metals with unique properties that are inside almost every piece of technology you can think of. These are called critical minerals, as they are considered essential to the nation's economy and security. Critical minerals we need to import are called strategic minerals. Hello. My name is Steve Masterman. I am the state geologist and director of Alaska's Division of Geological and Geophysical Surveys and a UA graduate. I'd like to share some information with you about critical minerals, which include the rare earth elements, or REEs, you have probably been hearing about. The rare earth elements are clumped together at the end of the periodic table, atomic numbers 57 through 71, and they have difficult to pronounce Greek or Scandinavian names. Critical minerals consist of a broad array of elements, not just rare earth elements. Critical minerals are used in everyday items like computer hard drives, TV screens, and smartphones, and also in GPS devices and green technologies such as wind turbines. Critical minerals are just as crucial for military applications such as lasers, radar, missile guidance systems, satellites, and aircraft electronics. Although more abundant than the name rare earth might suggest, there are only a few places on Earth with concentrations high enough to mine, and most of the world's supply of these elements comes from only a few countries, and as with many critical minerals, there is no current domestic production. The need for stable supplies of rare earth elements was highlighted a few years ago when their free flow in the global economy was threatened by China suspending their exportation. National security and economic stability require stable supplies of these materials. China has a virtual monopoly on the global mining, refining, and processing of rare earth elements, supplying as much as 97% of the world's supply. And in 2010, China used that power to disrupt the world's supply. At a recent Senate hearing on the topic, Alaska's Senator Dan Sullivan expressed his concern about this.
The key issue on this is that we know we're relying on China. In many cases, we, the United States of America, actually have these critical minerals, for example, in the great state of Alaska, and we actually mine them and process them in ways with much, much higher environmental standards than the Chinese. So if that's the case, and mining and processing create good jobs, why wouldn't we do it here as opposed over there?
As Senator Sullivan noted, Alaska's mineral wealth could offer a critical lifeline going forward, and the University of Alaska can help lead the way. Alaska has untapped critical minerals, including rare earth element deposits that could supply the US's raw material needs. The federal government recognizes the potential Alaska possesses, and recent work by the USGS and the Alaska Division of Geological and Geophysical Surveys defined numerous mineral belts with potential to host critical mineral deposits. In Southeast Alaska, Canadian company Eucor Rare Earth Metals has identified a rare earth deposit on Prince of Wales Island called Bocan Mountain, which it says is the highest grade heavy rare earth element project in the United States. In 2014, the state legislature authorized the Alaska Industrial Development and Export Agency, or ADA, to invest up to $145 million to support the development of Eucor's Bocan Mountain project and for building a rare earth element separation facility envisioned in Ketchikan. While Bocan Mountain is the most advanced rare earth deposit in Alaska, there are similarly advanced deposits of other critical minerals in Alaska, such as barite in the Palmer project near Haines and graphite in the Graphite Creek deposit on the Seward Peninsula. Alaska's mineral endowment makes it an important domestic location to supply these critical minerals. To locate, develop, and produce these and other deposits in Alaska requires improving existing and developing new technologies. That is where the University of Alaska enters.
The public impact of university research is significant. Specific to these minerals, the University of Alaska is engaged in ways to boost the development of Alaska's mineral industries. This spring, the U.S. Department of Energy awarded the University of Alaska Fairbanks a $1.5 million grant for a research project aimed at reducing reliance on imported critical minerals. In the project, UAF is working with DGGS, Native corporations, and the resource development industries. This project will systematically perform a set of broad assessments in Alaska's resource basins. The acronym CORE-CM is used to describe such basins, and CORE-CM stands for carbon ore, rare earths, and critical minerals. The project will develop a priority matrix for ranking basins based upon CORE-CM content, access to infrastructure, technological readiness to exploit the resource, environmental factors, and the market potential of the resource. This could lead to establishing Alaska's resources as globally competitive sources of supply. The university actively conducts research and training to support industrial applications and to bolster Alaska's economy. Many of those activities surround engineering and workforce development. UA's research in the sciences will also play a big role in the development of Alaska's critical minerals. When she was a UAF faculty member, Provost Anupma Prakash created a hyperspectral imaging laboratory called HiLab, in part to help discover mineral deposits. HiLab uses airborne cameras and ground spectrometers to create a detailed map of an area's geologic makeup by measuring surface reflectivity in a variety of wavelengths. Mining exploration experts can then look at the mineral composition of a surface and deduce what might lie beneath. It has the potential to identify regions that show promise for further mineral exploration in Alaska.
While the minerals are here, one of the issues is how to make it profitable. Mining is just the first step. Extracting rare earth elements and other critical minerals from raw ore is a difficult process. Extracting the individual metals requires a complicated refining process that converts ore into oxides and then converts these oxides into refined metals. That is why the University of Alaska is such an important part of bringing these critical minerals to market. At the University of Alaska Anchorage, Dr. Brandon Briggs, Associate Professor in the Department of Biological Sciences, is currently pursuing a patent for a biotechnological advance that uses microbes to extract rare earth elements from Alaska resources such as coal.
Alaska could be at the forefront of a new resource industry that could deliver rare earth elements. I'm completing this important work alongside UA chemistry student and research assistant Michael Martinez. We recently founded the company Arctic Biotech Oath to develop and market this particular technology. Michael has recently won the High North Young Entrepreneurs Award for his work with this company. Initial research was conducted by Dr. Goucher at UAF to determine the rare earth element content in Alaska's coal. This is now a joint project with UAA to allow us to complement each other's expertise. What we're doing now is identifying different bacteria from Alaskan environments that are able to extract these rare earth elements without producing hazardous chemicals. It's more efficient than conventional methods. Conventional mining techniques use strong acids that are inefficient and damaging to the environment. This revolutionary biotechnology could change the field of mining for rare earth elements and critical elements.
The university plays an important role in providing trained researchers and skilled workforce for Alaska's mining industry. Across the three universities, 44 institutional programs have been identified whose graduates play a key role in the state's mining, extraction, and mineral processing workforce. UA researchers play a leading role in pushing technology forward to help support this industry.
The Center for Mine Training at the University of Alaska Southeast and the Mining and Petroleum Training Service at the University of Alaska Fairbanks help put people to work in Alaska's mining industry. Over the past 10 years, more than 2,300 people have graduated from UA programs important to the mining industry. And these graduates earn an average wage of over $104,000 a year within 5 years.
Research done throughout the UA system has positively impacted the economy of the state and our nation. We will continue this effort as part of our mission.
To fully help realize the state's critical mineral potential, the University of Alaska will need federal, state, and UA investments and relationships and partnerships with industry so that barriers to development can be identified and removed. Working together, there is no doubt that there is opportunity for the university and the state to lead the US in providing critical minerals to the world.
So we're good. This is an example of where we leverage across each of our universities. University of Alaska Southeast partners with Greens Creek and Kensington on mine training and the workforce. And you saw from that workforce analysis, 5 years in after their training, after the graduates are there, they're making an average of $104,000. This is an average. $104,000 a year. These are great occupations, but we know in the state of Alaska, we have to do mining smarter, cleaner, and more sustainably than anywhere else to actually get it done. And I think that's where the innovation and the research is coming in, where we have the opportunity in partnership with industry, in partnership with DNR and DGGS to really move this forward. And we're fortunate with the leadership we have in Washington. We can crack this nut and work this industry for Alaska. And but we've got to do it in the cleanest way possible. And we've done that in many other industries here in the state, and we're committed. And I know everybody else in the state is committed. We all want to live here. The other area, that I talked about that that we wanted to talk about was this maritime workforce training and education. So recently, there was a partnership, Alaska partnership between University of Alaska, Anchorage, Southeast, Ketchikan campus, and Avtech for maritime careers, workforce and education. And this is things like sea captains for under 500 tons and over 500 tons, second mates, the simulation, the ship simulations, both at Avtech and at Ketchikan, Coast Guard certified. You could be a marine electrician, marine mechanic. All of these workers are needed in our maritime industry. And that designation as a center of excellence by the U.S. Department of Transportation puts us in position not only to have regulations change. So for instance, if you go through the marine oiler training, instead of having 180 hours of sea time before you can be certified, you can have 120 hours of sea time. So it allows us to have our training recognized, and then an advantage from a certification effort for the people there. Every industry that I talk to, are desperate for workers. But every industry in Alaska says, but we want University of Alaska graduates because they stay. They're committed to their community. And especially like in the healthcare fields, you hire a nurse or a doctor from outside, they might have a five-year horizon. That's a long horizon. And you're constantly dealing with the turnover. But Alaska graduates are here to stay. And I think that's a very important thing. And as we're dealing with the maritime industry, especially for Southeast, looking at training our workforce internally is important. And I think people don't realize when you talk about the university, it's not about just the 4-year degree. Some of these programs are 12 weeks. Yeah, they're 8 to 5 programs. You show up at 8 Monday morning, you work until 5, all 5 days of the week, but in 12 weeks, you're in a job. The maritime industry, the average wages are in anywhere from 65 to 70, depending on which field you're in. If you get into the ship captains, you're well over 100. So these are living wages, and some of them are very short programs. Some of them are on the job training, coming back and using the institution. And I think that's the thing. We've got to realize that there's the short programs. There's the traditional, I want to be an engineer. I want to be a nurse. Those are your traditional 4-year programs. But then there's the mid-career programs. And the third area that I wanted to talk about was a goal that the board asked me literally 3 days after I started in this role. They asked me to increase the presence of fisheries, mariculture, and ocean sciences in Southeast Alaska. We have a renowned UAF College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences, and many of their faculty are in Juneau, right next door to the NOAA facility. But it was quiet. People didn't know. Since then, Karen has, as Chancellor of University of Alaska Southeast, redoubled her effort in working with UAF, but also in advancing her programs. There's a fisheries tech certificate that Paul Kraft here is the campus director for the Sitka campus. There's the work she's doing now on this mariculture conference that you heard about earlier today. There's the Joint Fisheries Biology of Fisheries program. UAS is recognized as the top 3 affordable marine science programs in the nation for baccalaureate. The place is spectacular, but we've got to create the recognition. People don't know what's in their backyard. And so part of that getting to know what's in your backyard is this mariculture conference that'll be in February in Juneau. There's a joint degree program at the master's level for that mid-career in marine policy. Any of you in fish politics understand how complicated fisheries is in the state of Alaska, from what's happening in the federal arena, from what happens between commercial fisheries and sports fisheries, the difference between crab and salmon and this color salmon and that color salmon. It's complicated. And what we have is we have a biologists that are very good at being a biologist. But we need policy people because we have conflicts and we have to work through those conflicts in a very open and transparent way to get the most economic value out of our fisheries and ocean sciences. And so I'm excited about the work that Karen is doing in that arena. These are just 3 examples. I could go into oil and gas and engineering. I could go into everything we're doing from the WWAMI program for doctors to the nursing programs to CNAs in the healthcare. And I've got to tell a story. We were going through our metrics because that's who I am. You know, anybody who worked with me with office management and budget, I'm kind of into performance and metrics and return on investment. And so we took our goals and measures forward to our UA foundation, and our foundation board are on the fundraising side. What are we raising funds for, and how can we talk to businesses about raising funds for the university? And we showed the metrics, and we showed 8 areas of interest. This strategic minerals was one, increasing the presence of fisheries in Southeast Alaska was one. And they were like, but you don't have healthcare on there, and you don't have tourism on there, and you don't have this. I'm like, yeah, because we do that every day. That's what we do. We are interested in all of the industries in Alaska, because as the University of Alaska system, we've got to serve all of our industries. And so it was hard for them to say, well, if you're only focused on this, then you forgot me. No, we haven't forgot you. We have the applied business program. We have the small business development center. We have this, we have that. It's just these 8 things we want to really redouble our effort on. So I'm struggling between here's everything we do day to day, and here's the things that we want to make a tipping point change on. And each of these three things that I mentioned were in our tipping point change. But in closing, I want to just say that the university is here to partner. We partner within the institution and leverage each other's expertise, as you saw on the strategic mining. We work with businesses and we work with industry partners, mariculture. You know, I think Julie Decker really gave a great introduction of all of the people who are involved in that mariculture conference, and with state agencies. And that those partnerships are so important because none of us can do this alone. The other thing we're doing is innovation. Okay. COVID hit us very, very hard, just like I think every business. But what we learn in COVID, we're going to use going forward. One of the kind of the wonderful surprises of COVID is we got into this massively online open coursework. And this is a Harvard MIT education platform. And we put courses, not that many. I think we've got 12 different courses, but they're highly technical courses, one on satellites and space physics, one on what we call One Health. So the kind of the comprehensiveness of a community's health, from environmental to physical health, to mental health, to food security, that the whole look at a community. So we put on, there's 12. We've had 14 learners, 14,000 learners have taken this. We started it last year at this time. 14,000 learners, and of those, 1,000 have said, I want to show somebody I've completed this course. So they pay a fee. But more importantly, our first-time graduate students in those programs, we're seeing a 7% increase. Because people throughout the world, I mean, there's learners from all 50 states and 40 different countries in these programs. And it's helped the university get on the map. And so I think that innovation was very important for us. But more than anything, the University of Alaska needs stability. We have downsized. We're 2,500 fewer employees, 50 fewer academic programs. Student enrollment has come down because of the turmoil. We need that stability, and that stability helps us regain the trust and confidence of our students, their families, and our business partners. So with that, here's to stability going into 23, 24, and 25. So thank you so much. And thanks for your participation in the auction.
Thank you so very much. And the way you've kind of refocused the programs throughout the university system to a much closer synergy with industry has been noted and really appreciated. One of the questions that came up was regarding the healthcare workforce. Do you see capacity there to help accelerate that, or what can the university do to come alongside that sector?
Mm-hmm. Well, right now, with the constraint, we are still taking reductions. And COVID didn't help. We're probably down over 15 million in COVID impacts. What we're doing is through partnerships and through in a more self-support. How can whatever we do self-support to expand the program? So if we have the program and it is not full, how do we partner to fill those courses? If we're full, what does it take to get the next cohort in? Whether it be, for instance, we had the board just approve the baccalaureate in early childhood education. So this is pre-K to grade 3. You could become a certified teacher. The reason we asked for that approval, and this is a UAA degree program, but it'd be available across the state. The reason we asked for that is they had a 2-year program that without additional state resources, we could turn into this 4-year program, gain enrollment, but also meet an absolute necessary workforce need. And so we're looking for that. How do we do it without additional subsidy, knowing we have this downsize, and it's really hard to be gearing up while you're trying to take another reduction, and everybody's screaming for workers.
When you stepped into this role, there was a bit of a tempest about this uncertain fate of UAS, and that seems to be off the table now. Can you just confirm that to our great delight?
Well, that was day 3. And it was one of the main goals was create certainty for those places that we were still going to reduce because we have to fit into this new shoe size. We put them on notice. But I came into an environment where there was an entirety of programs and systems that were threatened. And so we said, these things are still, there's going to be action over here. These things are here to stay. University of Alaska Southeast is here to stay.
Thank you.
No questions.
All right, well, is there anything else? There's a question over here. We're going to catch Lori and then we're going to segue from there. And we got one plane load that's going out. Oh, you thought I would learn after 3 days, but nope.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lori. I'm from Sitka. Something that we are experiencing as a disconnect in Sitka is that we have people who want training, they want to learn a skill, but they don't have the resources or the time to commit to a 4-year-long program. Especially with COVID right now, people who can't find childcare, they can't. And the places where we seem to have deficits are in a lot of those types of skills that are more hands-on. Car mechanics, trying to get your car fixed in Sitka is almost impossible right now. HVAC people or hospitality. We're at a point now where we're trying to get, anybody to wait a table, and you know what? Just not anybody can wait tables. They need those skills developed. So where do you see those types of skill developments fitting into the program, especially now that everything can be virtual? Is there an opportunity for UAS to help develop that base of workers in Alaska?
And it really, it depends on, the how many. Again, with a 30% reduction in our state funding, there's not a funding source to go to for subsidizing 60% of the cost of the program, especially if there's only a few students. On the automotive and airframe power plant mechanics, there are year-long courses. Now, the other thing, the amount of student aid, number one, the in-state tuition is relatively competitive for these kind of programs. Number two, the financial aid available is extensive, and especially for low-income folks with the Pell Grants. But as a state, we have the lowest percentage of people that apply for the FAFSA form. And but that nearly covers the entire tuition plus living expenses. And you just look at that earnings change in the mining, and the mining stuff is process technology, diesel mechanics. The wage difference was from $60,000 to $104,000 average in 5 years. Education pays. And so it's a combination of that. The exact programs, not all of them we can do in Sitka, but a short stay somewhere else in housing, and I'm leveraging and partnering with AvTech as much as we can, because that is also a great place, short courses. You go to school 8 to 5. But there's 7 programs in the nation that are 12-month programs for airframe and power mechanics. So this is, you can work on a jet as a certified mechanic. There's 7 programs in the nation that you can do in a year. There's one at the University of Alaska. Yeah, you might have to move somewhere, but it's a 1-year program. and you're in 5 days a week, I think you get Christmas and Thanksgiving off. But you're done. And you have a career for a lifetime. So I think there's balance there.
All right, well, thanks. Let's thank our panelists one more time. And so lots more good news. We got a great program tonight. Cocktail hour and mixer in an hour, and then followed by dinner and lots of good things. But during this next hour, you have the choice of staying behind and helping turn the room around, getting on the bus and going back to your hotel, or just going for a great walk outside in this beautiful weather. So thank you all, but we want to go ahead and clear out, and we'll see you back here in an hour.